Good evening. How are you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. We're live again Friday, and if you're watching it later on, thanks for having a look in. Sometimes it's interesting. Can be. Right, guys, hope you've all had a great week. All the best that you could have made it. And maybe you've got something nice planned for the weekend. So you can let us know about that if you want. Where are you off to? Maybe. Then again, the weather, depending on where you're from, it's been raining a lot around here anyway. Thunder and lightning the other day. I tried to film there, but I've not got a good enough camera to get the details. But I do love a good thunderstorm, whether inside or out. Okay, let's go through the formalities. Yvonne Driver. Oh yeah, Yvonne Driver. First, of course, Paul. He's got to get in there quick because, I don't know. He could be off tomorrow. He could be off work tomorrow. Paul's got a new job and he's buzzing. David, how you doing? Thought you might be here. Oh, wow. Keris. Wow. Same back to you, Keris. And Ival's not... Oh, he could be in anywhere, but I was going to say if he's not, then say hello to him from us all. Keris is in, guys. Complete angel of a woman. Right, David, yeah, right. When you come on, we'll talk about that if you want. Your mum's already saying, good idea. Would we be interested in watching it? Come on, David, get a grip. I'm a vegan. Catching fish. That bitch is going to fall out with me now after I've just said that. I'm early late though. Gators here, guys. What do you mean for once? Who are you trying to kid? This is the best part of the show for me. And don't forget, Biker will be on in a bit, guys, obviously. Oh, she's here. She's here. All right, Charlotte. I mean, Charlie. How are you? I'm feeling super. How about you? Rather good. Spiffing. Are you all right, Charlie? Did you like that? Where was you on Wednesday, by the way? Oh, you might have popped in. I could have missed it. You know what I'm like. Alligator, you crack me up. Something. You crack me up. Loved Love your wit. Absolutely top class. UK's in here, guys. UK Transparency. Good evening. How are you? He's no Lottie. Ali. He is no Lottie. Oh, right. Sorry. I misread it. Shirley, right? What is it you're finding hard to let go of? Because mine was cheese. I would say cheese. Hardly ate meat anywhere before I went veggie as well. And then it was just bloody cheese. And then eventually, yeah, vegan cheese, they'll never get it anywhere near. But it's like anything else, anything new you try, you know, if you think, oh, it's worth, I might have that again, you probably just get used to the taste. You brought up eating sugar from bloody, whether it's sprinkled on your cereal or whether it's in whatever food it's in, these ready meals and all that, and all these other foods and drinks and things like that. Sugar, 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 so addictive. Too much bad for you, and it can cause all kinds of stuff, even death. It's tough though, isn't it? Because of what we're given to handle in big places like towns and cities. Smaller places are more self-sufficient, I think, villages and things like that. But when Biker comes on, he might. I mean, I know how Biker goes about his diet and how he goes about, getting hold of his food and things like that. And he won't mind talking about that, but he's such an healthy guy. He keeps getting younger. Well, he kind of keeps looking younger. It's just he uses just for men. Don't tell him that's what he's. See, whereas mine's all natural, you see. I don't need to make myself look younger. Vanity. Pure vanity. Here he is, his health. Weren't sure if you were going to come in, Al, because I know. Right, I've got to ask you now. How are you? And how's the treatment been treating you? Let me know, Al, because I do think about you, mate. Hiya, Paul. Hello. Thanks so much, guys. As usual, just brilliant. How you doing? MVA? Good to see you back in. I've not seen you for a bit. I don't think. If you've been in there, please forgive me. You know the score. Argument C. Are you? Oh, yeah. Good evening, all. Still don't know why you're all saying that. All right, Charles. Just love that name. Love it. Hiya, Neil. Neil's here, guys. Well, as you know, I'm just catching up. How you doing, Neil? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I know this topic's going to come in. How you doing, right? I've said it, I'm sure I've said it before, but I just love that name. It's a great, straight on, basic, simple name. That means a lot. Channel name, yeah. It's not been too bad, Yvonne, thank you. Yeah, and it weren't my video again. That was not my video. My daughter sent it to me. That was her who filmed it. And she could be listening now, and she might even pop on and tell us more about it. Or she might not, but are you doing 84? What do you mean, Paul? I'm only doing 2 hours tonight. Hey up there. Trev's here. I'm sure Trevor might have things to say on that topic, worldwide topic. Thanks for coming in, Trev, as always, mate. Thank you. Oh, Centre Parks. Oh, right, yeah. I know what you mean, yeah. Hello. Hi, how are you? Thanks for coming in. MP's there as always. How are you doing? Thanks for coming in. 3D Club is a scam. Why do you look like a hippie but you drink, not smoke? How do you know I don't smoke? Do you drink? Do you smoke? What does a hippie look like? Anyone with long hair? And why do you have a problem with that? Leave him there for now. So I'm sorry if I bother you with the way I look. But yeah, I do smoke. I've smoked it for 30 years plus. I probably smoked it longer than you've been alive. I like that last word of your channel name, scam. Is it cheese, Shirley? That's what I mean about cheese. I'm going to say past tense. How good was cheese? Because so many varieties and stuff like that. And yeah, I can't think of any I didn't like that I tried. Even the Stilton. I don't know if you like that, Shirley. The blue, you know, there's a few of them in there as well. So, but I didn't mind it in small quantities, you know. There was a drink that went with it, Stilton, and you know, it was like, what was it? I know someone will tell me. Okay, not far off now, and then Bike will be on to say hello to you all. I know you all look forward to him coming on, guys, but just let me get through. Why do you look like oh shit, I've gone backwards. Or has he put that in again? Midnight Cowboys. Teflon, hiya. How you doing, Tef? Yeah, Tef. I like that. It's kind of hippie-ish, yeah. David, it's going to come up. Take your time. Slow down, man. It's going to come up, man. Go on now. Great stuff, mate. And don't forget, I've got a mug here. That cup's here for you. You and Keris. D. John, are you talking about that video I put up earlier of my daughters? He said 18, 19, and I'm sure he went back to 18 again as well. I don't know who was in the right and who was in the wrong. It was. If you've seen it, let me know what you think about that vid. I know I've had comments on it. I know Trev's commented on it, and quite a few others. But okay. What do you mean, Mick? Have I missed something, Mick? Sparky's there, guys. Please, as you always do anyway, make him feel welcome. And how you doing, mate? Good to see you, and as always, thanks for always saying hello. Appreciate it. Sparky, guys, as one of the great live streams out there, mostly afternoons, but check him out if you've not done so already. He's a great talker. I wish he'd bloody come on here sometimes, but I reckon normally at this, I reckon it's near his bedtime. He says he's an early bird, so. That's it, Biker. Thank you. Cheddar. Red wine, says Charlotte. Hey, do you know what? Yeah, probably as well. And port, red wine, you're not far off anywhere, I don't think. Port, Neil, yeah. Merlot, says UK. Oh, Merlot. Nah, he's not posh. I'm just messing. Trevor's straight in. I don't think Trev can wait. Trev, you're welcome on. So if you want to, you've got all the time in the world to speak about that on here. Right. I'm nearly finished with saying hello to everyone. Gouda, Mick. Is that the same kind of texture as Edam? That cheese? Pretty sure it was. My dad loved Edam. On crackers. Speaking of crackers, you lot, right? Legend, how you doing? How you doing, Mark? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in, mate. I'm not even going to put that comment up, and I hope nobody notices it. Mr. Plod. It's just the word dragon. Now you look what you've done. Now you look what you're going to spark off. Yvonne, stay calm. You'll get it in a bit, guys. Paul, don't rub it in. That's your... I nearly said it. Hi, piss off. That's normally what Plod says on his videos. To the cops and that. Yeah, hi, yeah. Well, piss off then. I don't. Oh gosh, you lot. That's cracked me up, Maz. You're in good form tonight, guys. Thank you so much. I think I've got to the end now. We're all posh from Black Country. Of course, UK. Of course you are. Right, Trev. All sounds interesting, mate, and I'd love it. Come on and speak about it, but if not, obviously it's. But always interesting what Trevor says. Right, Montgomery Cheddar. Never heard of that one, Trev. Okay, mate, no worries. Right, link time. That didn't take long at all. So I don't care what anyone says. Okay. Is that Lisa? Is it? Lisa Marie. Is it, you were called that before, weren't you? I'm sure that's you. Well, thanks for coming in. Yeah. Okay. Bikers here, guys.
Hello, mate.
Hey up, how you doing? Wrong screen.
All right, got you.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Yeah.
Evening, everybody. Chat. I've just got one sort of shout out to mention that somebody had me absolutely fucking pissing myself this afternoon. Sparky, you were having so much fun doing them impressions, mate. You need to make that a weekly thing, fella. Absolutely fucking brilliant. He was doing impressions of YouTube users. And I tell you what, mate, absolutely brilliant. They weren't perfect, and that's the beauty of it. They weren't perfect, but you knew what we were doing, and they were superb. I was fucking howling at them. the one that got me most, it was the Tony P one. It was fucking brilliant.
Hey, Sparky.
No, he didn't speak, mate. That was the beauty of it. He didn't speak.
God, right. I get what you mean now from before.
Oh God, it was absolutely. If you've not seen it, everybody go have a look at Sparky's channel. It's up there. It's brilliant.
I'll have to look back at that. He's got his channel link, guys. Anybody? I'm sure you have. Be up there in a sec.
Yeah, really funny.
Play it if you want, Sparky says.
Yeah, let people go have a look at it. But yeah, it was.
Yeah.
You've got to have the sense of humour that Sparky's got, which is fucking sick and low and everything else, a bit like mine. Really good, but oh yeah, he nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Poor bastard couldn't catch his breath. He were gasping with lad. Yeah, really good.
I think I've been banned from Tony's because but probably all because of that impression I did of him that day, and he gave me that look, and then I went, Tony, you know me, I'm fucking joking. I take the piss out of a lot of people, and he went, and then after that, but I don't know, not got time for it. That type of channel, to be honest. There's his link, guys. Sparky's link. Spark's link.
Well, just go and have a look at his impressions. It's more funny watching him trying to do the impressions than the actual impressions. Really good.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that.
Like I say, the first one he had me fucking crazed. Absolutely crazed.
Yeah, go away. You're not coming on. We ignore you now, and you're a waste of time. All your promises are false. See you later. Hard man. Yeah, bye. I'll let you get bored. If that's you, mate, can I have a look at your ugly mug? Thank you. I think I got the finger there just before he flashed off screen. From this fella here.
No, I didn't give you the. You didn't get a finger, Dino. I just waved at you.
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah, I just waved at you.
I've never seen anyone wave like that.
No.
I'm joking. Just love winding him up, I do.
I was going to say, mate, your wrist looks a little bit limp.
He winds me up as well. What?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to jump on, okay? I know you didn't put my comment up, okay? But because I've got somebody actually turning up shortly, okay, as you know, so I'm sort of going to be popping on and off, okay? So just bear with me tonight. But I just wanted to pop on because it's been a few weeks since I've been on. Evening, Biker.
Little legs, how we doing?
Yeah, not bad, mate, old boy.
Good.
And good evening to everyone in the chat. I hope everyone's good and well. Yeah, I just wanted to pop on because you didn't flash my comment up, but you put Yvonne's up, okay, with her telling me to piss off, okay. Yeah, okay. Paul took it in good faith. She took it in good faith, okay. But then, as they say, once a dragon, always a dragon, okay. It's not my fault, okay, that she actually had fireballs coming out of her mouth and her ass.
You're right, Dino.
Yeah, Paul Yeoman. Yeah, thank you very much, mate. I hope you're.
Paul, why are you sticking up for? I'm sure you're sticking up for Plod there.
No, yeah, but Dino, he's now tucked down behind the sofa. Okay,
oh, it's done me that, like you've done me there with that. That's God, you creased me and the comeback as well.
Yvonne,
you guys.
Yvonne, I'm only playing with you. You're absolutely amazing. Yvonne and her partner Paul are most probably two of the most amazing people, okay, that I've actually had the pleasure to meet, and they are absolutely brilliant people. Okay, absolutely.
Paul is, yeah, Yvonne's not.
Yeah. But Dino, as you know, they're completely family orientated.
Well, they are that, but Yvonne gets on my nerves. That's the only thing. Brilliant she is.
But Dino, the worst thing is right now, okay, is they just released, okay, where they're actually running the series, okay, the House of Dragons, all right, and this is the worst thing since Game of Thrones.
Don't do it to me.
She's actually been out of work. So now that this is back up and running, okay, she might get a small part in it.
Paul Yeoman, I'm not in this shit. I haven't said anything about Yvonne.
You're asking about Yvonne last night? So I'm getting my own back. How dare you? How dare you?
Never said
my life now.
Biker.
All because I said, well, you know, Plod's probably one of my greatest friends, if not the. And she didn't like it. She wants me to be her best friend. Oh, stop whinging, right?
You know, you'd normally say that you've thrown your toys out your pram, okay, or you spat your dummy out, okay?
Yeah.
But I think her fireballs went at about 1,000 miles an hour. Okay,
I can't. It's not. She's not. She isn't a dragon. Even no, I'm not saying.
Like, you're getting it off of her, aren't you?
I am. Don't know why.
Go on, everyone. Give the old boy a bit of a going.
I've never called a dragon. It's just these two cause trouble, not me with Yvonne.
Yeah, give the old boy a bit of a battering.
That's a fucking old you.
Well, just remember, mate, okay, you've been around since the 1800s, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Go fuck yourself.
Well, I tried it, but I kept falling off the sofa.
Oh, God.
So, what are you guys been up to?
What have I been up to? Fucking all sorts today. Got Alex's car MOT'd.
Cool. All good.
Have you seen that one in the private? Absolute class, that one. What does that mean with wet wipe? I don't get that. Who the fuck's wet wipe? You stupid, whatever you were, independent observer. You couldn't observe your own dick when you're having a wank, probably.
You know.
Yeah, Mick Brown. Yeah, I used to go watch Barry Sheen. Last time I saw him was at Melody Park in Transatlantic against Kenny Roberts. I think that would have been around about 1980, 81, I think it was. Something like that.
Barry Sheen, bloody hell, yeah.
He was superb with that guy. Fucking brilliant.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Dino, I got a question for you. I have a question. I see your nice little short video on the bus.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to get on to that, but
Okay. Really interesting video I found, because now that young girl that sort of got off the bus, okay, was that actually her stop, or was she just uncomfortable?
No, I think it. Well, I don't know for sure, but
It-
I think it looked like it was
To
her.
me, it felt a little bit strange for her. Okay, she really didn't look comfortable.
well, let's put it another way, right? That obnoxious little twat that was sat there fucking mouthing off with the language that he was coming out with weren't appropriate for that young girl.
Yeah, correct. I agree.
And yeah, she did the right thing. She got up and she got off the bus, whether it was the right stop or the wrong stop, it makes no difference. She did the right thing.
If you notice as well, when he was
If I'd
saying,
have been there with one of my grandkids, I would have fucking, I'd have leathered him. I would
Yeah,
have
but
leathered
Biker,
him.
it's like you just said, okay, whether or not it was the right stop or the wrong stop, okay, it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, because if it wasn't her stop, okay, and she got off because of that, okay, that's not right. Full stop. Period. Okay, it's not.
No, she was protecting the young child.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying though. If it wasn't a stop, okay, and because of what that guy was doing, and she felt that she had to do that, that's why it's wrong.
Well, we know what you were doing were wrong, but she was protecting that young child by getting off that bus when she did, whether it's the right stop or the wrong stop. She was protecting that child from that, listening to that kind of fucking abuse. It was terrible. And the guy that stood up to him, I mean, that guy, the young kid, come across to me as a spoiled, pretentious little twat.
Yeah, agreed.
He can get away with everything. And when he got stood up to, he didn't know what the fuck to do. He aged from 18 to 19 in a few seconds.
Yeah.
They were coming out with all sorts of shit. When the guy pulled him out of the chair, I thought he was just going to fucking smack him, but he did.
Yeah, but that was the thing, though.
Fair play to that guy for getting up and standing up to him.
But that was the thing, though.
Fucking disgusting.
His balls turned into mushy peas. Okay, they went so far back up the wrong way. Okay, he almost fucking choked on them.
Yeah. No, anyway, fucking.
But really, really interesting little video, Dino. Very interesting.
Yeah, my daughter filmed it. It was my daughter, and I spoke to her today on the phone. She said, "Guess what, Dad? Yeah, I got my phone out. I've always been telling her to do it, and she did." So
which one? Which one was it? Was it
Jess? Shauna.
Lunella. Yeah.
Shauna, my youngest, the one who got off that.
Yeah, I know Shauna. Yeah. I know Shauna.
And she was just sat. I think she was going home from work or something like that, and she couldn't wait to tell me. And I said, "Listen, what do you want me to do?" I said, "You've nothing on your channel or anything like that. What do you want me to put it on my channel?" And I'll mention it's, I'll never say it's my video when it's not. She went, "Okay then, Dad. Yeah, just mention Lunella."
Fair play.
Which is her channel name, but there's nothing on there. So
no, that's
I
fair
said
play.
At least it'll get exposed. And I think Mickey Mouse put a comment on saying, "Well done, Lunella, for filming this." So she's got braver, actually. with the camera. So she's watching, she's listening, she's getting a bit more confident.
Yeah, but then, Dino, don't forget, okay, even the conversations that we've had, and I know that Mike has had a conversation with her as well, that when you look as well, right, she asks absolutely fantastic questions and she's open-minded. And that's the one great thing. And it's like, you know yourself, you just got to take your time, okay? When people are ready to stand there, okay, then they will stand there fully with a camera. And when they're not, they sort of just stand back and sort of start filming from a distance. And that's why you got to do and go exactly where you feel comfortable. But what she got there was absolutely amazing footage.
And she was sat, obviously, that was the very back seat of the bus. So full view of everything. So sat in a good place as well to get the full view. Apparently, I said, well, what did the bus driver do? This was before I saw the video. When she's telling me, she said, he just jumped off the bus and got on the phone.
Yeah, and won't get involved.
I would assume to the police, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, but a lot of the bus drivers won't get involved, Dino, because if a weapon gets pulled out, okay, that's why. And it's sort of like you can sort of understand that. But then now here's a question. Okay, now Biker, you may know it or you may know, Dino, because I'm unsure on this, okay? When you pay it and you get onto a bus, okay, the bus driver has an obligation to every single passenger that he has on the bus. Now, if something like that happens, what is the actual obligation, okay? Because you can't ask somebody to actually put themselves in the line, okay, for something to actually happen to themselves. So they have to do an actual risk assessment on the spot there and then, okay? Should I or shouldn't I, right? And you know, good people, okay, will always stand up and will always actually just go boom and stand straight there, exactly what happened. But then you'll have other people, okay, that are unsure, and that's fine, okay? And it's like, even if he got off and he called, okay, if that person did actually have something, potentially, when you look at the amount of people that were downstairs, how many people could have potentially have got hurt?
Yeah, I mean, that was a single decker, but
they've got to put the safety of the passengers first. You know, like in case of an accident or there's a fire on bus or anything like that, they've got to make sure those passengers are safe. Like Captain,
you know what? I think they actually get told as part of the job to get off the bus.
Yeah, but they have to safeguard themselves first.
That's what I mean. I think they get told, stay off the bus. We've got all the CC. There must be. That was a single decker, and there's probably two. They stagger them like that diagonally. 2, 4. I think there's at least 4, maybe 6 cameras anywhere.
Yeah.
And I think for your own safety, you need to get off the bus.
Yeah, but the only reason
I think they get told. Maybe there's a bus driver in the chat, or who knows a bus driver who might be able to tell us. You know, and it's down to that person as well. You might get a bus driver who's like, sod this, I'm going to sort this. I'm going to put myself at risk here. I'm going to sort this out. You know, if I reckon when it's kids messing about, they're coming home from school and they're all loud and messing about, I reckon the driver would probably just open his little door and say, hey, come on, you lot, or else I'll kick you off, you know.
But Dino, come on.
That could have got really heavy, because I noticed that young man, when they went in at that point, he aimed his head at the older man. If you look back, he aimed his head. No, if he'd caught that older guy's head, I reckon he could have gone down at least halfway.
Yeah.
And God knows what else. Because that young man was a big guy.
Oh, yeah. But Dino, you know yourself, okay? Because you look at anything like that, okay? In our time, okay, if it was something like that, okay, literally, you'd actually put it up, okay? And like if there was a little bit of a punch up, okay, it'd be done with just fist, okay? No weapons at all, okay? If you look at bikers' time, okay, it would have been a glove round the face, okay, and you would have been firing a pistol at dawn.
Yeah. I don't understand. Okay. I mean,
what time did you say you were fucking going?
I'm glad you picked up on that. I don't think Dino picked up on
that. David.
I don't think Dino picked up on what I said, Biker.
No. Don't matter, I fucking did, and that's all that matters. So.
Sorry, I don't normally listen to you anyway, but what did you say? You can repeat yourself.
I said in Biker's time, he would just put a glove round somebody's face, and then they will then have pistols at dawn. He still doesn't get what I'm saying, Biker.
I do get what you're saying. Stop making out I'm fake. I'm just trying to figure out.
I would never ever do that. You're definitely not fake. You're definitely not fake.
So you're going back a couple of 100 years. Is that what you said? That? So
It's
what you're trying to say is that man,
insinuating
I'm
I'm
not
fucking
stupid.
old. That's what he's doing.
He's always calling him old, and he's not.
Yeah, he's always calling me little legs.
Well, you'll call me old. There you go.
I didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
You weren't listening when I. How you doing, Aaron? Hiya, Mr. Strawberry. Nigel's in as well. Nigel Mon, thank you, Mon.
Hey, Dino, you seen the private chat?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this latest edition of patheticness. Optical turnkey. It's not him.
Yeah, I know.
He came backstage, but it's not him. He's apparently been having a word with from somebody about his misbehaviour with me. Kat was on Wednesday, guys. I don't know if she'll be on tonight. I haven't spoken to her since, but she might be.
I did see Ozzy on as well.
Yeah, Ozzy was there, of course.
Yeah. At first, it looked like Ozzy was nodding his head at first.
Mick Brown, that ZX10, that will won every lump of a bag with that, mate.
Dino, would you just mind if I say hello to a couple of people in the chat?
Mate, go for it, and I'll just nip off. David, when I come back on, I'll bring you on.
Okay. So I've already said hello to the Dragon and partner. Okay, so I say hello again.
Right, we're not having the right.
UK, good evening. I know Alligator's in there. Mickey Mouse is in there. Who else have we got? James. Okay. Nigel, how you doing, Nigel? I've been watching some of your shorts, mate. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really good, mate. Sparky's in there. How you doing, buddy? Teflon's in there. Trevor's in there. So yeah, there's quite a lot, and it's really cool. And yeah, so good evening to everyone, and I hope you're all good and well. Dino, you're back already.
Hello.
Hello.
Evening, David.
Evening, Blood.
Mark's in there as well, guys. How you doing, Mark?
Good evening, Biker.
How you doing?
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
Good
on you. You had a busy week?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Anything planned for this weekend?
No, not really. Just chilling out.
Chill out. Why not? As good as anything.
Yeah.
Nah, fair play. How you been anyway, David? It's been a while since I spoke with you. I know that you've been on with Dino a few times, and I have caught up with stuff afterwards.
Mickey's actually put something in the chat.
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's been all right. Thank you, Claude.
Oh, that's cool. So, how's things going? Your job all good?
Yeah, job's well. All good.
Good. So, I'm going to kick a subject off, okay, whether or not people want it or not, okay? Who actually knows, okay? So, do we think old Big Ears, okay, is going to keep his name, or is he going to change it?
Keeping it.
Ooh, I think
you don't know yet. You don't know yet.
I think he might change it.
We won't find out, okay, until tomorrow.
He just says, "What do we think?" And I said, "I think he's keeping it."
No, I want him to take his grandfather's name.
I think he might change it.
Yeah, that's what I reckon as well.
Trevor, if you're still listening, what do you think of that, mate? Because I know Trevor's.
How many names has he got? He's got like 3 names he can have, hasn't he?
No, but he can take any name. He can take his grandfather's name. Okay, he can take anyone.
Can I just ask, why would you do that? Why would they do that?
It's all to do with ascending to that actual position. That's all what it is, Dino.
I think the Queen had to do that as well, did
Yeah,
she?
she did indeed. She did.
Why though?
It's tradition.
It's just something that they get a chance to do.
It's just tradition, isn't it? I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
think
think
it
you get a
was.
chance to
I think the way that it's been done, I think it was 17. It was late 17 something. That the whole thing, the way that it's laid out now, has actually been going for.
Thanks for your work there, James, with them links. As always.
So,
Magic Carpet, how you
David,
doing?
are you gonna come down then and see her when she's actually laying in state, because you can go in and actually see.
Me?
I might do. Yeah, I might pop down.
Yeah, I thought you might.
They won't have an open casket, surely.
No, it's not open. Okay, you walk in. Okay, a crown and that will be on top of the actual coffin. Okay, she'll have a full military guard, and basically you'll walk in. You'd filter around it, and then you'd just walk back out. But when they actually started doing it, they said that it would be 23 hours a day for the 4 days, because she'd be laying in state for 4 days. And the reason why they're not doing it the whole way through, because they said that they're going to have to go in and sort of wipe stuff down, and that's why they said 23 hours a day. And they know the amount of people. And honestly, I reckon you could get down there, and I reckon you could be in a queue for 10 hours, mate.
Oh, I'd say longer than that.
Yeah, and I think that is being generous. 10 hours.
They'll probably be camping out and all that, won't they?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. I'm from all over the world, no doubt. So it's going to be, it's always jam packed anyway. But you've got this extra lot coming in.
It's going to be a massive.
You should have seen how busy it was yesterday.
Yeah, well, they already said that the what is it? What her father was actually carried on is basically what she's going to be carried on. Okay, what her father, King George, was on. Yeah, they're trying to do a lot of things, and it's like, even when you heard old Charlie Boy's speech earlier on, I think it was sincere, and I think you could see. I think he was finding it very hard, and he's going to, isn't he? Yeah, but he's got to sort of deal with the loss of his mum, but then also going into the position in which he's going into. But then we all know then that he was actually bred for that one purpose. He was bred the way, and he was actually sent off, okay, to his actual schools and everything else, and he was bred purely for that reason, to become king.
Yeah.
There's going to be loads of different, already in this chat. And are you doing, Izzy? Thanks for coming in. Right, Trevor, I don't know if you heard. I did ask you if you were listening to what Plod's just been saying, and what you're, bring your opinions on now about this subject, because it's been brought up. So we may as well carry on about it as long as you feel like it.
Yeah.
You're not Magic. You're not blocked.
We can
You're
see
in
your
this
comment.
chat.
I just want to know what's going to happen now in the future, now that we have a king, what it means for the monarchy.
What do you mean by what does it mean for the monarchy?
Like, after having a queen for so long, how's it going to change the process in the monarchy and stuff like that?
Nothing. It will carry on. Okay, some little things may change. Okay, but not much will actually change. What you'll find is he's got to do his tour of the actual United Kingdom. Okay, and then he'll actually go in and he'll actually do all of his bits in all the places that he's got to go to. And then I guarantee then not far after that, he will then start doing it bit by bit, and he will do a tour of the actual Commonwealth countries.
Don't be sorry.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, that will be the next thing that he will do, okay? It's about him actually creating that actual bond for him now being in that position.
Well, he's going to have to give up his Prince of Wales title. That's going to have to.
He's already done that. It's gone to William.
That's
William now is Prince of Wales.
Yeah.
I mean, how does William feel about this? Did he even want to do that position?
You don't have no choice, mate.
Well, he
I know,
does.
that's what I'm
He
saying.
can always say that he'll abdicate, okay? But I can't see that happening. And as I said, it's like me and Biker had a bit of a chat yesterday. It was, and I sort of said it. I believe Charlie Boy was always going to take the throne, full stop, period. But I believe truly, and please do, anyone in the chat, you tell me what you think. But I believe that Charlie should only be there for so long, and I believe, okay, the right thing to actually do would be to actually step down, give the throne to William, let the royal family, okay, come up to the modern times, okay, and let William actually take that actual role, okay. Yes, okay, Charlie's become king. He's going to get his head printed on a few coins, on some notes, okay.
He's going to be anointed.
He'll go down in the history books, but I believe the quicker that it actually gets passed over to William, I believe then that the monarchy will actually be so much more up to date, and I think we will see a lot more changes, okay, from his generation.
Don't forget, though, it could have been very different if we didn't have a royal family.
Say that again?
It could have been very different if we didn't have a royal family.
Well, if we didn't have a royal family, then we would still have some form of actual parliament to like what we've got. And that's what it comes down to. But don't forget, when you look at, and I'm sorry, guys, I'm actually going to throw in a slightly different name here because I can't stand the woman. Okay, when you look at our new Prime Minister, okay, Liz Truss, okay. Now, for me, I know that she sort of jumped from Lib Dem over to Conservative and all the rest of it, okay? But she was one of the biggest drivers. And when she first done her speech yesterday and said about the Queen was a big inspiration to her, right? Honestly, I have found it really, really bad because she wanted to get rid of the monarchy. Okay, she's an absolute joke. I don't know whether or not we've now gone, okay, from somebody into somebody that's even worse. And I really don't know. And it's like, honestly, I just don't like Liz Truss whatsoever.
MP, yes. Yeah, there's going to be loads of different opinions in this chat, guys. Please keep it cool and keep it, on a level. Express yourselves politely. So,
Well, on the personal view, I think she's quite an attractive female.
Oh, come on. Please don't start this. Okay, did you see that last email that I sent to both of you earlier? Okay,
No.
you actually have a look at your emails quickly.
no,
And you'll actually,
yes.
it's a fantastic change of picture. Okay, but if you actually, if anyone wants to,
yes.
put the link in where you actually see where, do you know where they do the actual photo bits where they change it to something else? And she does, she blends into Chucky really well.
Well, listen, mate, I won't climb over you to get. I won't climb over her to get to you.
Well, I don't really care, mate. Okay, there's an actual sentence that you always wanted me to use on an actual audit, and I think she would be the one that I would use that on.
Yeah, you haven't used it yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, Trevor's going to be coming on in a couple of minutes as well, and I know it'll be interesting what Trevor says about monarchy.
Do you find it attractive? Do you find it sort of attractive at all?
God.
He told me the other night that he won't be able to stop himself.
Oh,
You?
oh, mate.
Yeah. No, plod.
Don't even go there.
That's what he told me.
Okay, look, you go and put a little bit.
You said you wouldn't be able to stop yourself.
You can go and put a little bit of a squeeze of lemon, okay, on the trout, mate. You go for it, okay. You fill your boots, mate. Okay, but there's absolutely no chance. Okay, honestly, I'd much rather be like a fucking woodpecker, create a hole in a tree, and fuck the tree instead of that.
I'm with Plod on this one. I'm sorry.
Oh, David, I think she's just a politician who's going to fucking con us like shite, like the rest of them has. But I still think she's not a bad looking. I mean, I don't know. A woman,
Can you even call it that?
I don't, David. You help me
Good
out
point,
here because
David.
I've been told it's
David,
not a
good
woman.
point.
It's one of them
I mean-
people who change everything.
Yeah, have you had a look to see if the Adam Dapple's still there?
You know I am. Why'd you mind me? This is not fair on me, you two. Biker, you as well. You brought it up, actually.
I just said she was attractive, mate, and you said same.
Yeah, but you knew why you said that. If only you knew what we were talking about, right?
I wasn't taking all this shit.
Well, I was the sad one that had to listen to the both of her go on about how fucking hot she was. Fuck's sake.
Trev, I'm 95% it's you, mate, but if it really is, and I've got to make sure, where's that bloody seagull thing gone?
She's not even a woman, is she? Let's be fair.
Well, this is the thing. It's like, honestly, David, I just truly, there's just something about her, okay, that I just find it just doesn't work, okay? It's just the way
Her name
she
screams dodgy to me.
presents herself.
Her name screams dodgy to me.
Yeah, well, that's why I call her Liz Trout.
Listen, because I find her attractive, because I think she's an attractive female. I'm not really interested in the fucking politics or all like that.
No, well, as I said, mate, if that's what you're into, mate, fill your boots.
Yeah, don't be slagging off Liz Truss. She's my favourite android.
Oh God! It's moved on a level, mate.
Boom, boom. Well done, Sarah. I love it.
Did you see her come out at number 10? She came out with her eyes wide open and she was like a robot. It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. She is John Major in a dress. I give her 6, maybe 7 months, maybe, and she'd be off.
Trevor, don't forget, we all know the way that it went with John Major.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. That's what I say. It's John Major in a dress.
Now, Trevor, do you know her first speech that she done? Okay, after the Queen actually passed late yesterday.
You mean her ridiculous speech that she done?
What vibes were you getting off of that?
A robot. This is a robot. She's a career politician who went in as a Liberal Democrat. She's anti-monarchy, anti-Brexit. She didn't want to leave the European Union. Anti-Brexit. She's a complete. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. The whole thing's a joke.
It shows you how messed up our government are.
I'm beside myself. 2 years to flatten the curve. Boris Johnson.
Oh, we've lost him. We've lost
What happened there?
No, we've lost Trevor.
Then I dropped out.
He'll know his sound's gone. He'll be back any second.
Dino, just put your banner up just in case somebody does actually jump on as him.
No, if it's Trevor, I'll know it's Trevor.
Okay.
It just goes to show what a mess our government is, doesn't it?
Yeah, but as I said, it's like either way, okay, with the way
it just goes to show what a mess our government is.
It's the average working person that's always going to get fucked over.
It just goes to show what a mess our government is.
The average
Oh.
Trevor, you got your telly on.
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
No. I understand that you had to watch Liz Trout on YouTube. Okay, I understand it, mate. You go for it.
What is this thing? I just think he fancies her, me, and he's never shut up about her.
Yeah, but come on, okay. Look at old fucking mushroom head Boris Johnson.
Oh God.
Right. Let's actually go there then, okay? So, David, did you find Boris Johnson
already been demonetized?
Did I fuck?
No. It was just an open question. David.
No, I know. But did I find him attractive? He was ugly as hell.
See, now Biker was more for Theresa May.
It doesn't matter how she looks. Whatever it is. It's whatever comes from here or what was passed down into that head of hers.
Yes, there we go. Biker's pipes up.
Oh, we're more for Theresa May. Listen, I would have fucked Boris Johnson straight at her with a pickaxe. Theresa May, she would have been kicked straight at Mary, the vile bitch. Yeah.
Right.
Trevor,
New
so
king,
what do
new
you
prime
think?
minister.
Sorry, say that again.
What do you think? Okay, all the female prime ministers that we've had, they've all been conservative. What do you think that is?
You're leading me into a trap here. Why do you think it is?
No, I asked the question.
He
I don't
answered
know.
it with a question.
You not think they slept the way up?
Wow. Looking at this trust, no.
I can't believe the first time Trevor's gone quiet.
This is so. Oh yes, yeah, tricky. Yes, they're extremely talented women who have punched through the glass ceiling.
Fucking hell, God almighty.
I wouldn't even give him a talented.
Well, they're talented at something. Come on.
Nigel, that's a
That is
strong comment.
that is a really good comment. Is that?
Absolutely.
Which one? Nigel's one.
Yeah, it's
That
on
is
screen.
very true. That is very true.
Well, I think it's going to play out like this. I mean, we didn't get a say in this once again. We didn't get a say.
Trevor, we
In
never
she-
get a say in it.
In she comes, voted in by people that have paid to have her in there. So the Tory party membership are paid memberships. I think she's going to do exactly what the WEF tell her to do, exactly like Sunak will do when he takes over in 6 months' time.
Yeah, no, agreed. It's like for me when I look at it, it's like now please do, okay. And I don't think our thoughts are going to be far off, and even with the guys in the chat, it's like for me, I believe when something like what's just happened, okay, I believe they pick the leader of their party, okay, that's them. But I believe that when something like that happens, the prime minister goes, I believe at that point it should go to a general election.
I do as well. I really do. But that never happens, and it's always been the way in this country that the ones with the money, the rich, the posh, the well-educated, will rule over us and will continue to rule over us. And this whole event that's happened now with the Queen is going to emphasise that in such a bigger way. And we're going to see. We're already seeing it. Dino showed a video earlier today. And I saw a little bit of it happening today outside a cafe. I saw a couple getting into quite a heated debate. There is going to be a bit of division here. You know, people absolutely loved her and people absolutely hated her. And there's a whole load of young people who don't really understand what the hell's going on.
I hated her.
And probably don't even realise she's a woman.
That division as well. It's been going on for years, but like you've just said, new generation. And things will kick off. Like even that young guy said it. If you notice, he said, "Born into this. We're born into this." And things like that. And then he actually said the word to that guy. He was quite abusive, actually.
Yeah, no, it's horrible.
You're gay. He mentioned that, and then
of course.
Beginning of the video, he was just talking to himself. I think he was off his head, mate. But
yeah.
I thought he was still on his phone.
It is going to happen, Trevor. You're right. When I saw your comment straight away, I thought he's right. I'm
not saying this in a gloating "oh goody." I'm saying this. Unfortunately, this is going to happen. It's going to cause a lot of division, and we've got 10 days of this constant.
Again, it's about beliefs, isn't it? It's not about evidence. It's not about truth.
Yeah.
Really, it's about beliefs. I mean, if you've got different beliefs, it means you don't know the truth.
Yeah, Dino, could I just sort of say something? And I know this is sort of going off subject. Okay, it's just something that just jumped into my head. Okay, but I do actually want to say it. Pretty Patel, can I say thank fuck you're out of that position that you were in. Okay. Now at last, and I know that the dickhead that we've now got in there ain't gonna be far off of what you are, but I'm absolutely 100% glad that you are out of that fucking position, you silly move.
I'm glad you said that on here, mate, because she watches this live every
Yeah,
single
I'm
week.
going to say, is she a regular?
No,
She's
I'm
always in
sorry.
the chat.
I just had to vent
Can't
that.
get enough of
Okay?
it.
I just had to vent that. Okay, I'm so fucking happy she's out of that position.
Yeah,
Fucking silly cat.
Plod, look at the timing on that. She resigns, new prime minister, Queen dies. Look at it all happening. It's incredible. These things don't happen by mistake, do they?
It's like it all fell in place.
Is it all part of the new world order?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
It
and this is
definitely
what
is.
it comes down to.
Definitely. This is part of the World Economic Forum's mass agenda to make us all own nothing and be happy.
Yep.
And be subservient and just keep working for the rich people. It's ironic that the rich fly around in their private jets telling us to eat bugs while they eat pâté de foie gras. It's an absolute joke. It's an absolute joke. People need to wake up to this nonsense.
Right.
We're the working class, that's why no one gives a shit about us.
Did you see the figures of all the wasted food that came out of number 10 Downing Street for the last year?
No.
All of
Yeah, there was a lot.
that they actually had, okay, and what the full total figure for wasted food was.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Okay,
Go on.
over 2.4 mil.
Mm.
But what in what?
Wasted food.
2.4 mil what? Meals or tons or
No, money.
Money.
oh right.
The valuation of it.
Wasted it.
Well,
Okay.
why would they care? They've got an
when you then
unlimited
look as
source of
well-
money coming in from us idiots.
And then when you look as well, okay, why are the public paying for them to have a second home and they get us to actually pay for it, right? And we're in the actual financial crisis to what we're in, okay? Fucking close that and look at how many billions will then come back into the economy from that.
And what about Richie Sunak claiming expenses to heat his stables
Yeah.
on his land?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so the energy crisis means nothing to them because they claim expenses on their energy,
Absolutely.
Right.
even for their bloody stables.
AD's put a comment up there, and I think that's a fair comment as well, because there is a lot of stories, what have gone out there, and it's hard not to believe from what I've seen anyway.
Yeah, Dino. No, see, for me, do I believe now? As we know, okay, for a long while, okay, the royal family and the BBC had a thing that they were connected, okay, because the way that the BBC actually
They probably
started.
own it.
Yeah, and I believe was he actually fully vetted? I don't think he was. Okay, they've been covering it up for so long, so I don't think so. And then when you look at Andrew, okay, yeah, he just needs to go and find another Pizza Express, okay, and be happy. Okay, that's all he needs to go.
I don't think there's any way whatsoever. If you want to go James Bond style, I don't think there's any way the Queen would not be aware of what her own son was up to, if he was. You know, I don't believe that. I reckon she gets to know absolutely everything. That is of that seriosity. I really do. Because she's got the right to everything, you know.
See, but then Dino,
information, you know, the land.
Yeah, but Dino, is another question to actually throw in on top of what AD put in. What do people actually make about Harry actually turning up and the other half, okay, staying in London?
Oh, that's a danger right there, because you know what Marcus is like. She'll start playing the racist card, won't she?
Yeah, well, this is the thing, okay, and I think that as well. I think a lot more things are coming to light, because if you look at the last interview that they actually done on TV, you can actually see that there was a slight separation of them, okay, and there's something else going on there, okay. Is he starting to actually wake up? Is she actually playing a game? Okay, and these are all questions that need to actually.
She's an actress. She's an actress. She's done
she were told not to fucking come, that's basically it. Do not turn up.
Yeah.
And that's why he came over on his own.
Well, I mean, I'm amazed he's there as is James Hewitt's son.
Have you not figured out yet that it's all a game? All of this is a game.
What, David?
Have you not figured out that all of this is a game they're playing?
Yes.
It's everything's well in control.
It's a horrible, evil game.
Generations ahead, at least one generation ahead. You know, whatever the plans were 20, 30 years ago, that's what's happening now. And what's happening now, it'll die out, and the plans that are being made now are for the future.
Yeah, but Dino, if you look at what they class as New World Orders, okay, there's another name for it, and I think this one is classed as something 3, okay. But when you actually look, okay, it occurs roughly about every 50 to 60 years, okay, that something major actually happens, when a changeover actually happens. And this is, to me, I think this is just part of it.
It's difficult for people, like I said, different beliefs, different opinions. They can only go off what they see and hear. Now, every time I've seen the Queen speak to the people, I mean, for me, I've not got, you know, I'm not going. And tonight, and David will be on in a minute. You know, everything's written for her. I think things should come out of her own mind. Would she say the same things what were written for her by script? I don't know.
Do you know if
But
I
why
ever got a
would that
chance to do the speech, I would tell everyone the truth.
It just seems
That's what's
unnatural.
actually
That, doesn't it?
happening.
Same with politicians. Same with they're all reading a script, and my belief is it's been handed down to them what someone else has written, which means it's the best thing for that person to read out in order for the people to still love what's going on, still believe in what's going on, and accept what's going on.
It's like, Dino,
And then I
I
can't
think-
believe a generation later, no one's seen that it's not getting any better at all, and they're not fucking seeing it, and that's why people are saying, wakey, wakey, please, time's a ticking.
Yeah, but Dino, I think the big shake-up should be, okay, I believe that we should have David Scott the First, okay, as king. Okay, and then I believe then that we should have Bikereddie as PM.
Hang on a minute. I think you're going a bit too far there.
If I was the king, I would tell everyone straight. This country would change for the better. If I was
Would you
king.
need a script, David?
Okay,
Hell no.
So
Hell
David,
no.
what would you change then? What would you right? If you became king, okay, and don't go right way into it, just sort of put it in bullet points, okay. What are 3 main things that you would do straight away if you were king?
Well, I would change the future for the younger generation, help them out. I'd actually put in like helping them get careers and like job opportunities they need.
Okay, isn't that called school?
Yes, but
Yeah,
they
it's
need
separate, innit? Separate.
They need a better opportunity for that.
They're teaching them how to wear dresses at school now.
Indeed,
No, they need
are.
proper.
To monarchy. If you think back, you've got to think back when monarchy started. You know, I'm no brain box on it, but it's like it was. You know, we were the peasants, and they were. You know, you had to literally bow down to
Yeah,
them.
but
You
then don't
do
forget,
that
Dino,
today. It doesn't
that's
fit
what
in.
that's what we always do to Biker anyway, being Lord of the Manor.
Well, I don't know about you. You probably do, mate.
Yeah.
In fact, it won't take you long to kneel down with it. You fucking.
Yeah, don't
short
worry,
lad.
mate. You're the one that's got the parting down the centre of your head.
Well, at least I've got a centre of the head.
Have you? Oh yeah. Sorry. I can.
At least
see
I've
that,
got a
actually.
part in, and it's not just a. It's yeah. So
Yeah,
what?
and then it goes.
It's
into
all
an
the
open
fashion
field.
these days.
All right, so David, so you do that for the younger generation. What are the other 2 things?
Then
Have you, Dino?
I would put money into the NHS to make it a lot fucking better than it already is. Because let's be honest, that's going down the shitter as well.
Okay. So what would be the 3rd thing?
I think I probably shut the gates as well. To be fair, stop letting people coming in.
Okay, fair enough.
Don't
Biker,
forget the monarchy don't tell us what to do.
correct.
They
Biker,
don't tell us what to do. The government does. The Parliament does.
This is why
So
I
what
said
are
about
they
my
what are
Dino.
they saying to us when they make a speech?
Yeah, this is why, Dino, I said about David being king and Biker being PM, because now Biker as PM, okay, what would be the 3 things that you would do, Biker, as PM?
3 things, right? The first thing I would do, I would get
rid of fucking crap
of all the politicians, and I would put in the working class people that actually know what they're talking about. That'll be my first thing. The second thing is, I would fuck the immigrants straight off. They won't be coming in. There'd be no more. That'd be it. Deal with the ones we've got.
Yep.
The third thing, let's just say the third thing could be ongoing.
Oh, come on. You can't say ongoing. Okay, that's the cop out.
I think that's the third thing to say.
No, the third thing will be ongoing based on my first two answers.
Can I just quickly? Can I just ask you, Wahid? Are you still listening? Because I want to know your opinion. Being an Asian guy, I think you might have said you were Pakistani, whatever. Right, and you were born in Bradford, I believe. You're a Yorkshire lad. I want to know your opinion. If you're still listening, if you want to, on immigration, that'd be great. Coming from a guy who was born here but from different ethnic origin. I'll nip off for a bit, guys. Thanks for your brilliant conversation. Anyone who's come in, really appreciate it. Great chat as always.
You wouldn't like what would happen if I was king.
It's all right. At first, when he started talking, Trevor, okay, just then, okay, I thought he was talking to me at first. I thought, what the hell?
Yeah, no, he is confusing.
Who are you talking to?
Don't know. Go on, Trevor. What would you do if 3 things if you were king?
Right, I'd open up Buckingham Palace and give that to all the migrants to stay in.
That's brilliant.
I would fundamentally, anyone in school that has a rainbow badge or purple hair or multiple piercings and claims to be a teacher, I'd get rid of them.
Like him out.
And number 3. Oh, this is like the genie of a lamp, isn't it?
Yeah.
God, I don't know.
That's why.
Get rid of the BBC. Yeah, absolutely, just get rid of it.
Yeah,
not even paying for it. Just end off. Goodbye. No more BBC. We don't need it anymore. It's over. It's a dinosaur. It's finished. I mean, look at it now. They've had this planned for years, you know that, to the finest detail, and they've had the tapes and everything ready, the black suits, the change the logos, they've stripped, apparently I'm told, they've stripped their programming of anything about satire, any comedy or anything like that. It's just going to be non-stop Queen for 10 days from them. So, yeah, you're right, Biker. The BBC and the Queen and the royal family work very closely together. Yep. Very closely together. Ever since they broadcast that coronation of hers.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
That pretty much sealed the deal.
I would dread to look in the archives of the BBC. Fucking hell.
Right.
Well, they erase a lot of the tapes. That's a problem with the BBC.
Do. Without any shadow of a doubt, okay? If it puts them in a bad light, it's gone.
They disappear.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. I can slag off the BBC all day long.
Yeah,
there we go, Trevor. I'll give my 3 now if I was king.
Nobody asked you.
Okay.
Right. You can't self-appoint yourself, mate. Nobody asked you.
Piss off your old.
Go on then.
Right. The first thing I would do, okay, is all of these toffs, okay, and these big businesses, trust me, okay, they can complain about income tax and whatever, okay, trust me, okay, they will be taxed a hell of a lot more, okay, there will be no more safe havens, okay, trust me, I would be going straight after them. Second one, okay, honestly, when I actually look at what I actually do by going out and filming the actual police and everything else, honestly, trust me, the police and what we actually know would actually be gone, and it would be start from scratch, okay. Sometimes you have to strip everything away, okay, to actually get somewhere. And then the third thing that I would actually do is I would then actually bring it in, whether or not it's people that are sort of in Parliament now, or as Biker said, by bringing in working class people to actually be in Parliament. It would be the exact same as the actual police, that if they actually break the law, there is no cover up, they're out of that position, and they do actually face full charges. Okay, none of this walking off bollocks.
Yeah, I don't get that. Why did the police get away with it and we don't?
Why? Because they get top cover. That's why. And I know that Biker mentioned one of my videos. I believe it was Wednesday on here with Dino, where I caught on camera an actual copper driving his car for almost 5 weeks without an MOT.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and he's gone after the video to be taken down, and I'm starting to push it a lot further. And trust me, he's sorry, guys. I know you don't like the language, but he's fucked.
Yeah, they try taking it down for privacy reasons. The privacy reasons were they were driving illegally. The police did nothing about it. That's why I said the other night, are all police officers' cars exempt from ANPR? Regardless.
I see this country going into a police estate. I do. I really do.
Well, I hate to tell you, mate, we're already there.
We're already in it.
Yeah.
James, I've got a joke about that elocution. Right,
Oh,
two
God,
women in a good their husbands, they're playing golf, and the wives are sat in the clubhouse, and there's a posh one, a not so posh lady, and the posh one says to the other lady, she says, "Have you got any children?" She went, "Yes." She says, "When I had my first child, my husband bought me a Mercedes." And this other woman went, "Very nice, very, very nice." And then she said, "When I had my second child, my husband bought me a cottage in the countryside." She went, "Very nice, very, very nice." She said, did your husband buy you anything when you had your first child?" She went, "Yeah, he bought me some elocution lessons." And she went, "They haven't worked, have they?" She went, "They have. I used to say, piss off, but now I say, very nice, very, very nice."
Your delivery was absolutely spot on, Dino.
Thank you very much.
I needed to
Very
be
nice.
pissed. I needed to be pissed to appreciate that one, mate.
Yeah, same here, mate. I agree.
Come on, I try.
I know you do, mate. I know you do.
I know I'm hopeless, but I do try. And it gets people, they start like Ron will come in. He'll come in with a couple of oldies, Why not? Still the best.
Mate.
Still the best. Okay, let's hear one of yours.
I ain't got any, mate. I don't perceive.
Come on, then. Come on.
I don't do it.
Come on.
You know that. I'm known for my one-liners. You should know that.
Yeah, I don't do jokes. David, you should know a good joke.
I don't do jokes, I'm afraid.
Okay. Trevor, what about you?
So don't call me for it then.
Well,
you just come out with it.
The Queen's funeral is probably going to cost in excess of £11 billion. Is that funny?
Is that all? I wonder where all that money's going to, apart from the cost of the funeral. Maybe 11 what?
Billion.
even million would sound ridiculous, but I'm sure.
Where did you get that figure from?
Billion.
Where did you get the figure from?
It's God. I did a Google search. I just asked the question, "How much do you think the funeral is going to cost?" And it came up with a load of sites. Yeah, the estimates go between 6 billion to 11 billion, but one of the sites I was reading said that it could go higher because there's extra expenses. security, goes on and on and on. I did post the link earlier, actually.
I saw that link here.
Yeah.
Where did they get that figure from? Even with security and everything else that's going to be there.
Well, don't forget, this has been planned for years, so they know the cost of this. They know what they have to do in terms of shutting down London, what policing they need to do, what security. Every division is going to come into this. Army, Navy, Air Force, all of these people are going to be represented.
Trevor, don't forget as well, it's not just about shutting London down, okay?
No, they're shutting the entire country down.
Okay, because they've also got to shut Windsor and everything else down as well.
Mm.
So when you actually look, okay, in the way that the procession will come out of London, right, all the way from the city of London, okay, right the way to Windsor will be packed. Do you remember?
Yeah, Diana.
Remember the motor?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it's going to be like.
Feedback, mate.
And Prince Charles has got to do a tour as well. That's not going to be cheap.
Yeah.
And then he's got to do a tour of the Commonwealth.
I reckon you should do it for him on your push bike. On the handlebars.
I think he should just Zoom call it. Just sit on the laptop and do the whole thing on the Zoom call. He can have Greta Thunberg bouncing on his knee while he does it, and a picture of Jimmy Savile in the background. With his chunky sausage fingers. That's what he can do.
But you're not cynical, are you? You're not cynical.
I'm not cynical, no. When you get to 60, you run out of fucks to give.
Mate, I run out of them at 50.
Honestly, I just everything I've seen transpire over. Everything I've seen transpire
about 30 years ago.
Yeah. Anyway,
James, I know what you like. I know Spikey and Claire are in there. I know Spikey still is. Claire, thanks for coming in. Spikey, all right, Blue. Cheers, mate.
Yorkshire Monkeys just landed.
Where is that guy?
I'm gonna need to jump off. So I will say thanks for having me on. Hopefully I'll come back on a bit later. Do have a good evening, you guys. Okay, always a pleasure. And have a good evening to everyone in the chat. Okay, don't forget, if you are new, like and subscribe to Deanology. Okay, absolutely amazing. Don't forget, you got Trevor's channel, you got David's channel, and you've got
don't look at that though.
Bikereddie's channel.
Pack it in, Trevor.
Okay, and don't forget Dino. Okay, I want to say a big thank you. Okay, to one of my actual best friends. Okay, to yourself, Dino. Okay, as long as nobody else gets jealous because I'm calling you one of my best friends.
Oh,
okay, it's all good. Okay, thank you as well, Biker. And then
David, I've got tingles.
Thank you very much. And have a good night, Dragon, and I'll see you all soon.
Yeah,
thanks very much. Absolutely brilliant.
See you later, bud.
All right, take it easy. Have a good night.
Yeah, see you
nice
later.
one. Speak soon. Cheers, Claude. Right, there he is. One of the best, if not the best auditor in the world. And I'll keep saying it, guys, because no one's proved me wrong yet. I know people don't like his style and people love his style, so you work it out. He is one of the best in the world, for me, simply because he absolutely bangs that law out. Them laws, when he's out there auditing, to the law. And I know Trevor doesn't like it that much, but I still believe auditing should carry on because the police aren't going to stop. They're aware of it now. They're very much aware of it. But I still think you're always going to get quite a few actually, who will not do their job properly, and they're going to still have to be exposed. So good on you, auditors. But for me, Claude, and there are quite a few others now who've been coming through for a while. But for me, it's been like a new era, like a new shift. I mean, a lot of people have been inspired by, people like Live Free and, and guys like that. Rightly so, and then they've adopted their own styles and things like that. And we know, everyone knows Live free when it comes to auditing. Agree or disagree, love or hate, and all that comes into it. But it's about getting the job done. And what it is with Plod is right. Where a lot of people just go in it, and they do get the rights abused, etc., and infringed upon, and they've got every right to put a claim in because they're filming in public, which is legal. And Plod has had many a situation. If you've seen his videos, God knows how many claims he's put in. I think he claimed on here one night it was over 30, and he doesn't want any money. He probably, whatever happens after, hopefully he can get these guys out of a job, or or at the furthest retrained. So that's what he's in it for. So that's why he is one of the best for that reason. The way he does it, the amount of work he does, the amount of miles he travels, etc., etc. So, and I'm not just saying it because we're friends. I might be slightly biased compared to a lot of great auditors as well, but I'll keep saying it. It's one of the best. Prove me wrong. So,
but I'll tell you what, Dino. I'll tell you what, Dino. It'd be a brave auditor that goes out in the next 10 days and hangs around a police station.
Why is that, Trev?
Well, the police are going to be playing the high alert, Queen dead status. That they'll be hyper alert. So yeah. You won't see. Nobody's going to be audited in the next 10 days.
Are you saying the next attack could be for Charles? Like,
no. They love to use that. We're on the highest terrorist alert level as an excuse to usher you away from the gates of the police station. That's their favourite line, isn't it?
Oh, it's gone up, hasn't it? From substantial, it's gone up to high now.
Yeah. So it'll be super high when we've got all these dignitaries coming into the country to just pay respects to the Queen.
I mean, the amount of people that's going to be gathered when this event happens is, in all honesty, it's a good opportunity for anybody.
Yeah, but let's not say any more than that, just in case algorithms and stuff like that. But yeah, I think it'd be a brave auditor who hangs around a police station in the next 10 days. Very brave. And I don't think we'll see anyone doing it, to be brutally honest. I think we'll see old footage from weeks ago. The only one that would have anything fresh would be Charlie Beach. And that would be the same old thing hanging around Piccadilly Gardens looking at those same people again. I mean, they all know his name now, even the police. Well, it's like an episode of Coronation Street, more like now.
Yeah, Plus said he'll be going out. It won't return.
No, he'll be going out.
He's just put it in chat now that he'll be going out.
I think London,
London would be, it's going to be full on.
Up here, though, Trevor, up north, I don't know. There'll be a different attitude. There is
of course. There is anyway, isn't there? Very different. And it's very different in Scotland as well. Very different.
But percentage of country's police force are now going to be based down in London for the next 10 days.
Yeah.
Has anyone thinking about it? Right. So the Queen. So we were talking the British Empire. So we're talking Canada, the Commonwealth, right? So Canada, Australia, New Zealand, all them countries which are attached to our monarchy under that rule. So has anyone heard what people's opinions have been from them countries?
Yeah.
In the news or where?
Well, I've seen things on YouTube. Don't watch the news. You've had all the prime ministers and what have you giving their, the normal stuff that they normally give. But when you listen to the people on the ground, it's the same as here. It's
the same. It's very mixed. Yeah. It's not universal. This isn't Diana. This is very different.
Definitely.
Very different. The vibe out there is totally different to when Diana died. Very different.
Well, we're talking different blood already.
Well, we're talking a different thing. The Queen's died. Natural causes or whatever. Diana, let's not speculate so much, but a lot of controversy in the word, and it's still ongoing now.
Does anyone know if Elton John's made a new version of Candle in the Wind for the Queen's funeral?
No,
I know he likes to cash
Probably
in
not,
on
yeah.
these things.
It wouldn't surprise me if he did, Trevor, to be honest with you.
Well,
He does live in Windsor.
He did a tribute in Canada last night. I think it was Toronto.
Of course he did.
I mean, he's good friends. He's been good friends with the royalty, hasn't he, as well, over the years?
Sir Elton John, Sir Cliff Richard, Sir Rolf Harris, Sir...
Celebrities, royal family, going back to the history, I'm not sure at the beginning of television and things like that, how much they got involved with celebrities and the entertainment industry. But these days,
the Queen was heavily involved. She was at Royal Variety performance and always at film openings and premieres. And I mean, extremely active. It's only in recent years that she's an old woman. She's frail. She's pulled back from a lot of the stuff, and even more so in the last 3 years.
I remember, Trevor, while you've mentioned the variety shows and things like that, which was it once a year where you get a different, or maybe the same host with acts on?
Real variety performance.
One guy who came on 1 year, and I'm definite. It was that point. There was a period where people were saying, "What's the monarchy for? Was it all this? And was it all?" And then they started turning a bit hip. And then all these jokes were in the past. They used to say, "We are not amused." I'm just saying that as a rhetoric. But there were one comedian, and he started the show with, "Good evening, everybody. Blah, blah, blah. I hope you're all well." And I'd have to look back. The words in details I can't remember, but it was something like, "Good evening, everybody. We're all the same, and that includes everyone inside this venue." And she was, they were sat in the, and there was a camera angle on her, and it showed her smiling, going. But before that, no, they wouldn't have it. They would not have that type of thing. Anything said about them, even in a joking manner. But now, it's getting the jokes, and they kind of got a bit hip overnight. When I say overnight, might have took a year or two, but people started getting pissed off with and asking all these questions of what do they actually do. And that's
it radically changed after Diana died, didn't it? Let's be honest. I think we all felt very differently about the royal family after that. It could have
been that time, Trevor. In fact, no, it might have been before that, actually. I think it was. But, yeah, things did change after that. And that was
Well, just take a look at Harry. I mean, he joined the army. It was supposed to be sort of the working man's kind of hero, if you like. He went out, he went to Afghanistan, media filmed him shooting a machine gun. He was there for 8 days.
Went to Vegas, wore a Nazi uniform.
Yeah, he went there for 8 days and he was brought home for his own safety. Really? He was brought home for his own safety, for fuck's sake. And then they paid £14 million for him to train as an Apache co-pilot. Not a pilot, a co-pilot. 14 million. He did 8 months in that and then decided he was leaving the army. What an absolute fucking waste of space.
What did the Queen die of? Or has that not been an official...
Well, at the moment, mate, I would hazard a guess it's lack of oxygen, because we don't know, do we?
That's what I'm asking, because I don't read into the... I just hear on the street.
It's not been said. I mean, on Tuesday, she were sort of up on her feet, handed over to new Prime Minister, blah, 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 and everything else. She took Boris Johnson's resignation. And then that was it. She went downhill from there. So we don't know.
Yeah. Ron...
Coincidence?
Ron's a very nice guy, but
You took what you want, Trevor. I've got my theories.
I know what you mean.
I have as well.
Patsy Kelly, thanks for coming in. And I know a few other people have come in as well, but as usual on here, There's hardly, more than a few seconds.
Well, I'll chuck a theory at you, Trevor. What we saw on the TV about
See what I mean?
Boris resigning and giving his resignation to the Queen, and then Liz Truss being announced as a new PM with the Queen. Was that actually filmed on Tuesday?
Wow, yes. Yeah, no,
it's how everything seems to fall into place between.
Well, it is spooky because I said over a year ago I predicted that the Queen would be dead before the end of this year, and I predicted that Boris would resign. I didn't predict Fauci would resign, but we've got Priti Patel. She resigned. Yeah, it's all a little bit. Yeah, I better take this tinfoil hat off. That's probably what's doing it. But yeah, it's all a little bit convenient, isn't it? All of this 2 years to flatten the curve, and now all of this, boom, 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 hit after hit after hit.
I'm not sure about that, Yorkshire. Blood cancer, I don't know. I don't think you probably won't even get the truth of, and you don't hear from these people. So how nice are they? Someone mentioned Diana before. Who the hell would? Do you think that was an accident? I mean, for fuck's sake,
No.
you've got to be well asleep to think it wasn't.
It wasn't
in my opinion.
It wasn't an accident, mate.
No,
that's what I'm saying. You'd have to be asleep if you thought it was an accident. So, and for me, as soon as I saw it, I woke up and I'm thinking, what's going on here? I had a TV then, and it was like, bloody hell, and it was like the stories getting told, the tunnel, and all that, and straight away, your intuition, it kicks in, and it's like, it does with me anyway, and I'm thinking, that's got to be a fucking setup, and it's why, and who's organised it, and who's done it. Well, who do you think? Because where else would that come from? Who else would want that person dead when she's part of royalty and she started dating a Muslim? Maybe that had something to do with the royal bloodline, I don't know.
Yeah, but she was sorting James Hewitt out, wasn't she, prior to Dodie?
Yeah, Harry's dad, yeah.
Yeah, but it was
that's so obvious as well. They all sleep behind each other's backs. Early days, it was incestuous.
But we're all meant to not notice, aren't we? People go, God, he doesn't half look like James Hewitt. But you go, no, shut up. It's Diana. Shut up.
Yeah,
we're all told to shut up, aren't we?
Can't you tell? I mean, look at his ears.
Look at all the royals, right? Look at them all. How many are ginger? Fucking one of them. Just the one.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's very odd. That whole thing is odd, and him and Meghan Marcus, the actress, who's I would have thought she would have seen. Well, I got her wrong. I thought she would have leapt on a plane and been over here like a shot, and with a selection of black dresses to wear. But I think her staying at home is quite very telling, and I worry what she's going to be. Well, yeah, because she's going to be talking to all the American media, isn't she? She's going to be kind of touted around on all the different news networks now for her take on it all, because she's royalty, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, Teflon, Yorkshire, I mentioned that, but I didn't mention that, what you just brought up. So, yeah, don't forget that as well. There was about to be part royal, no blood, but highly associated, the most photographed woman in the world and all that, and, about to give birth to, and they would probably bless that child as a Muslim. And so how can you have, and, because the rules are with the royals, it's a bloodline. It's nothing to do with anyone else.
Somebody just mentioned about the condition of the Queen's skin colour and everything else. I mean, my grandma, she died in June this year. She was 96. and her skin was same. She was black.
Yeah.
In areas all over her skin.
She had a great big brown spot on her hand. She was on walking sticks when she was doing that handover to Robot.
Yeah, and apparently that's down to the body beginning to shut down. That's what we were told anyway. When you start getting what looks like bruises, but they're not bruises.
Yeah.
That's a sign that your veins are shutting down, your body slowly begins to shut down. That's what we were told. My grandma died of natural causes. That was it. So it might have been natural causes, we don't know.
Chris, great question. I don't know. Obviously pretends to be, you know, attending churches and all that, but whether she really is or not, personally, I don't know. That's a question I've never heard before. But good enough for a response from people.
Well, she was head of the Church of England. She was head of the Church of England. So, and everything they do is kind of religious based and
head of everything, really. But whether she believed in it or not, I don't know. If you're born into that position and you have to be, then fair enough. But whether you actually believe in it or not, I personally, I don't know about that. Maybe 50-50, but I kind of doubt it. Now you've asked it.
It makes no difference whether she won or not. I mean, there's a lot of people out there, like knowing Margaret Thatcher, that's celebrating her death and everything else. How the fuck do you celebrate somebody's death? I don't care what she meant to you or what she did or didn't do in your opinion, but you cannot celebrate somebody's death. To do that, you're as sick as fuck. You really are.
I don't think it's anything to celebrate. In fact, I'm actually shitting myself, if you want to know the truth, at the prospect of what's possibly going to happen here, because
you don't know what's coming.
It really is unknown. At least she was a constant.
Yeah.
In a weird way, we thought she would live forever, but realistically, we knew that she was on her way out, and we knew that Charles wasn't jumping next. I still think Charles might change his name to George. I think that's a possibility.
I don't know.
But that's because of the history of previous Charles. But that might not be in his thought process. But anyway, King Charles has got a nice ring to it, but he won't be there long, will he? What is he? He's at 70 something, 80 something, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in his 70s.
In his late 70s, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I've said he'll become king, and within 12 months he'll abdicate and he'll give it to William. Which, if you think about it, William's age, he's going to have more longevity in his reign than what his father will have, and that's it. So I reckon he'll put him there. He'll abdicate without a doubt. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Yorkshire, yeah, but in a different way, right? Compared to
everything changes, doesn't it? Again. So
this is a seismic shift. You know, we're really being buffeted here. You know, 2 years to flatten the curve, and now this. Mm-hmm. I'm throwing to that the economic situation we're all in at the moment, and how crap that all is. And underlying all of it is this whole thing of we've got to go green, we've got to go green, we've got to go green, we've got to save the planet, we've got to go green. And that's actually...
You must go on, Chris.
It's to our detriment. We're taking our eyes off the ball here. We're looking at things that we're not meant to be really looking at instead of concentrating on what's really important.
No, right. I mean, this sounds a bit crass, but... If you go back to the 50s, when the Queen first colonized and everything else, right, the people that were around then, they had only the media to rely on.
Well, yes, we're in a very different age now, aren't we?
We're in a totally different age where we've got so much more to rely on, and we've got so much more to make our minds up over. Whereas going back to the 50s, people didn't have that.
No.
They might have their own opinions, but they had nothing to base it on the way that we have nowadays.
Yeah, you're right. We're just guessing, aren't we? We're saying, I think this will happen. I think that'll happen. According to Great, are you doing great? Thanks for coming in. He's actually said in his speech that he'll be king for as long as God grants him. So I don't know about that.
Well, God might say to him, abdicate in 9 months' time.
Kim, thanks for coming in, Kim. I know, Patsy, you've come in and a few other people have come in, but you know what it's like. Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it. All your support. There's over 70 people in. It was bound to be brought up, but thanks for all your respect in the chat when it comes to asking and answering questions and your opinions as well. Superb. Brilliant, guys.
It's a massive subject that can be discussed for ages and ages and ages.
Oh, God, yeah.
And in here very, very much properly as well. David, if you're listening, come back in. I've just put the link up if you want to. Anyone else as well, of course. Rally Ali, how you doing? Cheers. So I'll see you, Rolf Harris painting the Queens. But I do actually, Paul and Betty, spaghetti legs Wilson. What? What kind of a name? Right, thanks for being a sub. But I mean, what kind of a name's that? Are you doing Paul and Betty?
Yeah.
Wilson.
A lot of people in chat saying that he'll stay king till he dies, basically. Yeah, I mean, that's what he said.
Isn't that the point? Isn't that the point anyway? Is that like what they've all done beforehand?
No, because
not all of them. No.
There's been abdications before that. But I'll put money on it that he'll abdicate. Believe me. And if he abdicates, then it's going to cause a whole new fucking can of worms to be opened. Like us going to be the Prince of Wales then after that.
AD, as always, for comments. Strong comments.
Who's the next in line to the throne?
We don't know. That's the only true answer. People in the 50s didn't have internet, but they weren't. This is what I mean.
No,
generation times.
I wasn't saying they were stupid, mate. I'm just saying they didn't have the information that we have got now. We've got more information. We can make our minds up in hundreds of different ways because those people in the 50s didn't have that option. That's what I'm trying to say with that.
Yeah, it's just an opinion coming in, but our culture is moronic now in comparison to the pattern. I can't disagree with that part. You know. Joe Dirt Treasure, hi. I'm going to nip off for a minute and just leave you guys to it. Chris, if that's you backstage, can you put something in the chat or private chat? Yeah, I think it could be, but I've got to be careful, as you know. I've lost count of the amount of times I've been abused. Right, I'll nip off and I'll Chris, just hang in a bit.
Oh, right. I think I've just found out who next in line is after William. It's his son, George, his oldest son.
LT.
Well, it's Kate William's oldest son. I don't know.
LT now.
What is it, 10, 11?
All right.
Something like that, I don't know. But yeah, that's who's next in line after William.
Well, it's fun speculating who's going to be next, but we know who's definitely going to be next.
Oh, yeah.
And we know that he's likes talking to plants.
I said some irony in that, man.
And he wanders around with bags of cash.
Yeah, Harry doesn't even figure in becoming the king of anything.
No, don't even ignore him. He's only been, ignore him. It really is. That's not even a factor, and he knows it as well. It's
the firstborn, isn't it? That's always the first, the first one that does it. So yeah, so hence William's oldest son.
Yes,
and that's how it's going to go, and it's not going to change.
It's a shame it's not somebody younger straight away. Charles is too old for the job, really, now.
That's why I said he'll abdicate. I think he knows that himself. I reckon he will abdicate and William will take over.
He's put the work in, though. He's put the groundwork in. He's made a lot of contacts, and he's got to come through now. You know, they were all banking on him being king, and now he's got the gig. He's got to come through. So,
yeah, he might do. He might do for 12 months. But
Chris, if that's you, give me a wave.
I don't think he'll see his term, mate. I think he will abdicate.
Right, cheers. I'm bringing Chris the Brick on, our new friend, who was on, who's been on before.
Hello, Chris. You'll bring some fun to this conversation, won't you, mate?
Hiya, Chris. How you doing there? Thanks for coming on.
I've got one question straight away, which I hope one of you can answer. Does that mean Camilla's now allowed to roam around the palace with all the crown jewels and that on?
No. In theory, no. What pisses me off, right, is she's got the title of Queen Consort. That's what pisses me off.
But we all know who the real queen was. We know who the real queen was. It was Freddie Mercury. But now the queen is dead, and her husband, in my opinion, that's the royal family. That was the royal family, in my opinion. Again, the younger kids, they're young, but I'm never a monarch, never will be. But again, she was a freaking legend, like she was, wasn't she? In all honesty, you didn't have to love her, even if you did hate her, she was a legend.
Yeah.
She'll never be forgotten, that's for sure. Great, that's a fair enough thing to say. It's your opinion. Ask yourself, would you be abdicated after being groomed for 70 years to be king? Has he been groomed to be king? There was always controversy before, if I remember. Will Charles be king? Will it be William?
Yes.
William was mentioned years ago.
Yeah, it's definitely been groomed to be king, mate.
Yeah, definitely. It's a fair comment, though. That great. Thanks for that.
I mean, the Queen, she weren't groomed because she basically were dropped into it. She was groomed into the role as she were doing it.
Right. What do you think about Jimmy? Because this subject about that, it's one of my it's where I feel angry about paedophilia. What do you think about that? Because that's been, that's kind of common knowledge, really. It's not like, it's true. It's true. It's been, all parties have admitted. Film footage.
He's dead now. We can go on about Jimmy Savile until the cows come home. He's dead. The damage is done.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be forgotten. Trevor, you know.
No, I know. I'll never be forgotten. It will never be forgotten, will it?
It's just horrible, though. When that name comes up, it sparks emotions in people. Yeah.
Yeah, I had some American commentators referencing him.
Yeah. Neil Robinson asked me a question: for what reason do I think that Prince Charles will abdicate? Like I said, I think because of his age, and William is younger, and the longevity that he could bring to the monarchy because he's younger. That's my reason. That's my reason or thinking behind that one. I think because Prince Charles has done so much, he's involved with so many different charities around the country, around the world, everything else. All that has now got to be handed over to somebody else. And I think he's probably more suited to that role than he is to being a king. Whereas William is pretty sort of fresh-faced, if you like. I know his age, but in the sort of context of things, he's the younger person, and I think he's the most obvious choice to take over the monarchy, purely based on his age. That's just my opinion.
What does it take to be a king?
What does it say to anybody, mate?
You have to get to the other side of the chessboard.
We're talking about world power here, you know. So
Can he do the wave? Can he do the wave? This is it. Can he do the wave properly? Because he can't. Can he? The Queen was the only one who had done that. So now when one of the youngest ones take over, it's going to be a fist pump or an airdrop, isn't it? They're going to modernise the Queen's wave. That's what they're going to do. Charles is not that person to do that. So that's why he's probably going to hand it over, lads. He won't be like the Queen did.
Yeah. New ways, hopefully. He's what age is William now? He's I think it was 1981 when they got married. So it weren't long after 82, 83 maybe when William was born. So
I think he's around about my age, Dean.
30, nearly 40 years old.
Aye. He's a little bit older than me. So older.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, it's 40-year-old, mate, born 21st of June 1982.
How old was the Queen when she got coronated?
25, I think. Yeah, because
I mean, you don't know the world at that age, really. You grow into it, but I mean, anyone at the top of any either profession or power, unit like the Royals, I think they always get, told what to do and say. They're not, they aren't kind of known to not being that smart, really.
Before they were groomed into it.
What do they, what have they done though? I know you're pro. All I'm doing is asking questions. I am being a bit controversial, but it might bring more opinions out from people. But that's all I want on here, mate. So please don't take offence with anything, anybody. And I know you don't.
Yeah. But yeah, Robinson, I reckon in a good few years, yeah. I said next 12 months, maybe that's a bit. I don't know, but I do think he'll abdicate. Yeah, he's only he's 73 now. Prince William's 40. No, I think he'll abdicate. That is just my gut feeling, my opinion.
Do you know the amount of people who've I've asked them innocently, and I've said, what are the royal family about these days? Because compared to the past, totally not completely, totally different. But you know what I mean. And most people have answered with mainly the same answer, which is they've been great ambassadors for the country, and a big tourist attraction.
Oh, I hate that one.
Things like that. Yeah, me too, Trevor. Me too. You know what I mean?
I would have said the postal service, mate. I would have said the postal service. See, that's how stupid I am.
They don't own the postal service anymore. It's no longer royal. It's nothing to do with the Queen. It's a private company.
Yeah. But again, this is what I'm saying. The only thing when I grew up knowing about the Queen was the postal service. And now they haven't even got the decent boxes like they used to have. They're now these crappy ones. I'll tell you now, the price. So basically, the Queen now, in my eyes, she was like a religion. That's what it was like in my eyes. It was a different religion. People believed in and whatever as they do religions. But honestly, whatever the day, I cannot say it, but I'm not saying the different. Charity work is a lot what the younger ones and that do. But in all honesty, it's one of them ones, isn't it? We've got it stuck with it and we'll never get rid of it. We just got to live with it, haven't we?
In my opinion, it's part of our heritage, and that is it, and we can't get away from that.
No, that's fair comment. Can I just say, sorry, Chris, I'm sorry. It's just when Yvonne says good night, I've always got to butt in. Carry on. Yvonne, thanks very much as always. For everything you do for the channel and for always cheering me up. Right, carry on, isn't it?
Yeah, you were wise to do that there, Dean, mate. The last person you want to be upsetting is Yvonne. Aye.
Chris, you won't believe the amount of stick I get off that woman.
Don't believe it. Do not believe it. That's nah. I heard the wish talk to you very politely.
She's a diamond, but we do speak in private from time to time, and I don't half get some stick. It's like it's always about the bloody channel. It's like she can't look after me enough on the channel. She doesn't want anybody saying the wrong word or anything like that. She won't have it on here, and I'm trying to say, yeah, but Yvonne, well, things like that, and we're going back and forth. But she's so protective, and
Dean, I've seen your audit video. Stop playing the victim. I know you can look up yourself. Yvonne does not pick on you. Baker, you and Baker stick together and tag team up on Yvonne, and she'll have the two of you down in a minute, a flash. So for me, you release yourself by letting this anger out by auditing people, but you can never be able to talk to Yvonne in that way. But honestly, now she's gone, you and Baker have got a little bit of leeway to be kids again.
Right,
Yvonne, thank you.
Right, going back to the royal family, etc., etc. Right, there's a lot of things going to change. We know they've got to change. Right, we've got all right. For one, we've got all that currency out there. Are they going to change it?
Yeah, but not it won't be for a while, and it won't be. It probably won't be until we hear something in the new year about it, probably. But don't.
Exactly. I've heard it takes 10 years to get everything up and going and get it all minted. Blah blah.
Really?
So
yeah. So
next thing, right? You've got our national anthem.
Yeah,
that's easy to change, isn't it?
Well,
it's one word.
It's
who wrote that? Does anyone know who wrote it?
Let me finish. It's our gracious Queen, isn't it? So they can't say our gracious King, because that won't be correct, would it?
Our big load King.
So what could they put in there?
I don't know.
Oh, big head King.
Words have got to match the actions, for one. And who wrote that? Who actually devised that lyric? Them lyrics?
Not a clue, mate, but I'll find out for you.
So yeah, cheers. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, innocently we take things for granted. But I'd like to know who written that, and then what was that person about? Who was he? How was his life? How did he live? What was his? Your
PA's onto that now, Joe Rogan.
For granted, I do think that.
Getting like a Joe Rogan podcast now, this Dino for you, mate. You've got people doing your PA when you want information, getting it in a flash for you. You can Chris, go after the toilet as many times as you want.
Chris, I know you're quite new, and everyone's taking to you straight away in here, and I love it when you've been on. But these guys, I'm talking Biker, Claude, Yvonne, and Paul, right? They are a team behind me, and
you can see that, mate.
I do know what I'm doing, and I do take notice of more than I let on sometimes, and that's just to, just to play. I know how to do the live, basically, is what I'm saying.
Dean, I do apologise if that come across a bit condescending. That wasn't the way it was meant to. I was just like, I admire the way you've got these people around you, mate. Again, this is what a lot of people do. I didn't mean anything by that.
I never took it bad anyway. It's just with you being new, it's like a lot of people know, but I mean, I have a team behind me when it comes to a live, and it's like I never asked any of these guys to do anything for me. It's just came in and wanted to do it, and they do it, and it's like it makes my life easier hosting a live, and it allows me to talk in confidence and ask all them questions and things like that, and have the banter, and it just makes my life easier. And most
and it lets us have the experiences of your life.
They simply say after the lives, most comments are just like, enjoyed the live, good live, brilliant, thank you, loved it, and that's what I get 99.5% of the time after a live.
Of course it is, Dean, because obviously the experience that people are getting through this again is. And Dean, can I say, that last time I was on, well, basically the first time I came on when you asked us back, and I've obviously because Yvonne was on and Baker was on, and I mean I knew because these people are very close to you. I thought, I'm getting tested, Sean. Dean's got his team on to keep us in check, and Dean's not stupid. I'm looking. I'll tell you. Look, I have contacts, right? I just don't wear them very often. That's what. But no, mate. Look, I'm not stupid. I knew that to do stuff like this, the way you're doing it, you have got to have like a lot of knowledge and basically good people behind you. But it wasn't hard to see who a couple of those people were. And I mean, that I'd love to have that, Dean. I would. It gives you a lot of freedom to give us what you do. But I'm still going to say to you that you're like Joe Rogan now. He's going to have to look over his shoulder because these podcasts are getting better and better. That's what I'm saying, mate. Biker, we got that information.
Right, can I just go back to what you asked, Dean, or you asked who actually wrote God Save the Queen?
Yeah.
From what I'm reading now here, it's quite interesting. Nobody knows. Nobody knows who wrote it. Right, it's lost in obscurity, apparently. But in 1745, with King Charles, I don't know which one, doesn't say, King Charles Edward, right, the actual lyrics were, God save great George, our king. Long live the noble king.
This is why I think he changed his name to George. I really do.
Well, based on what I'm reading now, I tend to agree now, mate, because it fits the old lyrics, if you like.
That works out well.
God save great George, our king. God save Philip, our king. It don't has that. It ain't got that ring, has it? So if they're going to base it on basically the actual writing of it, which was Charles Edward, it was based on Charles Edward in 1745. From what I'm reading here, so Charles must have changed his name to George in 1745, whichever Charles that would have been. Fuck knows. All I'm saying, I'm just seeing lyrics here. But yeah, nobody knows who wrote it, mate.
Right, James, as always, a fountain of knowledge. And this is what other people discover. Like James, I've never heard of that. That's worth looking into, at least. So thank you, James. You're always a bloody surprise sometimes. That's why we love you in here, okay? So stick around and behave yourself. I know you do most of the time, but you know what I mean by that. Pork chop. Pork chop. Hello to you as well. All right. You've been in a few times recently, and then I think it was a while ago when you used to come in, and then nothing, and then recently. So, but anyway, I'm sure you're a Yorkshire lad. I'm pretty sure, if I remember. Don't pick on me. It's not my fault. I'm from Lancashire. I get enough off Biker. So go easy on me. Mini 1978. Henry Curry written it in 1744. Okay. Wow. It's got people looking. It's got people.
This is what this stream does. Yeah, Dino. This is what it does. It gets people's brains thinking. Like, obviously, I'm a bit above my intellectual capability, so I'm not going to try and research anything. I'm just waiting for the knowledge to come from the fountains that are in the panel or the chat. So,
No, the Chris. Honestly, there's that many of them. It's like, whoa, which one do I put? Which question do I ask the guys on the panel? Look at it's so brilliant. And I know the ones who ask the questions, and I don't ask the panel that question or mention, they know. Sometimes alive, it can go a bit fast and it can go on for a while. So one conversation. So if only there was enough hours in a day, you know.
Can Charles not change that? Can he not do that for put more hours in the day? First one thing he could do for Wall, maybe extend it to a 28-hour day.
We can try. Hey.
Again, sorry for lowering the tone, boys and girls. I do apologise. I'm a bit further up north. I'm a bit further up north than these lads, so we use our brains a bit more.
Charlotte, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Comes in every live now, does Charlotte. Thank you. Can I just mention a certain subscriber stroke regular panel chat member, China Doll. Now, she's probably not listening, but she might be watching it back at some point later, but she's been in touch with me and she isn't well, so she's not going to be around for a little bit. So she's just unwell for the minute, and she's not been well for a while. So just thought I'd let you know that so you don't get worried, because I know we've a few people in here love talking to China, and don't worry, she's not gone. She's just sorting through a few things with her illness at the minute. So,
Ian, yes.
Ian,
that is a good question. That.
Thanks, Alligator. Ian, how you doing? I noticed you did come in a bit earlier on. Thanks. 1688. What was the name of the king who led the bloodless revolution? It was William.
Boom. There goes my theory. There you go. That brings my theory into play. Because Charles abdicates, William comes into it. Boom. There we go. We could have a repeat of history.
It's yeah. Yeah, they don't name them by accident, do they?
Nope, not at all. Is it a massive forward-thinking plan that they can plan for hundreds of years in advance? But depending on which century performs, then it sort of dictates when the next century performs, and so on and so forth.
Well, I'll bring religion into it now. Going back to King James, I do believe that the Bible that was written before he got hold of it was a lot different, and then it changed into the King James Bible. And then, a lot of people have been saying if you go back to the original Bible, whatever that might have said, it's probably completely different. Not completely, but it's been changed a lot, and things missing out. The rule book of life, really. Thou shalt fear, and then the Second Testament is all about love. So, Testament 1, don't make a move or else you're going to hell and all this. And people back then with that mindset would have probably believed that if you do something wrong, whatever that is, you're going to end up in flames.
It was the same with the thou shalt not kill one as well, wasn't it? First Testament, that's what it said. And then in the second one, it was thou shalt not murder. It was obviously...
Thou shalt not commit as well.
Why change it? Why would anyone change?
It's to suit the times and the actual current position that people are in and the belief systems. And again, for me, because a big part of my life, religion, because I'm not. But again, I don't judge anyone for it. But again, the book gets changed to suit the needs of the people at the time, and stuff gets left out. Because let's face it, if us four on this panel were going to write the same book for like this day and age, how we wanted it to rule, if we all put our thoughts in, we, as soon as one were left and it was able to add in like Bill's opinion, we'll get rid of that, and then after 100 years or so, it kind of gets lost, and texts and scripts get changed, and it's all
it's a manipulation. It's to manipulate. For me, that's like an instruction manual for people to read, to be in fear, and you can't do this, you can't do that, and
if I ask you this question, can God, if there's a God, does he feel regret? Because again, if he can feel the emotion regret, it would imply that something he's done, because everything he's meant to have done was meant to have been his way and the way it should be. So if he doesn't regret, why would he be bothered if people like me don't worship him in the way that this book tells we to, with the threat that if we don't, we're going to go to this place that he's created for these people that don't follow him or think him. And why wouldn't you just love me?
Why not say, instead, if you've done something wrong, I still love you. Because he's, your sins, but I still love you. So why would he send you into a cauldron of flames where you would feel pain and you would feel fear before that happened because you're not dead yet?
That
is ridiculous to me.
I asked a question when I was in school, and it got me detention. Right. Used to do religious education, blah, blah, blah. And I asked the question, based on the Bible, why has God killed more people than the devil?
Chris, you might have something, Biker. I'm sorry, I missed that. There's a bit of sound going on, Chris.
Sorry, Dean, I was just travelling through the sitting room. I apologise there.
It's all right. No worries.
Yeah, I asked a question, why, and it got me detention, right? Because I was being, I don't know, whatever that RE teacher thought I was being. I asked the question, why, according to the Bible, has God killed more people than the devil?
But you were popular in that class with a teacher.
Yeah, it got me detention, mate. But if you read the Bible, and I have, God has killed more people than the devil ever has.
I don't understand how someone with that amount of power can change overnight.
Listen, if right, okay, I hate religion. I hate it with a passion. I fucking really do. If God is this so-called entity that is the all doing, the all good, and everything else, why is there so much fucking travesty on this fucking planet right now? If we all look up to a God that is, it doesn't matter what religion you are, we all look up to a God that is supposed to be the good and everything else, and the shit that is in this fucking world right now, you've got everything going on. Why is that allowed to happen if there's a God?
Maybe it's a test.
Right, so the next thing is people are going to turn around and say to me, well,
why, Trev?
It's God, it's weeding out the weak and all this sort of fuck right off. It's not weeding out the weak. That's my opinion.
For what, and why should we go through it, Trev? Why should we have to be tested when we're born innocent? I think it's for what purpose,
It's a big subject. This
it is a big subject. My thing on it is, I believe in creation. I believe in creation because it's got to be a load of bollocks that nothing could exist before things existed, right? So God knows it's way beyond us, fucking way beyond us. But we're here, and you feel, I think, therefore I am, said Shakespeare, right? And I believe in that. We're here right now. We are, and we feel pain and all these emotions built into us. I don't think we've evolved from a fucking worm or whatever and shit like that.
We didn't evolve from a worm. That's again, this is where evolutionists and creationists actually don't like.
I don't think we're old. I think we're new.
Right,
We've
we're not 4,500 years young, Dino. The planet has been proven, this Earth's been proven to be a lot older than that. And again, as a fossil record, now I'm more scientist. I'm not going to claim to be, but we didn't evolve from the species like a rock. We didn't come from a rock, as people say. The creation will go, you want to make me believe I come from this rock? No, that isn't. And again, unless you practice science and have a little bit of look, you've got to have an open mind and understand that everything happens over time, and with enough time, anything can happen. But it didn't just happen in a big bang that gets taken out of context too. This world is so complex, we don't understand it. Even the people that try and tell us how this is not what it isn't, that is not, it's not fact. It is just, but we did not come from a man that's in the sky with a ball and light in it and shoot you. That is all mumbo jumbo. Nothing is being proven. There's holes poked in every religion, but evolution is a fact, and it's happening in front of us.
We've evolved from something.
Why a man? I think for me, God would probably be a woman in order to give birth and create.
What's to seize a man or a woman? Why couldn't he be an animal? Why couldn't he be an animal? A lion? Why couldn't he be a horse?
Where did the terminology come from, male and female? Who decided that a female was a female?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could name.
Who decided that?
You could name it the other way around, or you could say that's number one, number two. It's just differentiating, really. But yeah, worded language, and our language developed from like Greek, German, and Latin, and all that develops into modern day. Well, English is, I think, after China, is the most spoken language. Could be wrong.
Mandarin.
Right, but for me, there's no such thing as nothing, and scientists are saying, well, once upon a time, absolutely nothing existed. Well, there were nothing. How can it exist, for one? And everything comes out of nothingness into everything, and it ends up like this, and things are in harmony. Nature works in a certain way. So what they're saying is it's all accidental, but yet when you look around, it's like everything works for us. They wanted it to do, no, but they won't. But you know what I mean? Nature, medicines, food, things like that, which they've taken away, really.
I've just found out where the word female comes from. It's a Latin name. There we go. So if you take your Latin, what religion would stem from Latin?
Can you why you're on it, Biker? I think it could be Greek, but the word government is split in two: govern and ment, and the word govern came from the original word for it, and it means to rule. So back then it meant to rule, govern, and they put things to the word, so it's rule. And then the ment is short for mental, which and then it dash the mind. So to rule the mind, and where'd you get the word government from? Why call well, that's the origin of the word. That's what it means, to rule the mind.
Right. The word government derives from a Greek verb, which I can't pronounce because it's in fucking Greek, which means to steer with a rudder. So technically, metaphorical sense being, if you're steering a boat with a rudder, you are steering whatever it is that you're controlling. That's what
basically it's all about controlling, regardless of what it is. Everything, it's all about controlling the people, isn't it? That's what it's all about. And again,
like the Bible, yeah.
But any religion, again, even look at even science, right? They push their beliefs on, again, the creationists and scientists going at each other. It gets a bit out of hand, but everyone's got their beliefs in. I've got no problem with people believing that we came from not this whatever, but it's all about control and power. Realistically, that's the bottom line of any religion. It is.
I agree.
I mean, if you look at different religions around that we know of, how they practice their religions, you've got more, like your Muslims, they are so into their religion. You've got your Catholics, they are so into it, etc. Your Jewish, especially.
Now you've got Scientology.
Well, right. Well, they're all made up anyway. Let's face it.
In Mormons,
forget your Scientology, mate. Fucking hell, what a piece of shit that is. But if you look at the way that everybody sort of follows that religion and they follow it methodically, like your Muslims, they wear the headdress, the burqa, blah blah blah. You've got your Catholics, how they perform. You've got your Jews, they've got certain dresses that they wear, certain headdresses, depending on what's going on in the time. Like if somebody dies in the Jewish religion, they're not allowed to, it's a male, they're not allowed to shave for a month or cut the hair. And it's all these little intricacies that they follow based on their religion. Where the fuck did they all come from?
Some bored man sitting drunk one night thinking, I'm going to add that to this script now and let's see if it actually catches on.
Right. So if somebody came up with a religion tomorrow saying, right, we're going to do this, right, and basically what it is, you're going to smoke 20 fags a day, you're going to go out to a pub, you're going to enjoy pints 3 times a week, blah, 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 and this is that religion. Are people going to go for that?
Well, because you get people like them traits related. But look, let's take one of the most recent one of my again, Scientology. Ron Hubbard, what's he called? We know him physically, have video footage of him. So basically, to them, that's their god. He actually physically lived and was on this planet. So in their eyes, that's their god. He was physical. We can't do that with any other god apart from, let's say, Mormons. He couldn't read. The founder of a Mormon religion, I believe, he couldn't read. He was illiterate and stuff, and he put his hands on the tablet text and just spewed jargon, and these people believed it. But because people want to believe and have like that thing inside them, they want to hope for something and like cling on to something, you will get those people. I mean, I'm a stubborn twat. I want answers, and I'm not going to fall easily for stuff like that. But you can't judge people because they want to believe in something different. It's just when they push it on you and going, this is different. No. Fair dues.
I don't judge anybody on their religion or whatever, but your Scientology, if you look at this guy, as you say, is a normal living human being that has fucking brainwashed fucking thousands and thousands of people, and he's the most evilest bastard on this planet since Hitler.
It's a cult. It's a cult, basically.
Oh, what it is. It's a cult. He's the most evilest bastard on this planet with the way that he actually runs the Scientology fucking religious movement. He's an absolute vile piece of shit. Research him. Have a look.
I have. I mean, I honestly, I love anything like that. I'm not very intelligent, so a lot of information doesn't really stay with us. It's just it's fascinating stuff like that.
No, you brought it up, mate. And I've researched that, and it is quite a good thing. Well, I say a good thing. It's an interesting thing to research. But like I say, people worship an entity, a god. But this guy is a god in their eyes, and he's an actual living god.
And it's his son now, isn't it, that's in control of it? Is it his son of his guy? It is, and he's basically now. So again, it fascinates me, stuff like that. It does, and again, I would love to get answers and believe in something if it just showed us some proof. But until that day, honestly, it's a case of you gamble what you're not, haven't you?
Yeah, but have a look at Scientology and look at their ideals in how they want to be and how they want the world to be.
The different tiers you have to go through, and if you haven't got enough money, you won't get onto that tier. You work for free and stuff. I know, but I bet we go. I do.
It's outstanding. It's unbelievable. It really is. But yeah, definitely a cult, without a doubt.
A very profitable cult. I mean, there's a lot of money washing around in there, and don't forget they've got some big names involved who make some very big Hollywood pictures that make a lot of money.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas Cruise for one.
The Jedi
John
was a catch on.
Travolta.
Ian, you're right. People don't even think about that, but you're absolutely right, Ian. My thoughts entirely. All we're doing is repeating and what we've been told. You know, not everything you're told's true, is it? You know, look who's telling you as well. But thanks for all your opinions, guys, and thanks for all your respect and your
it's pretty interesting. Like I said, you could go on with the sort of the age of the monarchy. You can go on with the age of the religion. It'll never end. It'll go on forever, and you'll never get to an end point where you think, "Yeah, that's it. We're all right. This is what we think." You'll never get to that point. Never.
I mean, sorry, who was that? It's just free big ups, right? A few people said that, and you know, magician. Then why would he con people? And how come people fell for it? So many, and no one sussed it out. And you know, if you're going to con people, then what kind of a loving father are you? You know, you know, there's so many contradictions on it. That means for me, not everything can be true about what's been written in that book. It's been changed. It's gone from hate to love. So I don't get what's going on there with the Bible. But yeah, a magician, you know, there's so many contradictions.
Has anybody ever read the Quran?
I've read some of it. It's not fair.
Yeah. And it's
pretty similar to the Bible, isn't it?
It is, yeah, very, very similar. Very similar.
And, you know, if you look at the world's religions and the numbers, etc., but, you know, I mean, over here now, but I wouldn't know the number of Muslims who live over here now compared to 20, 30 years ago, maybe, you know, going back, when Great Britain, England, you know, when it was England, I'm going to say it that way because, you know, it's everywhere. Where's our chippies gone? Things like that. Where's our little bakeries gone? Where's all the English food and fruit and vegetables gone? How come everything's imported?
Mate, we've still got it. But yeah,
culture's on its way out. Blah 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 blah. Who would you think would want to keep the British culture alive more than anyone? Well, for me, that could be the royal family. But there you go. More debates. But I've seen a couple of mins, guys. Thank you.
Do you know? First, before you go, mate, I've got to shoot off, mate, because I've got work in the morning, right, lads? It's been brilliant being on your ears all.
Got a bit of bricking going on, Chris.
All in the chat, right? Honestly, mass respect to you as well for having us on in there. I hope I haven't pushed anyone's buttons. Well, I've never meant to do that, but again,
these guys would let you know if you have.
Yeah, push my buttons, but I don't want to.
You're well respected, mate. So
thank you, gents. Thank you. Honestly, I love you and leave you big out for Chris the Brick, right?
No worries, Chris.
See you later, Chris.
See you soon, hopefully.
Bye.
Well, Joe, you will, Joe, lads. Trust me, you will, right? Love you and leave yous.
Good on you. Cheers, Chris.
Ta-ra.
Chris the Brick, and he is a brickie. And he's a good one at that. I've seen his work.
I'll tell you what, we've covered some different topics tonight, and they've just sort of flowed from one to other, haven't they? How's that?
We certainly have, and look at this one. We've got Hindus involved now, rioting in Leicester over a cricket game the other night. Against who? Who were the teams, Patsy?
Who were the teams?
What Pakistan against India?
What's wrong with that, Trev?
Do you like cricket then?
Mate,
Yeah, I do, yeah.
I thought
you might.
I detest it.
Why?
What a boring game.
So I thought you'd like it, Dino. It's a boring game. So
boring.
Boring as well.
So really complicated scoring. Sitting around doing F all for ages.
It isn't, Trevor.
Wearing those silly white outfits. Having cream teas. Taking ages for. Oh, it's just ridiculous. It's so posh. It's stupid.
You imagine a ball like that with that hardness coming at you at 90, 100 miles an hour.
Whatever. Baseballs are hard. Baseballs are harder than that. Baseball's much more exciting.
It's not skillful.
God, yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you want to stand,
we're going into a sports argument here, guys. Debate.
If you want to stand in front of 3 fucking bits of stick, and with a fucking lump of fucking cork thrown at you, and you're up to hit it away, then fucking good luck to you.
Oh, I'm going.
You know what gets me? They rub that red ball on their crutch, so you get all those red marks all over their white trousers.
Yeah.
And what's wrong with that?
My OCD kicks in when I see shit like that.
Oh my God, please give me a few minutes, guys.
And what do they call this? When they cut with these fucking stupid names? That guy that's on left or right to fucking read at wicket. Why do they call him a silly mid-off?
Or don't they have a word called googly?
Yeah, that's a ball, isn't it? When you do a Google.
It's just nonsense. The more I think about it, the more stupid it is.
No, I've never been into cricket, never will be. I've watched it, I've actually played it, and I'm thinking, what the fuck's that all about? It's same as golf, mate. I just don't understand the logic behind golf.
Oh, I quite like golf, I'll be honest with you.
Right, I've got you now.
Yeah.
I don't.
I've only played it a couple of times, but I like playing video golf.
No, never appealed to me, mate.
Do you know, when I was younger, my dad was into it, and I thought, well, this is crap, this is rubbish, because he liked cricket as well. But as I got older, I suddenly got an appreciation for it. There is something quite nice about walking slowly around some nice greens and throwing a ball around.
I understand that side of it. You're getting out, you're walking X amount of miles.
But it's a rich man's sport, to be honest.
But you're hitting a fucking ball.
Oh, yeah.
For fuck's sake, come up with the best ball.
Yeah,
that's just me.
Yeah, they do say golf is a good walk ruined, don't they?
Yeah, and darts is another one.
I can't get me around darts. It's too complicated, the numbers and all that. They're not in the right order. They're not in the right order going around the board, and you have to deduct and do maths. I can't do that.
I can do all that, mate. I get the gist of darts, but I don't understand why it's become, or it always has been, as popular as what it was. I've never been at play darts, but that's not the reason why I don't like it. I just don't see the point of it.
Well, it's a traditional pub game, isn't it? And it probably goes back to bows and arrows and things like that. Talking of traditional pub games, I've been playing a traditional pub game recently called Toad. Have you ever played that?
Toad? No, go on, explain that. It might be a different name where I come from.
It's a small little table with a lead lining top, and then it has a round hole, and you throw these heavy brass coins from a distance, and they've got to land in the hole. And inside the hole is a little bell that dings when you get it in.
Right.
It's very popular in a lot of pubs down here in Sussex. It's quite an old traditional game.
I've not heard of that. I mean, God, what's the other one? Basically, it's like a billiard table, but small version.
Oh yeah, with the little what's that? Oh God,
you've got like skittles on it, if you like.
What's
called bar billiards.
Bar billiards, that's it.
Yeah, that's quite popular, bit.
Yeah,
but it's popular in like. Well, I say it's popular in your village sort of areas rather than your.
Well, it's a small table, isn't it, that goes in the corner, and it's the same with this Toad. It's a small table, but it's quite a noisy game. You're chucking bits of heavy brass at lead, and the lead has got all dents in it because every time the brass hits it, it makes a lot of dents. And you have to wash your hands because you can, because you're picking up lead and brass all the time. Yeah,
Right,
funny, and it scores like you start off, I think, with 300 and you count down.
Yeah, right, Chris. You just asked if you put your link up. Put it in the chat. Oh, you can't now, mate, because you've left. You can't post it. Can somebody post Chris the Brick link up?
Yeah, please, guys. I'm sure someone's got it. If James is in, he'd be whoever. I know
Anybody
someone
can find it. Can they
Cheers,
put it
Chris,
up?
by the way, for coming on.
I've got a different page open here, mate. I'd have to close that one down to do it. Cribbage. I never played it. I don't understand it.
Oh God, what we moved on to now? Isn't that cards?
But we moved.
That's cards, isn't it? That
So we've
cards
gone
with
from
little
cricket
pegs.
to cards. I'm sure I heard golf just before.
Yeah,
I came back.
we've done cricket. We've done golf. We've done
Golf is boring as shit. Sorry.
Yeah, we've done that.
Yeah,
We all agree on that. Thank God for that. Boring.
no, because Trevor likes golf.
I kind of like it, but I'm not going to go on about it.
Yeah, we've done bar billiards, mate.
All right, Trevor. I'm sorry.
Maybe it was the company I was with when they took me to a golf range. They were members of this club. They're quite well off. They're quite well off. I'll be honest with you. And it was just it was one of those occasions. Oh, this is how the other half live, is it? Ah, this is what goes on here, does it? There's a lot of networking and meeting me back at the bar and things like that, and all of that. And some very big cars, Range Rovers and Mercedes and
it's the role of what sport they play and everything else. But you can see that they try and make it sort of elitist.
Oh God, yes, oh yeah. I felt super underdressed in my Pikachu onesie.
You pull up, you pull up to a golf course in your Mark 1 Escort, and they're all sat there in the fucking Bentleys. That's the sort of scenario that you get. And it's fucking shit.
Yes, it. Yeah, well, I live down south, don't I? So I can't help but see quite a lot of poshness.
No, we see it up here, mate. Don't you worry.
What?
Well, I don't, mate.
Have you got gated communities up there?
Lord of the Manor.
Say again, mate.
Have you got gated communities or private estates with their own security? Or
yes, there is.
Mm.
Oh, he's a massive landowner. You won't believe it. He owns half of Yorkshire.
I don't.
Well, not half, not quite half. But
I own a tiny bit, a very, very tiny bit.
He is the what did you call it when the counties had their leaders? What were they called? The Duke,
Sheriffs.
Duke of York, the Duke, and all that. So Biker is the Duke of Yorkshire. No.
I'm not. They were called lairds.
Yes.
The lairds of the land. I've got a bit of land, a tiny bit of land, but it's not mine yet until I inherit it. It's the fuck right off. It's not that big.
He owns Leeds. He's got the key to the city.
I fucking do.
No.
He's modest. He's modest with it, though. That's good.
He
owns a golf course.
I don't, mate. I mean,
I don't know about that one, but he likes shooting pheasants and stuff.
Yeah,
what I imagine is like something like Emmerdale Farm or whatever it's called these days.
No, mate. I can go shooting. I go shooting on land. I can go shoot on my own land, but I go shooting on land that isn't mine. Because but you're only allowed to do that certain times a year anyway. UK, fuck right.
He does. UK, honestly, he's such a true Yorkshireman, right? He really does get a bit sensitive over it. He cannot say a wrong word about Yorkshire. Well, you can. But not in front of Biker because he starts crying about it. Afterwards,
I live on the very outskirts of Leeds. My postcode comes under Leeds, but I'm Leeds born and bred. And where I live now is fucking brilliant. It really is.
He lives on top
because
of
it's
the
not
grassy knoll.
Leeds.
Well, it comes under Leeds postcode. Let's just say that. It's a brilliant place where I live. I absolutely love it.
He's got a tent on the top of one of the ice peaks of the Pennines.
Oh,
I thought he had a castle.
Give it away, but no one will find. I mean, come on, that's safe, isn't it? Imagine finding a tent on top of, the Pennines.
Mate,
You'll
if
never
you're gonna,
find it.
Mate, it's a marquee, not a fucking tent. Come on.
Well, yeah only in summer.
Oh no!
And he does a great barbecue as well.
Oh, I do.
I've never tried one yet, but I've got it from good, good sources that he is a barbecue king.
Yeah, you want fresh meat? I'll go out and shoot it for you. No problem.
Absolutely. And in summer, when the marquee goes up on those beautiful Pennine mounts, gets loads of people.
You're painting such a wrong picture of me here, mate. You really are.
No, well, that's a good thing, don't you think? In one sense, but actually, I think he tried building a hut one day and he thought, "Fuck this, too much hard work. I'll stick to a tent." Yeah.
Are you finished?
No. We love Yorkshire. I love Yorkshire.
Yorkshire, mate.
This comes from a Lancastrian.
I don't care where you go in this country. There is a lot of beautiful places out there. But if you just tour Yorkshire, drive around Yorkshire for 2, 3, 4 weeks, whatever, stop at one place for one night and just tour it. There's so much out there. It's absolutely outstanding. It
is beautiful. It is. Do you know what the country is? But when it comes to if you're into Moorland and stuff like that, industrial towns in between villages, and it's a massive. I'm sure it's still the biggest county in England.
It is. I mean, it don't matter where you go, mate. I mean, Scotland. I love it in Scotland. The places up there. It's very, very similar in
beautiful island. What we've got,
God, yeah.
Everyone flies abroad, fair enough. I mean, holidays over here probably cost you more than going abroad in a lot of cases, but
not necessarily. It depends what you want to do, how you want to do it.
No, some holidays are, but I mean, there's loads of places in this country, even though we're very small, as a piece of land. There's that many places you've never heard of, with so much attached to it.
Yeah, Ian Hill just says
a lot to discover,
I just need to answer this one. Ian Hill just says Leeds United are for life.
Yeah, I just put that up actually.
Oh, I never saw it. Sorry. Yeah. I've got to agree, Ian.
Ian, what are you talking about?
Shut up, does it?
Legion. Hang on, I have heard of that team before.
You will have done, mate.
Yeah,
I'm sure you will have done.
Yeah. Listen, I did a video for you outside Ellen Road.
You did, mate.
I did. Thought this one's definitely for biker.
You did. You and Plod both did one. Yours were positive and Plod's were negative.
Yeah, mine was a lot better than Plod's because I'm a lot better than he is. Not at audits. No way. No way. I'm non-league and he's Premier League top 4 always in that score. But I'm fucking miles better than him at all that shit. But
yours at Ellen Road, mate, were far better than Plod's because you were positive. Whereas Plod just says, "Have you seen the state of this shithole? Come to Anfield."
Yeah, it's a fucking, honestly, he's a complete toss bag. He is. He's a fucking wanker. I don't even know why I big him up sometimes. You know what I mean? He's so horrible. He's horrible. Believe it or not, guys, right? He's horrible to Biker all the time.
It is.
When we're in having a private meeting, like either the day before the live or whatever, or a couple of hours before, keeps picking on Biker all the time.
It does. It's terrible.
He's out to fucking order. I reckon we should call him out, mate. What do you reckon?
Well, he don't like it when I call him little legs, does he?
He's gonna watch this back, and
he's watching it now. I know he's watching it now.
Is he watching it now? I bet you any money I'll bet you any money he'll come in at any point, and any second, any minute.
No, I'll get a fucking message over WhatsApp. I can guarantee it.
I've not got one. Oh shit, I have. Dino, you fucking wanker. I'll ban you from my channel. I'm never coming on yours again. You're a tosspot. Fuck you. You're wrong. My videos are better than yours. Well, I can't disagree with that last bit. But you're a tosspot as well. Go away. I don't like you anymore.
Right. Well, I'm going to go if you're going to start being horrible to my mate.
Nah, we're never horrible to him, mate. He knows what we like.
He knows this. It's all banter.
I hope so. Anyway, listen.
Trevor, it is. Believe me, it is.
No, I know. Yeah, well, I'm going to shoot off. Have a good one, everyone. Yeah, just be wary. While everyone's talking about the Queen, other stuff is going on.
Exactly. Yeah.
And this is a perfect time to bury stuff and slip stuff through. So keep a wary eye out. Don't get distracted.
Yeah. Right. Cheers for your conversation tonight,
Well
mate.
said,
It's been very good. We've had some good backwards and forwards there, mate. We seem to be reading off the same page as well, which is quite good. So yeah, you take care, fella. Catch you on, mate.
Yeah, catch you soon. All the best, Dino. Bye, chat. I might linger in the chat. Actually, I'm going to put a video in the chat that I found the other day of a woman who lives in a house, and inside the house, she's got 2 caravans that she lives in.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's a long while ago it happened, but it's very interesting. Her husband died, and he was a massive caravan fan, and he had this house specially built to put these 2 caravans in. And it looks like a normal house from the outside, but she's living in 2 caravans.
Wow!
I know.
Have you got that on your channel, Trev? Did you say?
No, it was a video I found. I'll put it in the chat. I'll go and look for it now.
All right.
Excellent.
All right. Nighty night.
See you later, mate. Take care.
Cheers, Trev. See you again soon, hopefully. I knew Trevor would come on tonight. I did because of the subject, but I knew he'd have an opinion, and he's such a great talker, is Trev. So mellow, brilliant, superb guest. Thanks, Trevor. Anyone who's come in, thanks so much indeed, guys. Thanks for all your support to everyone who's been on the channel on the panel as well. David kind of disappeared earlier. He does that. He does that sometimes because he's a complete bitch. You'll get me back for that. Chris the Brick's been on, brilliant. Cheers, Chris. Honestly, great company for that short while. Thanks so much. Thanks to James as well for doing that work, with the links and that. UK transparency as well. Thanks so much, guys. Another great live stream again. Brilliant. And you guys make it. And, I've got my little team behind me, and I just sit here and, do this bit. So, thanks to everyone, really, who gets involved. Love it. Brilliant. A guy done the same with shipping containers. I've missed a conversation out here, I'm sure. Planning permission. Right, there it is. Cheers, Trevor. Check it out, guys. Caravans inside of a house for people to live in.
Must look, is that? Definitely.
Who's heard of that before? I mean, wow.
Yeah, non-violent. Right. Planning permission.
Thanks, Trev.
Right. That all depends on what land you've got. Right. If your land has previously had a dwelling on it, i.e., you've got three bricks remaining of the property that used to be on it that is now gone, whether it be 50-year-old, 100-year-old, whatever, you do not need planning permission because that land has already got the permission to have a dwelling on it. I'm just speaking from experience for that one. Because there's a guy in my village, he bought a plot of land that nobody else wanted, and he made an absolute fortune with it. And he built up on that land, and there were the foundations remaining of the old property. I think it was a barn that used to be on it. So there was still a property on it initially, and the foundations were still there. And what he did, he basically built on those same foundations, incorporating the same foundation stones. And he didn't need planning permission to build on it. Because it were already there, because it were already a dwelling, even though it was demolished, or it had fallen down, or whatever. But yeah, that's what he did.
There you go. Wow. Well, David, if you're still listening, pop back on if you want. Can I just say, Michael, I don't know if you're listening, Michael, all sorts. Thanks for putting that video up, what you did on your channel.
That was nice of him, that.
It surprised me. It was like, well, you got a mention of that. I don't often get them, so it was like, okay. And then he just put a video up of mine. And yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah, I thought it was nice.
Cheers, man. You know? So right. Thanks, Michael.
Right, non-violent. I've got a piece of land. And
thanks, man.
It doesn't go to only a depth of 6 feet because there's nothing built on it. It's a piece of land. Has never been built on. It will never be built on because you cannot get planning permission for it. But it's a piece of land that I own. I can do anything I want with it, barring build on it. It's not a big piece of land by any means, but it's a small piece of land.
Sorry about that. Okay, all right. I think some people have gone to bed tonight early. It can't be us boring you.
But it's 10 to 12, isn't it? What people tend to drop off.
Yeah, but it's early for me. And listen, Catwoman, right? Are you listening?
I thought she'd have been on by now, mate.
Well, I don't know. We can't. I've not. She probably doesn't know, to be honest, although she should do.
She does.
Why did you not come on?
You told her the other night you'd be on Friday.
She's probably not listening. I know. Get on here. No, the thing is, on Wednesday, it finished at. I'm sure it was after 2. No, was it mine or hers? But anyway, it was like stayed backstage, one of them. I'll fucking kill her next time I see her. 20 to 6, Cat, that morning. And David Scott as well, you were there. So I forgot to bollock you earlier about that. But yeah, I was extremely tired the day after. And I also missed a doctor's appointment because of it. So what have you got to say about that? Shall I text her? What do you think?
You need to do, mate, because I'll be going shortly, so you're going to need somebody else up here, aren't
No, you hang on. Whoa, hang on. What are we, Friday? Friday, guys.
I'll give you till 12:30, mate. Don't worry.
You bloody do what the contract says, mate. You signed it.
I'll do what I fucking want to do.
Friday night. Right. Yeah, I know that. And it's a good job you do, mate. Thank you. I don't often thank Biker, actually, on the lives, but I should do, to be honest. I do when it ends, don't I? I do.
I have noticed that, mate, quite a lot.
I do always mention at the end, but I think during...
Yeah, I don't feel a bit left out now and again. And I'm thinking...
Biker, thank you so much for everything you do for me.
Mate, I don't fuck all you.
You're wonderful.
Oh, give up.
You're wonderful. Guys, if only you knew. If only you knew. I know as much as what he does.
Shut up, I need a piss. I'll be back in a minute.
Thank God for that. He's gone for a minute. I think that's the first break he's had, to be honest with you.
I can still hear you.
But, I don't really care. Has he gone? He's gone. No, you won't believe it, right? How much he does for me. And I'm not, do you know what I mean? He does an amazing amount. I don't ask for anything. All I do is ask questions to him sometimes, like if I've seen a comment and I've not acknowledged it on my live, I'll say, what do you think? And he'll say, you know, in the last couple of weeks, I've been going on lives myself, just saying hello to people. James, are you still in there? You've seen me on one, and you said, bloody hell, Dino. Good to see you coming back on a live type of comment. And he watches them as well. And he guides me on that as well, you know what I mean? So, yeah, an amazing amount of work. All I do is all this talking and asking questions and shit, but I do get a lot of abuse, a lot of shit, a lot of threats. What I get personally on my phone, there's nothing Biker can do about that. But then I do mention it to him, and maybe he knows something about it, and a lot of the time he does, and things like that. So just imagine that, guys, getting that type of support.
I'm back. What you been saying about
it? To be honest with you, you know,
I'm not a twat.
Twat in the chat. That's all I've said.
That's it. Oh, a twat. I'll go with that one.
Twat in the chat. That's all I've said, right, guys?
Yeah, I'll go with that one. That.
Did I actually slag him off? Right? Did I even praise? He's not worth praising. So I was neutral.
Yeah.
I was what? I don't think he heard half of that.
No, I didn't. My headphones didn't work at that distance. I kept them on my head just in case I could hear them.
So thank God for that. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
I'll just play it back, mate. I'll find out.
Don't tell. Right, I'm going to mute this part out. If I knew how to do it quickly, I would do, but I can't. So he's got me there. He's got me. Gets me every time. But yeah, you heard what I've just said, guys, and it's all true. I'm not just, you know me, I'm straight as a die. No reason to lie or bullshit, That's what these lives are about. We don't do that on here. We don't have to fall out either, even though, when you're straight with each other, which normally causes trouble, but not on here. Mostly insects. Dennis Carr, morning. What do you mean, Dennis? Morning?
Dennis Carr. I've not seen his name on here for a while, but I know it.
Quite. No. You know, look, Betty
evening,
Bobbins. I love that one.
I ain't heard that one either.
Do you know what? Every single week, back, I know you notice it and you look back, and there's been that many new names coming in, you know?
Yeah, we've been getting quite a few that's coming in, and there's quite a few that's coming in regular. Dennis, yes, I now recall you from
Germany. Deutschland.
Yeah, that's why I recognise
Dennis Deutschland. Alles klar, mate.
I don't speak a word of German, mate. You're better at that than me.
Wie geht es dir? Ja, nein.
Is that it?
No, I do know more. It'll come back to me.
I thought you're more fluent in that.
That's it. The simplest one. Dennis, danke. Dankeschön. Guten Tag. Wie geht es dir? Alles klar, ne? Dankeschön, Dennis. Danke. Dennis, I lived in Germany for 3 years. And I absolutely adored the place. And I've said it on these lives, early doors, I think. And I didn't go all over Germany, but I lived north, but I went northeast and south as well, Bavaria, where München, stunning country, very nice people, misunderstood because of all the, what everyone was told because of the war and all that. People being clueless, just believing every word they read in the newspapers. But go there and speak to these guys. Beautiful. Hamburg. I never went to Hamburg. North, yeah? Der Schippen. Dankeschön, Dennis. Thanks so much. 100k north of Hamburg. So you must be talking coastline. Maybe. But thanks for coming in. FC St. Pauli. Always a football fan, Biker. St. Pauli, I think. That's what he means by
St. Pauli. St. Pauli.
Yeah.
That's good. It's obviously a German team.
Yeah.
Or is it a Danish team?
Close to Denmark. Yeah, he's just put that. Yeah. Wow, Germany. Yeah, man. Yeah. Sound brilliant. Pork chops backstage, I think. Might be him.
Careful, mate. Careful with that one.
I know.
I know a certain friend of his. And you do.
Right, I've got a PC, private chat. It's me, mate. I know, but bear with me. You know it's right. Anyone can put that as well.
Put your banner up, mate. What's his voice?
Yeah, we'll do that. Sorry. I always forget about this. Right, here we go. Okay. Hello,
Deanology. How you doing, bro? Are you right,
how are you doing?
Yeah, don't worry, mate. I've just got to set my camera up, So I've got it because I do it through my phone and stuff. It takes time, you know what I mean?
No worries. Hey, thanks, mate. Anyway, hey, thanks for coming on. Bit of a nice surprise.
I know you mentioned before, like a pop-in chat and stuff. But yeah, I thought I'd jump in on the panel, mate.
Sound. Right, we'll go back to screen, yeah?
Yeah, no problem, mate.
Right, Pork Chops is on, guys.
Good evening, fella. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you, Bikereddie, and yourself, mate, and you, Dean, and chat. I hope all's good.
Thank you, mate. Yes.
All's good.
So you're You're a Lancashire lad, Dino.
Yeah, I'm from I live in Wigan. Yeah.
Wigan, you're not far from me. I'm Rochdale, Rochdale, Greater Manchester.
Oh, I was there about 2 months ago.
Well, yeah, it's not a great place to visit, is it?
Do you know what? I don't know. The town centre, but in fact, they're doing the town hall up, aren't they? There's tons of scaffolding up there at the minute.
Yeah. It's actually made the town chaos, to be quite fair. Them
Can you
doing.
imagine? Yeah.
It has. You know, like parking and stuff like that. Now you've got to go to private parking areas where it costs you more and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But it is a nice town hall and stuff, and they're doing it up. You know, we've got eagles on the top of the tower at the clock. You know what I mean? And I think that's going to interfere with them eagles nesting and stuff like that. But
Good point. I went to the cop shop and got nothing at all, apart from I went up to the ramp, and the same ramp where apparently Marty Blackburn and someone else got dragged in.
Yeah.
And I did get a car come up behind me and say, "Can you turn your camera off?" I said, "Why?" Because I'm putting my code in the thing to get through the barrier. And I said, "I'm not stopping filming. I've not put it up. It's just not the video we're putting up. But I spent a good hour there, and I just said, I'm not filming you. I'm pointing it away over there, right? See?" And I went, "Are you a police officer?" And he went, "Yeah." He said, "Thanks, man." He was like, really, there were no point. There wouldn't have been any interaction there, controversy-wise, but. Yeah, got nothing. Same day I went to Bury, got nothing. One of them days. But yeah, Rochdale. Yeah, nice one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like me myself. I've done Rochdale Town Centre and police station. I got nothing myself. But I think it were ever since Mike Blackburn then went there. They've been, you know what I mean? Because Rochdale and surrounding areas around our areas. For the simple fact is of the grooming scandal and everything, I think they've just if you see filmers, just let them be. Just don't give them no interaction. And I think that's what we're getting. We're getting fobbed off, basically. You know what I mean?
It's happening. I think I said it earlier. They are getting the picture, but it's not like stop doing it because they're getting the picture. It's like still needs to carry on, don't it? I think so anyway.
Yeah, I agree, Dean, because like I said, with the grooming scandal, what's going on, and there's been that many photographers outside of Rochdale police station. There's a guy that he's called Lawrence. He does BBC and everything. Excuse me, I'm burping. About the grooming scandal and stuff like that, and he's always outside Rochdale police station because they were corrupt in the time, which they still are anyway. But you know, and I think they've just said to him, anyone comes out filming, just don't give them no interaction. That's it. Just ignore them. Just crack on. Don't show it because they don't want to be in the limelight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for one. Yeah, definitely. And for another, that's what they should be doing, which is fine. You know, it's what we want to see, really.
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, at the same time, they might be doing that, like walking out or smiling and going, but I still think the feeling, for fuck's sake, can't stand these fellas, you know.
Do you want to see the corruption, deanology I see in Rochdale every day, single day, day in, day out? I see the corruption that the police unfold, not just the police, it's the government as well, you know. It's the Labour Party, it's the Conservatives.
What is it with Rochdale? I mean, the grooming thing, for one, it's like, it just seems a completely corrupt place to be. Like, not just with police, but other authorities.
Exactly, mate. No, he's going through a lot of them. He went through the councillors, from Sir Cyril Smith to Richard Farnell, through the police, you know, through social services, with actual social service worker, actually, should I say. She was a woman, and I think she got fired. She was the one that spoke out, and that's why she got fired, because she spoke about when she was looking after these teenage girls, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? That outed them, and she got sacked, but she carried on fighting and fighting. So now in our local town, we've got a group called Parents Against Grooming, which is PAG UK, who have set up their own thing. They don't beg for money. They open it. They've got their own charity.
There, mate. I went to the protest last summer. It was PAG, right?
Yeah, PAG UK.
I met their leader. It were in the square. We went to the cop shop. What they did, it was open, but then when we all moved up outside the entrance, they locked the automatic doors. But just before they did, and I forgot his bloody name, and he came over to my camera and wanted to be interviewed. It's on there. It's on my channel. It goes back to last summer, though. I forgot his name. He was such a gentleman, and you could just feel the passion. You ended with Andy Burnham, you're next. And he just about got inside. He just got in and they all fucked off.
Yeah, he's called Billy Howarth, William Howarth.
That's it. That is it. He was an absolute gentleman. Yeah.
And you know, he's been a long, close friend before he even started Parents Against Grooming. He was a long, close friend to me years ago, growing up as a child and stuff. We went to school and blah, 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 went to under-18 discos and, you know what I mean? And he's, you know what I mean? He's a cracking lad, and I tell you what, and he's doing really well, and he's showing awareness in our town, you know what I mean?
That's the impression that he honestly, he came over to, I was with someone else, but I don't want to mention, but he came straight over. It was like, yeah, I'm going to give you as much, film me. And it was like, it was such a gent. And he was the one, he just about snuck inside. And I remember the small crowd who made it up to the cop shop going, go on, Billy, go on.
Yeah, that's Billy.
And he gave me a card, and there was another guy there, you'll know him, going off what we're saying now. He was like, he had a hat on, he was full of badges, he had a banner. I think one of his daughters or one of his someone was involved in his family who got groomed and abused, you know, and there were teenagers, well, there were young women there who, I remember one of them standing on top of a bench, what's outside the entrance of Rochdale Police Station, crying her eyes out. And you could actually, it's the only protest I've been to. I've been to about 5 or 6 where you could feel that emotion, like going to a football match with a full crowd, that atmosphere, it were like that.
Yeah.
You know, these kids have been, I'm stood in front of kids here who've been sexually abused. You know, and they want answers, and all they've done is close the fucking doors.
Exactly. And that's what I mean. That's why Rochdale Police Station ain't working prisoners such as holding cells or anything anymore. They stopped all that, so now you go to Bury Police Station. If you get arrested, you go to Bury now, not there. Because the simple fact is there's a park straight across the road from Rochdale Police Station. They all work from in the offices, but it's the front desk and stuff ain't like operational. So this what gets me, right? People are getting raped in this park that's straight across the road from the police station, right? And they run down to help. They can't get in. They've got to go on that yellow phone. But PAG UK, they set up a night team where they used to patrol this park, and they caught some guy trying to rape this female. You know what I mean? Even males have been raped in there. So they've caught this bloke. They've took him down to the police station. He had to wait outside the police station with him in custody of themselves, like citizens arrest, for an hour and a half until a copper actually come out and seen them. You see what I mean? That they're there to protect us, but you can't even get in. You know what I mean? They've got somebody in custody, and they couldn't do it.
It really is shocking. It really is, and good luck to Billy as well. You know, obviously hard working, but I'll never forget that. To be honest, I'll never forget it.
Exactly. It's like if you go on my channel, I went with PAG UK to do the BBC at Salford Quays. We did the BBC, and they shut down. They locked up and shut the place down. You know, about BBC. Jimmy Savile. Yeah, about Jimmy Savile and stuff like that. I was going to
say they would, wouldn't they? Because, you know, But
there weren't loads of us. You know what I mean, Dean? There weren't loads of us. There were probably about 30 of us at least. But they still locked down. They shut down. They wouldn't let no one in, no one out.
well, that proves a lot.
Exactly, exactly, mate.
Proves a lot. More people should be doing this, and you know, it amazes me because I've these people on the doors, security or whatever, and you know, they all know about it. They're stood there at the BBC place, whatever building, and they know about it, and all they do is shut the door. I wonder what they actually think when they're at home about this guy, the protector. So sick to me. What's happened there and what's been got away with, and you know, I'm still getting away with it.
It's like after the protesting, right? Like I say, there were me, Billy, and Andy, another one who runs Pag UK with Billy. Like we were going back to the cars. We parked in a multi-story car park in Salford Quay. So when we were all walking back after the protest, carrying our banners and stuff like that, we got followed by a woman and a man. It was strange, and we could see them following us behind, you know, just acting like a normal couple and stuff. But I thought there was something not right here. So as we get into the multi-story car park, I've got footage of this as well. Not as them following us, but what happened as we get to our car, putting our banners back in the car, and the Andy, the guy's like disabled. He's got to get his wheelchair in the back of the van. As we were doing, this guy and this woman approached us, told us we were out of order. We were lying about Jimmy Savile, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, no, it's not. It's all over the news. What are you on about? We're not lying at all. Oh, we got a lot of stick, and he gave us loads of stuff. And as we were coming out of the multi-story, he like pulled at the side of us. So obviously Andy were like, he can't say we're lying. That's bullshit. So he pulled and I started recording it. And you could tell him he was from the BBC. He had one of them cars with lift up doors and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And he was shouting, "You're just all a bunch of liars. You're trying to put the BBC down, blah, blah, blah." Like, you know what I mean? So he obviously we didn't block him in. He sped off, but you know what I mean? You could tell they followed us from that studio. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Shocking, mate. You know, more people need to be woken up about it, and you know,
definitely, mate. Because at the end of the day, I've got children, man. I'll tell you, how it happens to my kids, something to be said. You know what I mean? And I only follow Pag UK and all these hunters and stuff like that. But simple fact is, because if you're anybody else's kid, I'd like to protect them as well. You know,
well, do you know of any? If there's another protest coming up, if you can let me know, I'll gladly go along and film what I can. If there's something coming up like that, so
yeah, definitely. And like I said, Pag UK, Parents Against Grooming, they're doing it for our children. You know what I mean? Looking after our children, where our government are not doing that. So, and like I said, all they run is a charity shop to pay for the rent on the building and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's a charity shop. People just go in and buy stuff. They don't ask for donations or whatever here or there. We've got people going out doing.
See, that says a lot. How many people should recognise that as first of all, they're going to say, what? They don't want any money. Well, why is that? That's the perfect question is why? Why is that? They don't want any money. Well, it must be.
The government won't fund them. The government won't fund them for doing it. The government won't fund them for doing it. They won't pay the rent or anything on the shop for doing it.
But yet they're still doing it for nothing.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
People must think, why are they doing this? And they don't get that support, and this thing's still going on, and these guys are still fighting for it. Well, something must be real about this, very real.
Yeah,
and these guys,
surely, in anybody's mind, any human being's mind, the protection of a child should be paramount in anybody's fucking mind whatsoever.
Exactly.
right, you've got all these, right, you've got, like you just mentioned there, you've got these child abuse cases, the rape cases, everything else. But you've also got these young kids that have been killed in their own properties by their own parents.
Yeah.
Where is the system in place to protect all these? You hear it, we're going to look into it, we'll instigate this, we'll make this better, blah, blah, blah. But then it happens again and again and again. It's constantly happening. So where's the input from the government to stop this happening? To stop these young kids that have got, they can't defend themselves from anything. They've only got the parents to look up to and to defend them. But where's the input from the government to stop this happening?
Well, they know it. They start mentioning stuff like that because the government are a massive part of paedophile rings.
Well,
stuff like that. Well,
that's another story, isn't it, mate?
Cyril Smith.
Sir Cyril Smith. Yeah, Sir Cyril Smith. But that's what I mean. When you go to the government, like you know, you go to the government or police and stuff, because in Rochdale they're all up each other's asses. They want to blank that out. You know what I mean? It's the parents fighting basically against the government. Look, this has happened to my child, you know, and they're not help. There's no help there. There's nothing. So that's why PAG UK brought up, because at the end of the day, you can go in and talk to the PAG UK and they will fight that case. They will try and fight it.
And the thing is as well, right? I mean, when I went to that protest, if I remember, there was a placard, a banner, and it had a picture of a female chief inspector on it who was female, who was involved in a paedophile ring. I'm not sure if she was attached to Rochdale Station or not, but there you go. The highest, you know, one of the highest ranks you can have in policing.
Yeah.
Part of the paedophile ring. I say convicted, known about and dealt with because of it, evidence-wise. So there it is.
Yeah.
So why are people not even bothering about things like that?
Exactly,
you know
especially in your own town as well.
You're talking about the law here,
yeah.
As well as with politicians, the law. Okay, your guy on the street, yeah. But we're talking politicians and law, and
people.
Do I say it? The Royals as well.
Mm.
So how high can you be, and how much do they get away with it? Even footballers, people in top professions or celebrities get away with it. So these guys at the fucking top, they're never going to get dealt with, are they?
No, but it's like Richard Farnell were one of them, a politician in our town. Like Richard Farnell, he were one. He were the one they're like an all boys school and stuff, like with Sir Cyril Smith, all boys school, and they got abused and stuff, you know. And he were a politician and he kept it all quiet, blah de blah. And so Billy Howarth actually went full strong on it, you know, on that case, and Farnell finally quit the council. He quit the council, and fair enough, I don't like people dying. Farnell died, but you know what I mean? I can't say, but you know what I mean? It's life, you know what I mean? But the guy died, but whatever he's done to them children, I do not fucking like him for. You know what I mean?
Well, we've just had a councillor, let's say just in the last few months, he's been jailed in Leeds. A councillor in jurisdictions within Leeds area. He was grooming, or he had untoward contact with a young boy. I think he was 15 at the time. He was found guilty and he's been locked up and said no. I can't think of his name.
Yeah.
But he was an Asian guy in Leeds. It may have been Bradford.
Yeah.
That he were in. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but that could have been through their Bikereddie, couldn't it? Like, because the Rochdale grooming scandal went Rotherham, Bradford, and like all that way on, didn't it? They got them girls on the program. If you watch the program that were on telly, we called the 3 girls, but they weren't 3 girls; it were 49 girls.
Yeah.
So the BBC lied about that. There were not just 3 girls; there were 49 poor girls that got groomed around Rotherham, Bradford, Rochdale. They all got mixed around.
Going back to the 80s, my uncle, he bought a shop in Rawtenstall. It was a corner shop. Basically, it was a district of terraced houses and what have you. And there were a lot of crime there, if you like. But the biggest thing that came out of there then was the paedophile rings that were going on in Rawtenstall. Now that, I believe, is near Rochdale, isn't it?
Yeah, Rawtenstall just up road, Bikereddie, yeah, mate.
Yeah. So that was in early 80s with that. I can remember that.
But that's why how long it's been going on for. It's been going on for years and years and years. And
decades.
The council, the police, the government have all hid this, like with Sir Cyril Smith, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And now it's finally come out in the woodwork. But they only bring it out in the woodwork now. Sir Cyril Smith's dead. And you know what I mean? And people are leaving the jobs and they're all, you know what I mean? Why aren't they prosecuted? The ones that are leaving the jobs they're higher up in the council and the police, even the chief inspector of Rochdale left his job. He quit.
It's going on. We know it's going on. Fucking hell. And do you know what I mean? And not enough. There's not enough Billy Howarths going around. You know? It's serious shit. We're talking about children.
Exactly. And like I say, my children, I've got a 25-year-old, I've got a 19-year-old coming up 20, I've got a 17-year-old girl, and I've got a 12-year-old boy, Neely, tomorrow, Sunday, 12-year-old, you know what I mean? Anyone touches them, and I've been a father to them, and I would never let no harm get to them because of what I support, you know what I mean?
I think anything the same, irrespective of what you support, mate. I mean, my kids have grown up a long time ago, left home, they've got kids of their own, my grandkids. Anybody touches my grandkids now, mate, I'll do fucking time for them, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Exactly. And it's like I said, the film that they brought out, the three girls, the BBC were lying there because we know as a case in Rochdale, it weren't 3, it were 49 girls in Rochdale that were getting groomed. And just think about the other towns like Rotherham, Burnley, Bradford, Rawtenstall, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How many then would it be that they've all lived in?
And the figures we get today are fuck all compared to the true ones, right? Must be, as always. Patsy.
That is outstanding, is that? Fucking hell. Why?
Bloody hell.
So obviously he must have served time for that.
It's like Dennis Carr just put in the bottom, Dennis Carr there. Sorry, pot shop, I blame the parents. I put me down myself as a good parent, to be quite honest. I look after my kids and I know where they go every time. You know, I check phones and stuff like that, check devices, maybe. I don't mean to sound awful. You also get parents out there that sooner have the children out of their house, out of their earth, or they're not doing the reading. You know what I mean? Or we can carry on doing what we're doing. You get tea sorted, the kids out doing what they're doing. Yeah, I understand that or whatever. You know what I mean? But me as a parent, I always check my children's stuff.
Okay, right. Irrespective, like you just said there, Paul.
I know you're there, mate. Just give me a couple of
minutes. You make sure you're aware of what your kids are doing, you look after them, and you're always aware, but you can never be aware 100% of the time.
Not 100%, nah.
So that percentage of 100% that you're not aware of, why is it okay for these people to fucking prey on them?
Exactly, mate. Exactly. That's the thing. Well, you...
So I'm sorry there, not you want James, I want it with Dennis, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dennis.
You cannot blame the parents, right? Irrespective of what those kids are up to, right? You've got to blame the people that are fucking preying on them. Yeah. Can those kids not walk freely in a park in the countryside like we did as kids?
Children,
they're getting fucking touched up by these dirty bastards.
Yeah.
The children, imagine that fear. I'll tell you a quick story. I'm going to nip off. I think that's you, Bastian. If it's you, can you give me a wave?
It won't be Bastian, mate. I'm telling you now.
The intercept.
It won't be.
Right. Give me a wave. He just has done.
Really?
Yeah,
no, you do me a favour, mate. Take your headphones off.
Has he got his setup in front of him?
Not sure. Take your headphones off, Bastian, if you don't mind. Thank you. It is him. All right. Give me a couple of minutes. All right, mate.
Put him on,
Give
mate.
me a couple of minutes. Carry on.
Fucking months.
Pardon?
I hadn't spoken to him for months, mate.
No, this is another nice surprise. Same with pork chops. Come on, you know what I mean? This is what it's about on here. We always get nice surprises.
First time for me, isn't it, Dino?
Is it the first? I thought you.
You've been on before, Parker, so you have.
I'm sure. I've slept since then. I've slept since then, buddy.
It doesn't matter anyway. You're on now, and that's all that matters. And what a superb subject. And I'm so glad you know Billy Howarth and reminded me of his name as well. And I have got a video there, and there is a little interview with him. So, but anyway, I'll nip off for a couple. Bastian, I'll bring you on when I come back. Is that all right?
Put him on now, mate, before you go.
Yeah, slap him on there.
I don't want to be ignorant. I don't want to be ignorant and go off.
We'll keep him occupied, mate.
We'll keep him occupied. He'll know you just popped off.
Okay, then. Right, here he is.
We'll keep him occupied. He'll know you just popped off.
Okay, then.
Evening,
right,
folks.
Here he is. Bastian.
We'll keep him occupied. He'll know you.
You're ready. You're echoing. Bastian.
We'll keep him occupied. He'll know you.
Yeah,
you're ready.
You're
I might got echoes, have I? Right, give me a minute. Hold up.
Give him a sec, guys. He's
echoing.
I might got echoes, have I? Right, give me a minute. Hold up.
Give him a sec, guys. He's echoing.
I might got echoes, have I? Right, give me a minute. Hold up.
Give him a sec, guys.
I might got echoes, have I? Right, give me a minute.
Oh my God, infinity. See when I get back.
I might got echoes, have I? Right, give me a minute.
Oh my God, infinity.
I might got echoes.
Right, you sorted now.
Right, is that better now? Yeah, that sounds better. You better now, mate.
Right, can you hear us, mate?
Right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, mate.
Spot on, buddy.
Right, can you hear us, mate?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, mate. Yeah, it's still got an echo going on there.
Here again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, mate. Yeah, we can hear you, but you're still got an echo.
Oh, man. Right.
Yeah, we can hear you now, mate. We can hear you, but you're still got an echo.
Oh, wait a minute. Have I got StreamYard? Right. No, that's muted.
We can hear you, but you're still got an echo.
Right, I know what it was. I had YouTube going on in the background, I think.
No shit.
Oh, man, what's going on here?
Right, it sounds all right now.
That does. I can't hear no feedback now.
I can't.
That's on.
Right, can you hear us, Bastian?
Hello?
Can you not hear us? We're speaking. Put your StreamYards back up.
He's muted himself, I think.
On here, no one now.
Well, we're talking, mate.
We can hear you, lad. So you're doing Bikereddie anyway, mate? I've never spoke to you proper before, have I?
I think we have, mate, in past. Been a while, like, but yeah, we have spoke.
Maybe.
I've been on Dino's. I think it may be on somebody else's channel.
Yeah, could be, mate.
Yeah, I'm doing all right, Captain.
Good lad. That's the main thing, bro.
Right, let's see if we can get Bastian sorted out.
Technical issues here, guys.
He should have what system he's got. Fucking hell, have you seen it?
No, I've not seen it, mate. I haven't, no. I've got a good system, but...
I have as well, but it puts right to shame. It really does.
I've just got one.
Sorry about this, guys. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you now.
Yeah,
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us now?
Oh, God's sake. Right, I'll be back. Right, I'll come off. If you can hear me, I'll come off and I'll try and get back. I've got to get this audio sorted out. Sorry, guys.
Right, no worries, mate.
Dino, I don't know if you heard that. Bastian's going to drop off.
Come off.
Yeah. No worries, mate. See you in a bit. Mickey Mouse, how you doing? Thumbs up to you as always. Thank you for coming in. Neil Robinson still in the MP Gamer is. Dennis Carr, Alice Clark. Cheers, guys, honestly. And also all them guys who support me on the channel and make comments on the videos and etc. I really do appreciate it. You know, I don't always reply always, but sometimes I do. So I'm not ignoring you, but I just want to thank you. It does mean a lot. It really does. It keeps me going. Thank you.
Fucking hell, Bastian comes on when I'm about to go to bed.
No, you're not.
Oh,
yeah, you are. No, you're not. Yeah, you are.
Just poured him a glass of wine, mate. So
he
was going half an hour ago.
No, I said I was going at 12:30, mate.
What wine do you drink, Eddie? Are you red or white?
Red.
Are you red? Yes, red. Good lad. Full-blooded red wine drinker. Yeah.
The cheap stuff, yeah. You know.
Fuck off, cheap stuff.
I
like my Shiraz. I don't like that Morlaix shit. I don't fucking like that.
I'm a red wine drinker at Christmas, me. I don't know. I just drink cans of Carling or whatever, just, like through work, after work and stuff like that. But when it comes Christmas, I'm a red wine. I like the headache.
I don't get headaches, mate. That's it.
My head pumps, mate. It pumps, in the morning when I wake up, it's pumping.
No, that's fine, mate.
Mike, can you just take your headphones off, put them back on? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I know you understand why I'm asking that. UK, did you have a chance to try that software? And I'll tell you, it wouldn't. Wrong format or something. So I was going to let you know about that, but yeah. But anyway, Bastian's back, guys. The Intercept.
It's here. Yeah. We've had to rebrand because I'm banned from YouTube. So can you hear me?
Yeah. That's a lot better, mate. A lot better.
We could hear you before. Mate, but you couldn't hear us.
No, I couldn't hear you. No. I don't know what I've done, but I'll reset everything. And the first mistake I made, the reason why you got the echo, is because I had the YouTube page on in the background. Yeah, that always confuses me. But I'm out of practice. I've been out of this for a beer drinker here as well. That's my mistake. Whoever said that, that's probably why 90% of why I fucked up tonight is because I've drunk copious amounts of beer. Sorry about that. But I've got to be honest. There you go. Yes. But Pork Chop, Bikereddie, and yourself, Dino, good evening. And it's been a pleasure being back. I've been out of the game. I'm listening to the conversation that you're talking about tonight. It has, it's more than tugged at heartstrings on the conversation that we're talking about because it seems to be so prevalent at this time. I mean, 3 years ago, this was all conspiracy theory about what Pork Chop's talking about, and now all of a sudden, it's coming out fact. I don't want to say anything. I'm going to calm it down tonight, Daniel. I'm not going to get you taken off or anything like that. So I'm trying to be diplomatic with this. I've not had that much drink tonight that I don't think I know. I'm going to calm it down a bit. And it's going to be difficult. You might see me biting my lip and things like this. But
and the way that feels, mate, don't worry about that.
This is a subject that really does get my goat. And pork chops, you spoke a lot of sense tonight. Bikereddie as well.
Yeah.
And it's a very difficult subject. The big question I've got to ask is whether it's West Yorkshire Police, whether it's South Yorkshire Police, whether it's Telford or the what do they call themselves, West Mercia Police. No matter what police force we're talking about here, and the Metropolitan Police, why is it there seems to be such an inherent problem within our police forces to actually tackle what is, I mean, whether you're a male, whether you're a female, whether you're in between or whatever, our children are the most sensitive, delicate subjects that get involved with our lives. Why is it that we've got police being tough on words on social media, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, or whatever it be, but when it comes to this subject, we've got to be very careful what we say and how we approach this. Why have we got to be careful about what we say and how we approach this? Because this is one of the most fundamental things. If we let this sort of stuff happen to our children, then anything goes.
Mike, you're right, but it doesn't come from the police, does it? It comes from above. It's not them who are saying, "Oh, we don't want that." It's like it's coming from above them.
Yeah, no, you bang on. But at the end of the day, it's a little bit like when we go back to the 1940s and we listen to these Nazi officers that were arrested and soldiers that were, well, I was only doing my job. I was only doing what I was told. At that time, it's not an exception, isn't it? When it's the most vulnerable being on this planet, which is a child, or, I mean, we could take that to an extreme, whether it be a child, a puppy dog, or a kitten, or whatever. When something's being taken advantage of, right, and you've got so-called law enforcement that can't even enforce the most fundamental basics of this, is that when you've got something vulnerable that can't be protected, then there's no point in having a police force. But they soon point out that, but you can't be a vigilante and police this, so we're here to do that. But you can't do nothing, because the fathers that have spoke out against this, the parents that have spoke out against this and tried to do something about it themselves, have also found to be the criminals, because the police arrest them rather than the perpetrators of this.
Exactly, I agree with you, Bastian, there, because that's what's happened in my time. Like, the parents have tried fighting, the fathers have tried fighting against it, and they get arrested, and they're the wrong ones. You know what I mean? I agree, Bastian, big time. I agree, mate.
It gets my goat. Don't know what Eddie thinks of it. Nice to speak to you again, Eddie. I don't know what you think about it, mate. And I know you're in a particular. Are you West Yorkshire biker?
I am, yes.
Yeah. Well, my mother's side of the family from there, Dewsbury and Thornhill, and they're in the same mindset. Is that why are the police allowing this to happen?
Exactly, and this is what the police and the government have done. They've all tried keeping it a cover up all these years. You know what I mean? And this is what they've done until it's been leaked out of the bag. It's been leaked out to a certain person, and it's spread and spread and spread. And this is, which is gonna get leaked out. You do something wrong, someone's gonna find out one day, aren't they? You know what I mean? So bang, it's come out.
I'll try and throw a question up to Bastian's question. Right, why is this happening? Right. If you look at the places where it's happening, they're fundamentally of Asian population.
Well, no.
Jews, wait a minute. Jews from Bradford, Rochdale, they're of a certain community, and it's these people that, these areas that have been sort of noticed that are doing this type of thing. Right, I'm not saying all those people within those communities are doing it, but that's where it seems to occur from. Yeah.
I totally agree with what you're saying there, Eddie. But I think we've got to be very careful how we we sort of put this across, and this is something that our establishment, whatever you want to call them, the government aren't doing. It's just that they're blanket covering it, saying, "Oh, there's Asian gangs." It's no, it's not. It's not Chinese. It's not Taiwanese. It's not bloody. That's the wrong aspect to come with it, and it's like saying, "Oh, well, it's all Muslims that are doing it," and it's not all Muslims that are doing it.
No,
it's a particular sects from the Muslims that are doing it. It's not Saudi Arabian Muslims here doing it. It's not Taiwanese Muslims here doing it. It's a certain sect, and I'm going to say it here, and it's a Pakistani community problem, and it's been well recognised. It's not me just being racist here, doing a Toby Robinson saying, "Well, that's what the problem is, and that's what it." No, I mean it's racist, and I think when it comes from our establishment and Sky News and the BBC, and they say, "Oh, Asian Muslim gangs and Asian grooming gangs," and it's like, well, hold up a minute, that's 2/3 of the fucking world that you're labelling doing it, and it's not 2/3 of the world doing it, and we can throw that in our own back garden and say, well, well, if white men do it as well, of course they do it, but they're not doing it in a cult type of way, whether there's gangs doing it. And to call them just Asian gangs doing it is opening up 2/3 of the planet. And
I do think there is. But what is more prominent are these other ethnic people who are over here. Romanian, I've heard of. Albanians.
Yeah. So I'm not singling out a sect or a cult.
I mean that was going to lead me on to my next question. In all honesty, as why the police do not step in, intervene, do anything about it. Is it because of the race card being called? Is that the issue?
Yeah.
To me, that seems to be the issue. That's the sort of.
That's definitely a big part of it.
Right, because it's a race issue, so the police are reluctant to kind of get involved in a big kind of way, and that's why it's gone on for fucking 30+ years.
Well, exactly. It's like me. I'm not a racist person. There's good and bad in all races. It's like you get these people in the English, you get people in the Pakistani or the Indian or the Romanians and stuff. You get the good people, you get the bad people, and they're the criminals, the bad people. You know what I mean? It's like you get the English people like myself and like yourselves, guys. You always get them. You get paedophiles, probably grooming gangs as well. That still work. It's that. So the police need to be, and the government, to work together to sort that stuff out. You know what I mean? But the case in Rochdale, they haven't done. You stand up and have a say in Rochdale, you're the bad one. You know what I mean? But because it's popular.
That's one thing that's got me, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. Is that we've got to put all this in perspective here. So you can see an auditor go out with a camera, right? And they're filming stuff, and they're treated like enemy of the state. But when you see these grooming gangs, grooming gangs, and not just grooming gangs, let's take paedophiles. There's plenty of videos out there on YouTube about these what do they call them? They're not vigilantes, they're paedophile hunters, and it seems to me there's a reluctancy there with the police from it, and they treat it all with kid gloves, and it's like, but is this the new sexual thing that's going on, and we've got to be very careful here. But meanwhile, they'll take someone with a camera going up and down a high street or filming a police station or filming a police and they're treated like fucking terrorists.
As a terrorist. There's Section 43 they put on them. They put a Section 43 straight on them as a terrorism act. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's what I can't get around my head, Pork Chop, is just like, well, where is this mentality being bred from? Why is it all of a sudden our police have gone after soft targeting rather than real crime targeting? And let's face it, I put it above murder. When you rape a child or an underage girl or boy or whatever it be, I think that's you're at the belly of evilness. You're right down there. You're worse than someone that would burgle a house, or I think there can't be a worse crime committed against a child. But our police forces don't seem to look at it that way.
Right, the police are given orders on what to do that particular shift, that particular day, whatever. Right, what to target, what not to target, etc. And you've got different sections looking at different things. They're all given a specific task. Now, if that specific task is to leave those particular areas alone, then that's what they've got to do. They've got to follow what they're told.
Yeah, but come on, Eddie.
Yeah, I know.
They have to keep quiet as well. Don't forget,
we know that.
Quiet on a lot of things.
We know that, right? If you're in a job of employment, you don't follow what they say, you're going to be out on your ear. So you've got to follow what you say, whether you agree with it or not, right? I'm not saying it's right. In fact, it's fucking totally wrong. But with the police in the position that they hold, to uphold the law, blah, blah, blah. If they're told to leave a certain area alone where there's no paedophiles, now,
Eddie, how are we meant to accept that? How do we, as the plebs, as the the commoners of this planet, with children, you've either got your grandchildren, you've got your daughters, you've got your sons, your nephews, your nieces, and that. How are we meant to accept that our police force feel that they've got to treat it with such kid gloves, that they're worried about their mortgages, their families? I don't know what they think about if they've got children, because if I was a police officer and I had children as well, I'd be very concerned about this. But it doesn't seem to me that message gets through to them. If we've got the wrong type of people doing our policing, if they think that's acceptable, all in the name of accepting what their bosses say that is acceptable, and we've got to be gentle there, and it's like, well, hold up a minute. The worst crime you could do is infiltrate a child, is taking innocence away, and how the police wear that uniform, collectively.
It is, mate. I totally agree with you. But if that particular officer is given an order to say, right, leave that area alone, right, and that officer doesn't agree with it, he's got no option. He's got to leave that area alone. He can come back with it later on or whatever.
That says more about them than it does me, Eddie. Yeah. If an officer actually thinks that says more about them than me. And I'll tell you what, they don't represent me as a citizen.
Right, wait a minute. I'm not saying that officer agrees with that. I
know what you're saying.
He's following orders.
But it's also that as well. It's also that you got to think about it. Like you say, a police officer, if they've got children themselves, they've got to think about that. But you've got to think of the police officer themselves. They've got a job to do. They've got to leave personal things out of their job. You know what I mean? So if it comes to a situation where they can't think about that, they've just got to do their job to know that person's done that crime. You know what I mean? So me as personally, if I'd never be a police officer, but if I was, I wouldn't think, my child's been groomed. You know what I mean? So you're getting nicked. You know what I mean? Sort of thing.
I was going to say earlier, what do you think of these police officers who come off duty and they go home and they know all this information, and they might pick up the newspaper when they get home as well and start reading it about a certain story about paedophilia or whatever, and it involves the police or whatever. I wonder what they think. And then they go back to work the next day. What would you do if you were a cop and if you knew someone, a colleague or whatever, who might be involved in something like that?
Right, if they were a normal thinking human being with children and everything else, and they see that going on, but they've been tasked with doing something else and not to interfere or whatever, right? If they were a normal human being, it would fucking fester in their head.
Imagine that when they get home,
It would fucking rot them to the core, mate. They would eventually, I would hope that they would try and do something about it. Because if they're a normal fucking human being, right, or we're talking about the police here, if they're a normal thinking human being, when they go off duty and they think about these things, then surely they've got to take those sort of thoughts back to work with them the next day.
Exactly.
If they're told to leave that alone, then how can that person do his job correctly.
But Eddie, do you actually think that, I mean, we've certainly got, and I'm not blaming like 100% of the police force here for this reason, but do you think certainly in the last 20 years we have a totally different breed of policemen now?
I think we do,
and that's why they find it easy to accept that there's no empathy with them. They certainly seem more aggressive than what they ever used to be.
Yeah, but remember the breed of police we had back in the day, like say 80s, 90s, or going into the 70s. They used to patrol the streets and stuff. Do you see that now? Do you see a Bobby?
None of it.
You don't see it. I'm not being funny. I drive down the road every day from work and back home or shopping or whatever. I see one police car or something. You know what I mean? And you're like, come on. When I were a kid, you had a local walking up the road who used to stop kids and go, "What are you doing?" You know what I mean? Anything. You don't see.
I remember there were coppers who actually they had stuff in the pockets. I don't know whether it was football cards and football play, stuff like that. And they used to hand them out to kids, like just to and let them play. Like if they were doing anything slightly wrong, hey, come on, hey, listen, I'll tell you what about this instead? Who's your favourite? Look who I've got. Now, come on, is that not the best way? What do you think these kids will have felt after they met that copper and had that interaction? Cops are stone, man. We get football cards. We get,
Yeah, you got your local Bobby that give you a clip round here if you're in the north or whatever.
Take you back to your parents.
Get home. Does your mum and dad know you're out till this time? What? Yeah. And it's like, get home.
When I grew up as a kid, we had a copper that lived at top of the street from us, right? Everybody knew we were a copper, right? And we used to go upfield, used to play football, used to play rounders, used to play marbles, they can hold it ground, play marbles, what have you. This copper, right, he'd come out, when he were off duty, he'd come out and he'd have a kick around with us, he'd even play marbles with us. Yeah. But when he come round in his uniform, right, you went, oh, fuck. You look, you went, oh, fuck, he's here.
Yeah, right? He's going to be good.
He'd go into his pockets, right, you're playing marbles, and he'd come out and he'd fucking, right, he'd say, right, I've got this, how much are you going to play against this one?
I've got a dobber.
Yeah, and he'd spend 10 minutes for you playing marbles.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant, but you knew the guy, right, out of his uniform, he was just a normal bloke, but you knew who he was. But when he was in his uniform, you thought, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And that was the difference. Right, that was the difference.
Proper community policing, Eddie. Yeah, proper community policing. But that's all disappeared now.
And what do we get now, though? We get PSOs that walk the road. I think PSOs are waste of our taxes money.
Yeah.
It's a waste
the police
of money.
Are driving around in BMWs, Audis, all the top of the range police cars, because it looks good on the telly when they're filming police interceptors, doesn't it? That they're driving the fastest cars, and Sergeant so and so from Essex Police Station likes fish and chips on a Friday night. His favourite car's a full Fiesta Pop or whatever, and it looks great on the telly. This is where it's all gone wrong. The police, right? They're trying to portray them as some sort of television entertainment programs with police interceptors and all that stuff. But meanwhile, us plebs, all we're witnessing, when your car gets broken into, when your house gets robbed, if you get fucking beaten up in the street or whatever, they don't want to know. But if someone says something shit about you on this thing, your door's taken down at 4 o'clock in the morning because it's like, harassment, alarm, and distress. This word I've never heard so much in my life.
Look at
malicious communications.
Yes,
Look at your latest one that's on Channel 5 right now. This police catching speeders. Right, you've got a chief inspector going out there driving fucking cars. He's only doing it because he's on fucking camera. And the other time, he won't be fucking going out there.
Exactly,
That's what makes me laugh is these PCSOs. Fair enough, they're doing a job, right? But what job they're doing, they've got more powers than a traffic warden. You know what I mean? They're wasting all that money on paying PSOs. There's more PSOs on the streets than you see PCs. So
you don't see any on the street, pork chop. I've not seen a policeman
No, that's
walk on the beach at all.
Exactly. It's PCSOs. They've got no powers. So they need to scrap them, get more PCs on the street, and do what they did in the 80s and 90s or 70s. You know what I mean? They need to do that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've got your PCSOs. They walk through my village regularly. You see them. You see the same guys, that scruffiest looking bastard you've ever seen, and everybody knows they can't do fucking jack shit. Even the kids know, they can walk up to them and say, "Oh, you're a wanker." They can't do a fucking rap.
No, they can't. Right, check this out. Where I work. Yeah, where I work, I work on an industrial estate, right? We've got a security office right near the gates, right? And you see PCSOs walking. I'm telling you, they're about 5'2", right? And I'm not being horrible or racist. There's a black lady, yeah. She's got a bit of a weight on her, and I'm not being racist or out like that. And I'm like, she's a PCSO. I could jump over her head. If I committed a crime, I could jump over her head. She ain't gonna chase me. And I don't mean that nastily. You know what I mean? Fair enough. The lady.
I've said it before.
I've got power, mate. I've got power.
I've said it before, mate.
Big fathead. I can get a job as a PTSO. I'm fat enough. My head's got fat enough.
No, I didn't say.
I could seriously get a job as a PTSO.
Bastard, I didn't say the word. I didn't say the word fat, but she was a big girl. You know what I mean? I could jump over her head, man. You know what I mean? I'm like, you're not chasing me.
I know what you mean.
I work.
Can I just say about a PCO?
I'm going to butt in before I leave. I left my bullets off when I see a fat copper trying to run after somebody. Anyway, other than that, right, I'm going to say good evening now. It's 5-1.
Oh, I thought I'd come on, is it, Eddie? Come on.
No, mate, I stayed because you came on. So
top honour.
Right, everybody in the chat that's been there since we started, thank you for being there. Thank you for all your comments. It's been brilliant. You guys on the panel, thank you for your interactions with me and everything else. Been really good. People that's been on the panel that's gone, thank you for your interactions. The chat tonight has been so diverse, it's been untrue. Really good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to love you and leave you. So it's Twat in the chat signing off. Good night. Love you all. Take care and be good.
How did you get that name, Eddie? Bloody hell. Twat in the chat.
Right.
Is that what you call him?
It's always been the saying, Bastian. It's the way the show goes.
Right,
Biker as always, mate. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks for everything.
Good, Biker. Thanks, man.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's Bikereddie. Right, I'm going to jump off as well, Dino, mate. If you don't mind, mate.
You know what an absolute bloody pleasure. Absolutely brilliant, mate. Thanks so much for coming on.
No, I'll jump on again. Don't worry. Nice one, Bastian.
So. Yeah, great.
You might not see me for I go to Spain in just under 2 weeks, so I'm going to Spain for my holidays, and then I'll be in there 2 weeks. So you probably give me about, you probably see me next week or something, and then you won't see me for another 2 weeks.
Whenever you feel like coming in, you're always welcome.
But I'll be on my holidays in Gran Canaria, so I'll be happy.
Whatever you do, can you spread the word? You know, take a look at that channel. You know, Deanology and Bastian and Biker. Spread the word for us in Spain. Yeah.
What I'll do, Dino, I'll do it on my channel and I'll do it on my other channel because I've got another channel. I'm nearly on 1,000 subscribers on that. So
right. What was it called?
It's a metal detection channel because I do metal detection. It's Robert Hunter Collinson. I won't be able to put it up because I'm not a mod or anything.
I know UK's in there though, and he doesn't take long in getting linked up. It's called what again, mate? Sorry.
Robert Hunter Collinson. UK Transparency will pull it up for you. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he will.
UK. Robert
Potshop's his own channel as well. Please, guys, thanks very much. When we get guys like this on, we need to promote them. Sensible, intelligent people who know how to have a conversation. Brilliant stuff. That's what this live's all about. Thank you so much, guys.
You're very welcome, mate.
Thank you very much, mate. Nice
No,
talking
thank
to
you.
you.
No, you
Nice
too,
talking,
Basti, mate. But like I
Okay,
say,
mate.
UK Transparency's put it up. He's a cracking lad.
I
You
knew
know
it.
what I mean?
Oh, it's in there, yeah. Got it.
And if your Fridays are not busy, like obviously I do one at 8 o'clock on me, Robert and Collinson, we do metal detecting, but it's not all metal detecting. We have a laugh. We play games. You can win prizes sometimes. You know what I mean?
Great. Right.
Yeah, I'm just looking up the channel now. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, I give prizes away, stickers. I give mugs away. I give all sorts away. So
See, I'm trying to give a mug away, but nobody wants one. You don't want it. Can I show it you? I don't know if you've seen it.
Go on, let's
I'm trying to give them away for free.
It's beer, Dino, it's beer mugs you need to do. Beer mugs, not tea mugs. Oh, that's posh. Oh, that's posh. Oh, inside as well. Blue inside. Bloody hell. They are posh.
Deanology. I print my own mugs and T-shirts and everything, me.
Do you know what? Good for you as well for giving away free stuff, because, like, you know, a lot of people say, oh, you know, you rent it for the money and all that shit. No.
See, I never do that, me, Deanology. What I do on my channel, me, I do it for my subscribers. I've not done it proper on my pork chop ones yet because I'm not. I won't call myself an auditor as yet. I am learning the basics. You know what I mean? But on my metal detecting channel, which is Robert Hunter Collinson, I'm nearly 1,000. As soon as I get 1,000 subscribers on there, I'm sponsored.
How far are you off? What are you on now?
I'm on this
Come on,
one.
let's have a look, because maybe if you're that close,
I think I'm 823 or something like that.
No, you're 354 subscribers on Pork Chop Audits. I think that's going up because more people are subscribing as you're giving the channel out. So,
right, guys, do me a favour, and I know you will. In fact, you know the score. I don't even have to ask. I know you will.
I'm going to put this up there now, right, on my Robert Hunter Collinson channel. Once I get to 1,000 subscribers, my sponsor who sponsors me metal detecting is going to give me a metal detector as a giveaway for my 1,000 subscriber. So some lucky subscriber is going to win a metal detector.
Right.
That'd be good. I'd love to win that. Just give me a tip off when you're ready.
No, it's going to be numbers picked and stuff like that. So
what we all need now, Pork Chop now is a bullshit detector, not a metal detector. We need a bullshit detector. There's tons of it coming out of our television at the moment. So, that's what we need. A government bullshit detector.
Oh, but we'll spot them all out in government, won't we, with that, Bastian?
Gotta be done.
But that's what I mean. Like I said, as soon as I hit 1,000 on that, a free giveaway to a lucky subscriber. I don't have a PayPal link. I don't have nothing going up. I don't want no donations and nothing.
You've not got 1,000 yet, guys. Whatever you do, please support this. Come on, you lot. You know it. So get in there and spread the word as well, and have a look at the channel and do all that kind of stuff, and get this guy where I think he probably deserves to be. So come on. It's all about supporting each other on here, and you guys know that. Lots of love.
Oh, there's another channel. I've just subscribed to the Pork Chop channel, so there's another one, is there?
Robert Hunter Collinson. It's a metal detector.
Right. Oh, if someone can throw that in the link in there as well.
I'm sure somebody will. Let me just get those.
UK Transparency will. He's already done it once, I think.
No, that was the other one. That was your Pork Chop one.
Did it?
Pork Chop Audits. That's the one I've got subscribed to there. And then there's your metal detecting one, isn't there?
Yeah.
There we go. So I've just done it too. There we go.
Tino's on the case.
And I'm going to hit the fucking bell as well. Don't forget that bell, guys, as well.
Bikereddie built you to it.
Ha You've been well slack tonight. Mr. Biker, bedtime. This is well late for him, you know. The reason Biker stays on longer than his norm, shall I say, this is when you know he's loving it, and the day after when we have our little meeting and that, you know, it's so nice to hear him talk about it, you know. Brilliant. Love it. Cheers.
Right, guys, massive respect. Thank you, Dino. Thank you, Bastian. And thank you, chat. That's me out.
No worries, mate. Absolute pleasure.
I'll jump in chat, mate.
No worries, but thanks, mate, for the pleasure that you've given everyone. Cheers.
No, you're very welcome, mate. Very welcome. Everybody's very welcome. I love everybody. Sweet.
Thank you. See, oh wow, he's going to stay in there for a bit listening. But wow, what an amazing contribution to this live. Just, you know, cheers very much. Right, so I'm left with David's back there as well. But you know, Bastian's still here, guys. Don't forget about his channel as well.
Bring him on,
David, if that's you, just want to make sure. Blow me a kiss. Oh God, not like that. That was too sloppy, man. Right. What are you going like that for?
Hello.
David's back.
Hello.
How you doing, David?
How are we all?
We're actually quite good. It's just gone brilliant, non-stop, superb chat with two nice surprises for me, which is Bastian and Pork Chop Audit. So you came
I know, it's been pretty awesome.
Just love it, you know. Superb stuff it's been all the way through, to be honest with you. With total respect, total politeness, and our live stream should be. And for me, I'll always keep saying it. These guys in the chat who stay in from minute one to dot are a great example to any live stream chat. Thanks so much, guys. Even Yvonne Driver.
Neil Robinson at Insta, would you hate me if I described you as bald, beardless, and John McQuirk? No, Neil. No, sorry. No offence taken there at all, mate. No, I don't care. I really don't care what people call me. I've been called much worse than that. I'll tell you that now. No, I'll take that as a compliment, actually. No worries about that.
David, where did you go?
I went off for a bit because I wanted to get something to eat and a drink.
Right, well, that's a bit selfish, don't you think?
Yeah, I thought that was very selfish. Yeah, if you're going to do things like that on a Friday night and not share it.
I don't know why I keep wearing him off for that kind of behaviour.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyway, it don't matter. It's all about right now, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Isn't it?
God save the king. I don't want to put a downer on it and all that.
No, it's fine. We can still talk about that if you want. Whatever you want.
I'd be the first person on a Friday night to say that. You know, God save the king. I thought it was quite hip and trendy then by saying that. You know.
Well, I'm sure we all said God save the Queen before that, and I'm not sure what she's trying to be saved from, but she's not been saved from death. So.
Or heating bills and increasing shopping bills. Yeah, I'm sure they're all good in that front. Yeah.
But, well, I'm sure she could afford it.
Oh, flipping hell, Dino! I was trying to be trendy then. You know, trying to be like down with the kids. And God save the king.
Well, you know me, I'm a bit slow.
So, what do you think of the events over the last couple of days, Dino? Do you know? I mean. You know, if you put the telly on, fuck me, you want to slit your own wrists at the moment. And we got, you know what, we got a month of this, not 10 days, not 2 weeks. We have got a month of this.
A bloody month.
A month of it.
Oh
yes.
My God.
And
kill me now. Kill me now.
Christ. I'm fucked off after the first day. It's not even been 24. Well, it's just over 24 hours. And I'm like, no, this is too much now. And then we got the idiots that's taken over from her. I mean, all right, no, look, as much as we might be anti-royalists, right, or you might be a royalist and stuff like that, there's no doubt getting away that the Queen, you know, all right, she's from a privileged background, but she ain't done a bad job.
And if you think that shit for this country,
what job?
Yeah, well, Dave, David, listen to this. If you think she has done a bad job, just you wait until you see her son take over. Oh, fucking Prince Charlie boy. I think, the minute she died, all I thought was, well, it's very unfortunate. She was an old lady. She's 96 years old. Yeah, tragic.
Yeah, I respect that.
She's had a wonderful life and all that. Yeah, I respect that as well, even though I'm not your typical royalist or whatever.
No, me neither.
None of that.
Doesn't bother me one bit.
What scares me more is what's taking over from her. Here's a guy that has spoken to plants, spoken to trees, and is the typical WEF, World Economic Forum. Please don't.
I've give trees hugs and everything. Give me a break. I'm not royalty.
I always thought he was Zebedee from Magic Roundabout. He was.
No, I know what you mean, but the difference, yeah.
But and it's just what amazes me. It don't amaze me. What I find concerning is that the Queen the Queen's only once slipped up her political views, right? Since 1947? 1952 when she got coronated. But since she became a princess and all that stuff, they've always said that the monarchy should never get involved in politics to the point that they're making it public. How many times have you heard Prince Charles, right, since the early 2000s, make political statements,
you always hear it.
Yeah, all the time. And I'm like, well, Jesus Christ. And I think it's going to be him that ends the monarchy. So maybe it's like a bit of a blessing in disguise, because I don't think we're ever going to see the likes of the monarchy as we know it. No. I think now it's just I don't know. I think we're going to go from one extreme to another.
Mike. I don't know if you was listening, but I brought up a point where it like the people started moaning about it, and it's like, well, what does she do and what do they do and all that? And it's like, how come they're still very old-fashioned and like this is the modern world, and it's all of a sudden became kind of hip.
Yeah,
became
But
you don't do
anything.
That's the reason. That's the point. You don't do anything.
But no, they've kept up with it. Now it's a new generation, but the thing is, I still, and all respect to any human being, which is what they are, I don't really understand what they
actually do
for us. I mean,
they don't do anything. That's the point.
What do they do? Because they always say, "Oh, she was a very hard worker. She was working every day of her life." But it depends what your version of work is. If your version of work is getting up in the morning, have your arsehole cleaned after you've had a crap, and then having your breakfast laid out and having your tea laid out, and then, you lady, we're going to the WRVS in Birmingham this morning. I'll drive you. In actual fact, no, we're not going to drive you. What we do, we get the helicopter out the gardens of Windsor and we'll fly you up there. And you'll come out, you'll meet all these women from the WRVS, and you'll have a cup of tea, you'll have a slice of cake, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, no. And then get on the helicopter back. If that's a fucking hard day.
Yeah, that's the most work you'll ever done.
Yeah. If it's a hard day.
I don't get it. It's influence. I think influence is massive with them. The influence people. There's fear there. You don't mess with the royal family. HMP, prisons. I think she's in charge of the whole military force.
Oh yeah. She's right
things,
at the top of
things like that. So it's like, is that this is what that person does? So forget physical work. This is what that.
But she's not running the prisons.
She doesn't even do that because other people do it for her. It's just like a brand name.
Her job is to do nothing. That's it.
I don't think she even wipes her own arse, to be honest, or any of them do. I think they've got specific people.
It's very difficult talking. Any guys in that chat, right? Please don't take this to heart. We've got people with strong and light opinions, right? And we are all allowed to say what we think. So please bear with it. you know.
She wasn't even allowed to have any political views, for God's sake.
Yeah, don't take any offence. Remember whose live you're on, guys. You know we don't on here. If anyone starts going overboard, over the level, they're gone.
Dino, can I make something clear? Right? Look, as much I'm not particularly a royalist, but it does take a special kind of person that from her 20s, early 20-year-olds, and then when her father died, I think she was in South Africa or something when she heard the news that her father died and that. And it was literally the next day she had to make a speech from South Africa to say that I'm going to commit the rest of my life to this and doing whatever and blah, blah, blah. And
she was on tour,
what
wasn't
that
she?
meant was, because we're all quite sort of narrow-minded, as oh yeah, but you're living a life of luxury and shit like that. I'll tell you what, Dino, I wouldn't like that life where that you've got to put yourself away from the fucking public. You can't have normal friends. Her only friends was her close family, her cousins, her uncles, her aunts, and brothers and sisters. That was her only sort of personal clique, as it was. That would drive me up the fucking wall. Fuck me. Yeah. If I had to put up with my mother 24 hours a fucking day and, one of my cousins that I don't like and one of my aunts, which is a bit of pain in the arse, I think I would have just I would have jumped off the edge of a bridge a long time ago.
I mean, she's born like the Orla into a certain privileged life.
But it doesn't mean that you're happy,
has there been any mavericks in the royal family? Yes,
money doesn't buy happiness, though.
Princess Diana.
No, it doesn't. But it's like, what would you think? Don't forget the human beings. So it's like, but there has been mavericks who've gone out there and said, "Fuck this, I'm doing my own thing." You know what I mean? There has.
Princess Diana.
Princess
Diana. Look at Princess Diana, Dino. She was a bit of a maverick in a way, and I think that's what upset the bigger malarkey in the monarchy. Was that, she can't do, she's saying too much. When she started going out to these places where she was going against anti-mines and stuff like that and getting political with that.
Yeah.
They weren't even allowed to go out for a drink or anything like that.
No.
Permission or anything.
Exactly.
Imprisoned. I'm sure she said in an interview or two, not the exact words I'm going to say, but words to this effect, which is like, I feel imprisoned. I feel...
Yes,
I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything. Did she play for the cameras? The most photographed person in the world. Did she? A lot of people have said to me, so pretty and that. She actually played towards that role
like I said earlier,
in the limelight. I don't think she did. I don't think
she did.
I reckon at the beginning, I reckon so. And then I reckon, fucking hell, imagine all that every day of your life. Pissed off and
John B in the
what's
chat
going on the inside.
John B in the chat, Dino, says it quite nicely. I mean, it's quite simple. He says, "Stay calm and carry on." This has been the problem with our society since the Second World War, which is keep calm, carry on, loose lips sink ships, and all these silly sayings. That we've been brainwashed with since the 1940s, probably before then, but I'm using the 1940s as an example. And I think that's what's dumbed down society in the long run, is that people are too shit scared now, whether it be because they think they're going to lose their job, or whether they think their friends are going to go against them, or whether they, whatever their reasons are. And I think we all know what's wrong. And it goes back to what we were saying a little bit earlier, and I don't want to harp on about that, about children being raped and stuff like that. I can't think of anything worse criminally in this life that we can do that. But people feel that they can't speak about it openly because we've all been dumbed down.
I mean, they say we've got freedom of speech, but we haven't really, have we?
No, quite the opposite. The more we're told that we're in a democracy, I think we're not in a democracy, because let's take Liz Truss, that's now our Prime Minister. None of us have turned around and said, well, we want her as our Prime Minister. No, it's been a fucking load of Tories that have told us that. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not a Labourite and I'm not a Tory. I can't think anything worse, because I'm trying to think, well, yeah, if we got the party in opposition in power, will it be any better? No, it won't. It's going to be just as bad as it with the Tories. They're all the same. They're all of the same makeup. They're in it for themselves.
Exactly.
Liz Truss has not been elected by us. It's not a democratic process as far as I'm concerned. If we was to throw it to a general election, I wouldn't be any happier if that guy that sounds like a muppet when he speaks, and he speaks like, oh, well, yes, but I'm the Labour guy. It's going to be even better.
Do you think, David, as well, do you think elected or selected?
Selected, definitely.
Selected, any day.
Yeah, definitely. Selected. They're playing out a bigger picture and a bigger charade of a show the you general person knows about. This, look, let's put it this way. And I don't want to keep on about the WEF, the World Economic Forum, but let's take a look at all the prime ministers and chancellors of people that's been selected in Europe and this country. Angela Merkel, before she's out now, Christine Lagarde, they're all WEF. Here in this country, Liz Truss, Boris Johnson, the one up against her, Rishi Sunak, all members of the WEF. They're all playing to the same agenda. Justin Trudeau in Canada, WEF. Macron, WEF. They're all playing from one private, from a non-elected organisation called the WEF. That's what's running this planet at the moment. And the events that's happened over the last couple of weeks, it's very uncanny what's going on at this very moment in this time. Liz Truss, she's been put across that, oh yes, but I'm conservative. I'm a typical conservative. What do they call it? Loyal. But they're trying to play it that, we're going back to old Tory times now, like Thatcher. Well, fuck me, that's nothing to shout up and down about. But they use how can I say, historical times in this country. From the 80s at this very moment to make it look like it's going to be a good thing that we're going to have the Iron Lady of Europe back again.
Is it going to be a good thing? This country is going downhill very quickly.
The end of the day, what it is covering up is the fact is everyone that was up for this election, everyone that's been up in the elections throughout the countries in Europe over the last 2 years have been and are, and you go to the WEF website because they don't call them members, they call them agents. Ooh. Agent 157 is Liz Truss, and have a look. Go on there. Have a look at their profiles. They're all on there. They're all.
I see them as robots. I see them as robots because they're all trained to do one thing.
Exactly. Yeah, Mark Kelly's back in, guys. Klaus Schwab, yeah.
It's a glass of water. I'll tell you what. Can you imagine? Like, let's listen to this. Can you imagine over the last?
The fourth industrial revolution, from that guy's mouth, reveals a lot of frightening things.
Do you know? I tell you from the WF now, how many nutcases we had from Austria in the last 70 years that have tried to put this type of staunch control over Europe in the last 70 years. Now you ask me now. You will be happy and you will own nothing. That's it.
This guy is brilliant.
Absolutely superb, mate. You right. I'm going to leave you both to it for a minute. I'll put the link
before you go, this is from Austria. Before you go, I've got to ask you a very important question. Very important question. And if I was in your room now, I'd be putting big bright spotlights on you. Right? But you must answer this question. Do you like the sausage?
I do.
Sorry, before you go, I just want to see if it went red or not.
Oh, gosh.
You like the sausage? David, Scott, do you like this sausage?
I do indeed.
You will be very happy then under the WF rules. If you like sausage, you're the bright lights, by the way. The trains that are arriving on platforms Wolf at this very moment.
But I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
It's caught in a gunshot, you buddy. Gunshot. Gino's gone out to shake his sausage right now. He's gone to relieve his sausage. But we like bratwurst and sausage here at the WVF. So it is. David, what do you think of the WF? Do you like them?
I can't stand them.
Fucking Ronald Crossland's just insulted me. Mike looks like that Scottish MP Ian Blackwood. I'd rather you say I look like Klaus Schwab, to be honest. But not even my head isn't as thin as Klaus Schwab's head. Yeah, sorry, David. Go on. What do you think of Mr. Schwab?
I can't stand him.
I don't know many people that do, but I can't. Do you know what? What surprises me is that when you speak to people about what's going on in the world and stuff like this, and you say, well, have you ever heard what the WF plans are for our future on this planet in the new green utopia that we're building here right now, and it starts in Europe? They haven't heard of him. They don't even know what the WF are.
Probably not, no.
No, they don't. You talk, oh, that's a conspiracy theory thing, isn't it? WEF, that's conspiracy. Alex Jones goes on about conspiracy theories and the WEF. And it's like, no. Have you seen their website? Have you been to their website? Have you seen their members? Because the last 4 prime ministers we have are members of them. Yeah. And most of Europe and America and Canada, New Zealand, Australia, their prime ministers are also members of this organisation. But, have you elected anyone in the WEF? It's like saying, have you elected anyone that runs the European Union? Because they're all modelled on the same thing.
They are.
The only thing that the difference between the WEF and the European Union is that you are given the illusion that you elect someone in the European Union, but they've got no powers. They're toothless, like Nigel Farage found out when he was there. And I'm no fan of his, but at the end of the day, he was a living example that, you can vote one way, but it don't mean nothing in the
It doesn't count at the end of the day, does it? That's why I don't vote. I don't vote at all.
Yeah, it's just and this is what's sometimes people saying, oh, you're coming back on Bastion Radio, you're doing this and doing it. Do you know what? And I think, well, what's the fucking point? Because the platforms that are out there at the moment since 2014, we've been given, we've had listeners taken away, we've had the channel shut down, then it's come back, and then they're like, oh, you're shadow banned. And then the people that do actually end up following you are like the ones that really know anyway. So you're preaching to the converted. You can't get out there. And it's not just me. There's lots of other people in my boat that just think, well, what's the point? Because everything at this very moment in time is driven by sort of a Marxist, communist type, far left media outlet that was just like, well, if they don't go with our rainbow unicorn fucking, utopia, as it were, then you've got no voice. So like YouTube's the same. YouTube, they're shadow banned us. Twitter's done the same, and it was just like, well, what really is the point? And I now just prefer coming on other channels, just letting my view off and having a conversation about it. And it's just like,
do you know why they don't want to have conversations about it? Because they're scared of the truth.
Well, they say the truth hurts, don't they? I mean, and I'm not saying that everything I say is 100% truth or factual or whatever. Most of it's opinion. And that's what it is. I'm just a pleb. I'm not fucking Sky News. Dino's not Sky News, BBC News or whatever. We've all got our own opinions. And whether you agree with me or what, if we present something and say, well, do your own research, go and find out for yourself. But I think pretty much what we've been saying over the last 2 to 3 years, certainly since COVID's come out, is like stuff that we've looked into and we've researched, certainly with the WEF in 2020, when we started looking into that lot. And it's like, hold up a minute. COVID isn't just their plan. There's a bigger picture to this. It's scary because I never thought that what we're experiencing now would be so quick. It was like, oh yeah, but they're going to do this. Yeah, maybe by 2030 with this, because it was going to be the, 2020 plan now, which is now 2030. That maybe we would start experiencing what we're experiencing then, but no, it's happened very quick. And it's been a shock to me because I'm like, fucking hell, I'm living this now. I thought I'd be dead by all this kicks off, what we're experiencing now. But, you know, yes, and it's not conspiracy.
There is a bigger picture, mate.
It's a very scary situation what we're in right now.
It is. It is.
There is.
Do you know
most people take things at face value, and I think, you know, everyone questions it like, and that doesn't seem right. That doesn't.
Well, the trouble is, Dino, the only face value.
As far as they go.
Yeah, the only face value that we're seeing at the moment is what BBC's putting out, and ITV News and Channel 4 and Channel 5 and all that. That's the only face value people see. People see it getting bad, but they're not getting the reasons as to why it's getting bad. All they're being told is...
They just take it in. It's like it's a normal part of life. When the irony is, it isn't.
This is how brainwashed we've been. This is how brainwashed we have been.
It's not. It is. I mean, but it's not. I mean, people read newspapers, watch the radio, mainstream propaganda, and they actually, okay, you talk about it. Of course, you talk about it. But to me,
they're too scared to get into the nitty-gritty of it.
I have got to question things further here, because that doesn't add up. That doesn't add up. I don't trust you. How come you know that's happened, i.e. maybe a paedophile ring within the police force, which I think has happened, and all that was on. So you question it, don't you? But the answers,
yeah, but it's all right talking about it, but people are too scared to get into the nitty gritty of it when
they're even scared of talking about it as well, David. And it's
I know.
Maybe
people
we're wrong.
To wake up.
Maybe we're wrong,
to wake up.
right? But we've still got the right to talk about it, because
some
of us know, you know, being human, it's like these feelings. I believe in them rather than what I've just read in that paper or what. So I'll question it.
Dino, don't you think, you know, we all get the stories out of the papers, we get the stories off your radio and your TV and stuff like that. But, you know, you must have felt it. I've felt it. And I'm just wondering if, I'm sure we're not the only people that feel like this, but don't you get a gut feeling sometimes that thinking, nah, sorry, that don't add up. That don't quite, you know, that don't sound quite right. And
I get it all the time with our government.
And the thing is, even from being a kid, even from being young, you know, I've always felt it from being a kid. You know, your brain's in operation. That's what it does. It gives you that intuition. It gives you that, you know, some people call things deja vu, you know, some people call things foresight, things like that. Maybe that's all natural. I think
I'm 28 and I'm waking up to this stuff already. And I'm still young. So.
Well, you're waking up to it young, because I was in my mid-30s when I really started questioning things. Before that, I was your pleb. Believe everything that was on the telly. Oh, 9/11 happened, and it was like, and that really. I remember where I was. I was on a Cisco course in Birmingham with a company called Cisco, which is your like they do routers and switches and stuff like that, and it's programming their switches. And it was on the first day, right, September the 11th. I was in there. I was in a classroom in a hotel with Cisco. And the instructor come in. We just had lunch, and he went, "Well, I don't think we'll be continuing the session this afternoon." He said, "If you want to find out what's going on," he said, "go into the bar of this hotel. It's all on the telly." And we were like, "What the fuck's going on? We thought London had blown up." And so we go off into the bar, and there's the news on there. It's BBC News, and all I could see was one tower. By the time we got in there, had collapsed, and there was one tower left up with all smoke coming out of it. And 10 minutes after we started looking at it, the second tower collapsed. So I was like, "What the fuck?" And then all the news opinions of we saw planes going in. And I went, a 757, a Boeing 757 has brought that fucking tower down, really? And it was instant. And you know, the people I was with, and I talked, and I went, "I can't believe it." He said, but you saw it on the telly." He said, "Look, a plane flew into it." And I went, "What, took a fucking tower block like that down?"
I think some people actually still believe that happened.
There's something more into it. I think
do. I was like, what?
I think they do. I'm sure some people still think that.
I think they planted bombs into them
Well, there's no way, right? The structure of your average airliner, right, which is pretty flimsy. The tough aircraft, they weigh a fucking hundreds of tons and stuff like that.
I think 9/11 was an inside job from the start. 9/11 was an inside job from the start, I think.
But then you've got to look at the structure of them towers as well, and it was just like there's just no way. There's just no way.
Does anyone want to find a little bit of time where they could actually look up the actual weight of that aeroplane?
9/11 actually woke me up to this stuff, you know.
You know, compared to concrete and steel, I think aluminium is used a lot. Aircrafts have to be as light as possible.
They've got to be.
And things like that.
It's probably had 12. It probably had 12 tons of fuel on it, right? Probably the most, because it was an internal flight, and that must be a long internal flight if it's got 12 tons of fuel on it. Then let's take what luggage it's taken and stuff like that. Let's add another 10 tons of a mixture of luggage and cargo. It may have been taken, right? So that takes it up to into the 40 tons range. Then let's look at the passengers. Let's add another 2-3 tons on for that, right? And then the structure of the aircraft with the engines and everything else. The engines, what, 2.5 tons each, 3 tons at the most. But it's not just the weight that's behind that aircraft, it's the structure of it. Right? It looked like when the plane went into that building that it entered in and come out the other side. There's fucking no way.
Yeah,
right?
It did look like that, yeah.
There's no fucking way, right? There's no way that you know, like these modern cars now, they've got comfort zones. It would have just it would have folded. Yeah, there would have been an explosion on the outside of the building. The rest of the aircraft, wings backwards, would have probably, you know, I'm no fucking structural engineer or whatever.
The wings probably would have evaporated with that amount of speed and that amount of power.
It's impossible, to be honest. It's impossible that something with that kind of an aeroplane with the material it's made out of.
It would have just
let's look at the other thing, right? The pilots that took over that aircraft, right? This is what makes me laugh, right? They'd recently had aircraft instruction in America in a Cessna 172 aircraft, right? A Cessna 172 aircraft is an overwing, fixed engine, single engine, light aircraft, right? And they've meant to have had flying lessons in that. Okay, let's look at a Boeing 757, right? To precisionally fly that like a missile into a structure at 500 miles an hour, right? And hope you're going to hit it at low altitude, right? There's most of you commercial pilots would say, well, that's literally impossible. It wouldn't happen, right? So if we're expecting guys that lived in caves from Afghanistan, put this plan together, flew them aircraft after having, like, let's say at the most a dozen fucking flight lessons in a Cessna 172 in Texas.
Didn't he only have flight lessons for like a month as well or something like that?
What on a Microsoft flight simulator?
Possibly, it's insane.
Not in a jet aircraft. They didn't have flight lessons in a jet aircraft. They explained that after they learnt to fly the Cessna 172, they used Microsoft Flight Simulator, a flight simulator, you can put on your computer. What an absolute load of bollocks! And let's face it. Right? Now, this is the crux and be all and end all of it. Out of all the disruption and the Twin Towers absolutely fucking melting into the ground, they found their passports. They found their fucking passports on the ground. It's just like, you can't make this shit up.
Don't forget that thing what happened at the so-called same time where they bombed part of the White House and all that, you know.
The plebs are, but NORAD, right? NORAD. Okay, when they realised that these aircraft were rogue aircraft, they couldn't scramble any of their. We're talking about the United States. Right? Oh, well, the biggest of the best. You can't infiltrate this country because we've got it locked down. We're there. NORAD. You don't take on NORAD. They didn't. They couldn't scramble any fucking aircraft, and not just when the first plane went into the fucking Twin Towers, not the second one, but when the third one that went into the Pentagon, they hadn't scrambled any aircraft. Doesn't something ring right about that? If a Russian aircraft farts over the North Sea in this country, it's in the paper. Oh, we've scrambled 2 of our F-35Bs that just about fly because they can't fly and they can't refuel them properly. Oh, but we've got them up in the air and they're intercepting Russian aircraft. The Americans are the same. Oh, a Russian bear was seen over the fucking North America. Oh, we soon got the aircraft up. But 9/11 went by 3 aircraft. Right, they've not taken 1, not taken 2 towers out, not taken a 3rd building out, hadn't intercepted 1 aircraft. Sorry, is it me?
Yeah, with aeroplanes, and it weren't long after where they started making movies about Flight 41 or whatever it was called.
That's the one that went down in the field, wasn't it? It missed its target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't take them long, does it? It's all the bloody big Hollywood show.
Fucking
in front of your eyes in plain sight. People can't see it.
People need to wake up, man.
They do, David. Spot on, but it's like talking to the wall sometimes.
Well, if they don't wake up before it's too late, that's their fault, isn't it?
Well, the trouble is Hollywood's made too many fucking movies about this sort of shit, and people then they see that and they think, oh yeah, but I saw the film so and so where they flew that aeroplane into such a. And
that's what I mean. The subliminal stuff as well. What it is, I think, if like a lot of us do see it, how come others do? I think a lot more do. It's just they don't want anything to do with it, which is a shame, really.
Well, you know why? Because, the minute that you do question something or at least show an interest in hold up a minute, but surely that can't happen. The minute you do that, you are automatically labelled either
crazy
conspiracy theorist, or a nutcase. Oh, he's a fucking nutcase, he is, he's questioning it. Yeah, but NORAD, the CIA and the investigation said this, that, this happened, this is how it happened. They do you know what? They had box. The only arms they had when they hijacked them aircraft was box cutters. That's the only thing. So they've walked into an airport like these foreign infiltrators have walked into a fucking airport with arms with just box cutters, took 3 aircraft out from the same fucking airport, right? No one said nothing, right? Because they've all left at fucking different times. They've all took off. And you've got these fucking guys that have flown Cessna, right? Cessna, single engine aircraft, right? A little farty aeroplane that you see flying around going up in the sky. No, these aren't Cessna 172s. These are fucking Boeing 757 twin jet commercial airline aircraft, right? And they precision flown them. Right? Not even a Cessna 172 has navigation equipment in it that could do what they done on that day. Right? So where have they learned? Microsoft Flight Simulator could not simulate what they'd done with them aircraft on that day. Like at such a flow level, at such a high speed, precisionally go outright and fly in at an angle into a fucking tower block.
What I want to know is how the fuck did they keep that angle at such a low altitude?
You couldn't do it. There's commercial airline pilots out there and went, well, how they fucking done it, I don't know, because we couldn't do it.
Chris, thanks for that. If that's true, so you got 9, 10, let's call it
£910,000.
Yeah, round that off to 1,000. What's that?
What's that in tons?
Whatever, it doesn't matter. There's no way.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's fucking heavy. It's heavy. And, just common sense says when that first aircraft...
That's the aeroplane weight, by the way, mate.
Yeah. When that first aircraft went into that first tower, the Americans with the biggest certainly in that part of the world, where was the response? There wasn't one. There was no response until it was too late. The only response was when that one you spoke about, Dino, that went down in a field in the middle of nowhere, which was the 4th aircraft, and I forget what the flight number was now. That was the only time aircraft tracked it, but it was too late. By the time they tracked it and they caught up with it,
It already happened.
Yeah, they ditched it into the ground, basically, and that was it. But the other 3 aircraft, and the one that hit the Pentagon, there was nothing in the air at that time, and that makes me very suspicious because, you know, when it comes to scrambling aircraft, they could have been up over that airspace within 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, whether it took them 10 minutes to intercept the aircraft before they'd done what they'd done, but there was nothing. And they said, "Oh, well, there was a communications failure." Oh, Fluke's I've fucking seen it. Oh God, he's tracking us around now.
Big up Fluke.
Hi guys, how you doing?
You're looking
People are going to hate me for saying this, but I think 9/11 was planned.
Oh, of course it was. Of course it was. Of course it was.
People are going to hate me for saying that.
No, I'm not going to hate you for saying that. It's the precursor. All this about, this continuous war that we've seen since then about, everyone's a terrorist, everyone with a rag on their head's terrorist and stuff like that. It's all bullshit. All it's been about is it was their excuse to bring the restrict, and they're playing it decade by decade. COVID is the next thing, and it's like, how can we restrict people? Oh, we'll make them scared that everything's a security threat. How many times have you seen auditors, right, out with little fucking video cameras and phones, right, and the police turn around to them and go, "Oh, yeah, during the current climate at the moment and the security threat," and it's like, well, hold up a minute. When was the last time a police station was fucking bombed? When was the last time a police station was fucking had an aeroplane flown into it? No, there's never been one. No, it's all in your fucking head, guys. These police officers are being fed this shit by the College of Policing, which are only enacting what's come out from 9/11. Oh yeah, we've got to keep people in fear. COVID was fucking great because that was another element of terrorism, bioterrorism. This, as far as I'm concerned.
Neil, I'm gonna let Mike take a breath. We all know he's a passionate guy and he's very interesting, but Neil, that can work both ways.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to mute myself.
It's all right. That can work both ways, Neil. So I brought Fluke on. I just want to say hello first of all, but just take it easy, Fluke, please. I mean, the reason I just want to clear it. First of all,
if you think I'm bad, Fluke's XXX.
No, I've let Fluke on after. Obviously, I've not banned him because he's on. But I mean, there was a particular live, and I got a hell of a lot of feedback from it, and it wasn't nice. And I thought the best thing to do would be to not let Fluke come on again. So I'm admitting I'm being very truthful, like I always am. So I brought him on tonight. One, I know he's a friend of yours, right? People in the chat like Luke, and there you go. You can see them comments. So it's all
I like Luke.
Yeah, there you go. So I know I'll get flack for this after. All right. But I have brought him on.
Yeah, we'll all get flagged.
So the only person to get any blame is me, right? Okay. Now, everyone knows me as a very fair person. I've just told Fluke straight there why there's been a gap. So, anyway, hello, Fluke Dog. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me on, Dino. I appreciate it.
It's okay, mate. Thanks for coming.
I think the airline that Mike was talking about earlier was the flight that landed in Pennsylvania and apparently disappeared into the mud.
Just as it does.
As aeroplanes do, they just disappear into the mud. And if anyone is really conscious about this stuff and they want to research it for themselves, if you look into the flight that blew up over Scotland, if I remember rightly, and that was at 35,000 feet, and a suitcase apparently blew up with a flight that was at 35,000 feet, and there was the cockpit, there, and there was the tail fin, and there was bits of fuselage everywhere, and all the rest of it.
Over 12 miles.
Yeah, exactly. And
weren't the planes that blew up in London as well, like crashed into each other?
Sorry, no, I was specifically talking about if you consider Pennsylvania and you consider what happened over Scotland, what was that plane, Mike? That
it was a 747. It had taken off from Frankfurt. It was on a stopover. And I'm trying to think of it. Was near Gretna Green. Oh God. Bear with me.
It was flying over Scotland, wasn't it?
It was not Macrahanish. Oh God, Lockerbie. The Lockerbie.
Lockerbie, that's the one.
Yeah.
And now that plane blew up at 35,000 feet. And the next morning, they found the cockpit, tail fin, wings, fuselage, everything else. Do you know what I mean?
12 miles area.
Right, over a massive area. And but apparently during 9/11, the plane that was supposedly taken down by the passengers flew into a bit of grass in Pennsylvania, and they couldn't find any wreckage from this aeroplane, and apparently it disappeared into the mud. That's the explanation. In the 9/11 Commission report, that's what they said. They said that the plane disappeared into the mud.
Yeah.
That brings back to my theory that I say that we live in a simulation.
I don't know about that. I think we live in realism. I think we're in reality. Fluke. I don't know what you think, but
I think you live in a world of media and government bullshit. Is where
Deception. That's what we live in. I don't say a simulation. I think we live in a world of deception. That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. Because if you believe a 767 flies into a field in the middle of Pennsylvania and it disappears into the mud, and that's the official confirmation, then you've got to be a fucking idiot, or you're a dumb motherfucker at the end of the day. Because it's
that simple, isn't it? Really,
airplanes just don't disappear like that. You know what I mean? Especially when you can go back to Lockerbie and look at what happened at Lockerbie, a plane that blew up at 35,000 feet, and you've got the cockpit and the tail fin and the wings and all this, devastation all over the place. Do you know what I mean? But apparently during 9/11, this plane flew into a piece of grass in Pennsylvania and disappeared into the mud. If you believe that, good luck with the rest of your life.
And a 757 flew at 50 foot into the Pentagon in a precision bombing.
Do you know what? I actually found a video of I think it was like 25 pilots. I can't remember what it was. I think it's like 25 pilots with over 30 years experience, and they all used a simulator, like what do they call it?
Flight simulator.
Flight simulator, or whatever. And they all practiced it to see if they could do the whole Pentagon thing. And not one of these pilots could do the whole fucking thing to get it into ground level. And the only one that did crashed his plane about, I think it was like 10 miles before the Pentagon.
I think it was
about qualified 767 pilots. Do you know what I mean?
I still think it was an inside job, to be honest, with the government.
It definitely was. And it was funny how they crashed it into the certain place of the Pentagon where the day before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld said that
that money disappeared.
Yeah, and that don't get me wrong.
Billions.
It was $2.5. It was $2.3 thousand that went missing from the government coffers.
More than that.
Yeah, and if it was $2.7 billion that went missing, do you know what I mean? You could understand that. But it was $2.3 trillion that went missing from the very same department that plane crashed into. And he said that you can look it up on. It's all over YouTube. It's all over the internet.
Well, it wasn't that. It was
He
all the
did that the
insurance
day
policies.
before 9/11.
All them,
Surely.
hedge funds and pension policies that were sold the day before 9/11 happened on the financial markets. It was like, well, there was so much trading done and lots of things being sold off. And it was like, that don't sound quite right. And most of these companies had their headquarters in the Twin Towers, and it's like, well, that it
doesn't make sense, does it?
Well, it makes no sense to me.
And if you look at another thing, which was the put options against United Airlines and American Airlines, who were involved with 9/11, and the put options against them, which is like a betting option. So if you do a put option, you put up a bet, if you like, that company stock's going to fall. And the day before 9/11, American Airlines and the other one, which was, sorry, Mike, help me out with that. American Airlines and United Airlines.
Yeah.
Both of them had record amounts of put options against their stock the day before 9/11.
That says it all right there, doesn't it?
Yeah. And so somebody had to have inside information, because you couldn't have guessed it the day before 9/11, could you?
No.
Conspiracy theories, Luke. It's conspiracy theory.
It's physically impossible for you to guess that there were two. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Mike, and I know you're having a laugh, but it's physically impossible for you to guess that two particular airlines were going to be involved the next day in the biggest terrorist attack on American soil, right? And they just happened to know that they had put options against those two companies.
MP Gamer's got it all quite right here, and I think he's just solved the whole problem. He said it was a triangle in a square field. Talking about the aircraft that disappeared in the field.
The one that disappeared into the ground.
Into the field, yeah, I think he solved it there. That's what the problem was. It was a triangle in a square field.
It was bullshit in a square field, is what it was.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let's call a sheep.
Let's look. No matter what our theories on what happened, how it happened, and who took part in it and who covered it up, and what the failures was, I do think it's the precursor to what everything that's happened since then about how life, not just in America, but let's look what happened since 9/11 in this country. It's all been about security, right?
Yeah, security has stepped up massively, hasn't it?
Exactly. But it's not as if we had none of this before then. I mean, when we look at the IRA threats and stuff like that, we heard all the same bullshit. Security. But it never changed anything. If they were going to let a bomb off, a bomb would go off. But the thing is, since 9/11 is, they've made it sound like it's much more of a security threat, when in actual fact, it's been much less, because all we've had since then is the 7/7 bombings here in London, and a couple of fucking jihadis going out with a machete or whatever, and a sort of rucksack bombs or whatever. But it's never really been any change, because I found it more dangerous in the 70s and 80s with the IRA than what it was with what we're seeing with the Islamic bombings in this country.
Yeah, but, and I'd like to add to that, Mike, when you finish.
1 second, Flo, just 1 second. But the security on your average pleb like us has become, take it. You go on holiday now. You've got to take your shoes off. You've got to go through a fucking X-ray. It's something like out of what's that? Good Meet to Mars. What was that? Total Recall. You've got to go through an X-ray machine now. You've got to put your arms up here. You've got to face through the eye scanner and all that shit. And it's like, hold up a minute. Why did we have all this shit back when the IRA were doing their stuff in this country? I don't personally think since 9/11 that security has been any more of a threat than we had in the threats in the 70s and 80s here. But one thing I do realise is that our restrictions on our personal freedoms and our personal movements have become more stricter since 9/11, when in actual fact, a few ragheads, as they try and put it towards us, and I don't think it was a few ragheads from a cave that done it. I think, as some people think in here, you may disagree with me, I think it was choreographed by American security interests to put the world on a different footing to what we knew before 9/11 to what we see now. The world since 9/11 has totally changed. And anyone that can't see that, you're living in with your head up your fucking arse. The world has totally changed since 9/11. And it hasn't changed for the better. It's
So
going to change for the worse.
that message there, that message, what do you think they mean by that? And I know it has changed since then.
Sorry, Dino, what message? The message to us as plebs?
Yeah. By doing that, you know,
we're going to be under a control system. We need controlling. I think they've got to a certain stage now where these companies, these organisations behind all this, let's forget government for a minute. All these big corporations, the big arms industry and stuff like that, when they get to a certain stage where the money's no problem to them, and it's not a problem to them, what they need after that is control. And the mechanism that they've used for that, from what I've seen and what I've experienced, first of all, it was the United Nations. Then it went to the WEF, really. I mean, they've been going years, but they've come out of nowhere. The WEF has been empowered by what happened in 9/11. In actual fact, it's one of the most unelected entities on this planet, which at the moment has got more control over what your government says, whether you're in Sweden, United Kingdom, Ireland, United States. There's got more control over the policies, you know, whether that be at your airport, whether that be in your city centre and you turn up with a camera on. This is why anyone with a yellow vest now has been taught that, everything's a threat, everything's security issues. You hear police going,
fuck all. Yeah, why, instead of anywhere else, why the biggest bank in the world, the trade, the Twin
World Trade Center,
why was that the target? Why that? Money. We're talking, the bit of money target.
It wasn't just the fact that it was a financial market.
No, they knew it would put fear into people. That's why.
It was the fact it was one
Can
of the
I
biggest
just say
cities.
as well, while I've managed to butt in, because I know Bastian's a very passionate guy. No, I'm only saying, mate. It's just Neil, one of my great supporters. He's off. Good. I'd say no. Good morning. But anyway, thanks, Neil, for all your amazing support and your brilliant comments and just joining in with the chat. Thank you. Cheers, Neil.
Can I make a point that's pretty, kind of just might jog people's memories about this thing? The whole point of 9/11 was to introduce a security state. Yeah. So it was just a fear-based reaction, right? Mm-hmm. So you end up in a situation where you now go to the airport and you think, well, I've got to take off my shoes and my socks and my belt and my pants.
It's just to make us more scared than we already are.
It is right.
Exactly. And it was about introducing that fear element. You know what I mean? You've got to be scared of these, Now, if you take it as and I did the research on this and I published this about 3 years ago. And if you look at the terrorist-related incidents in the UK since 9/11, September 2011, right? On average, in the UK, only 7 people a year have died in terrorist-related incidents in the UK, right? In 22 years.
How many in custody of the police?
Yeah. If you look at people who die in police custody, I'm not saying the police are responsible for every death in custody, but when you're in custody, you're in what? You're in care. You're in care of the government.
Yeah, you're in
45 people a year die in police custody since 2011, right? So you're more likely to die in police custody than you are being killed by a terrorist. So let's get that
it all right there.
No, fair point.
On top of that, on average, every year in the UK since 9/11, right, there over 400 people a year die falling down the stairs in their own home or falling off a ladder whilst working on their own home. So where's the terror threat? Because there isn't one.
There isn't, and everyone knows it. They know it, we know it, everyone knows it.
The police just make
I've
it
been
up.
to loads of places. What are you filming for? Well, why not? And all that. Well, it looks suspicious and all that and all that. Well, what's the point? Well, terrorism. You could be, hostile reconnaissance. You could be doing.
Yeah, it's just the be all end all argument, isn't it?
The police just make it up so they can arrest you from their excuse.
I could be a sausage.
Everywhere I've been, excuse me, guys, excuse me, Fluke, just give me a sec. Everywhere I've been, right, they've always come out with that. As if they're being trained to come out with that, which they are.
But Dino, you do look a bit like a terrorist.
Well, of course. I mean, most people say I look like John Lennon, but I'll go with the terrorist.
Yeah, but he was a terrorist.
I think Dino looks like the sort of bloke that would whack you over the head with a guitar.
I mean, I think Dino looks like Ozzy Osbourne, but hey.
Do you know what I mean? Let's we'll go back to that. But this is the whole thing. This is the whole dynamic. It's like
to turn it on us.
It was all about the security state. It was about instilling fear into people to make sure that they had to comply with everything the government said for your own security.
Yeah, it's an all fair game.
20 years later, and they're doing the same thing with a so-called, disease. And that's the biosecurity state. And the biosecurity state is even worse than the security state, because the biosecurity state says, we can lock you down, we can do this, we can do vaccines, we can do, government, this, that, and the other. They've got, and it relies on compliance. The first part of it relied on compliance, which was the security state, after 9/11. And the second part of it is the biosecurity state, which again just relies on compliance. And until people get their heads around that, they're not gonna get it.
You're fucked. You're fucked otherwise.
Same thing, different generation, new technology moves on, all that kind of progress. What they make, we don't. But yeah, it moves on. For me, it's the same principle. It's the same thing in a different time. Fear, control, etc. Except now, it's bloody awful, and it's getting a lot worse.
It's going to get a lot worse.
Yeah, it is.
And this is the thing. A lot of people said to me, "Oh, what's the answer to this problem? What's the answer to this problem?" And it's simple. The answer to this problem is non-compliance. It's as simple as that. Because there's 65 million people in this country, and there's only 125,000 police officers, right? So who's gonna, if we all stop complying, what can they do? They can't.
Fluke, I agree with that. But my next question, my question from that is, and that'd be great if that happened, but then where do we go from there? That's the thing. We haven't got a plan. They've got plans and the way ahead. We haven't got one.
But they can't go right. Okay, so the answer to that question would be, if they've got a plan to control us and mold us and form us into whatever which the World Economic Forum's got and everything else. But if 65 million people say to them, "Go fuck yourself," what are they going to do about it?
And then, so maybe
there's not a prison in this country that I know that's big enough to.
What I'm saying is, they all go, "Fuck me, we're done for." All these we're done for.
Well, it's happening in history, Dino.
Yeah, time and all that, and it's like, well, right, what do we do now then?
But they can do what they want. But the whole point of this is, if we comply, right, they get what they want. If we don't comply, they can't get what they want.
It's just waking people up to that. It's just waking people up saying don't comply.
And this is the problem we have. You've got, say, 60, 70, maybe 80% of the country that if the government said tomorrow, oh, you've got to walk around with your trousers round your ankles tomorrow to save you from a deadly disease, how many people would go around and do that? I'm sure you'd walk down the street and find a load of people walking around with their trousers round their ankles because they went along with the government said.
Believe it.
You know what I mean?
I know I would.
That's the problem.
I just don't know how we would. All it is, right?
Well,
if I shut my eyes now, I'll imagine something ridiculous, which is everyone in power is tied up. We've tied them up. Their hands are behind the back. They can do fuck all anymore. That's it. We're in control now. Right? Not just of one thing, but of everything. We've done it, right? But we haven't got a plan. What do we do? How do we decide our own thing?
You go back to common law, right?
The answer is
back to common law.
And it begins with education. It must begin with the wise ones. Must begin that education to the others. What about all those other people who still won't believe in that?
Let's take it back to the basics, right? Have you ever heard of the term your reputation? God, sorry,
you govern by consent, is it?
Your reputation precedes you. You've heard of that term. Where do you think that comes from? Where that term comes from is about the fact that in an open society, your
reputation.
Get a fucking grip, Luke. Come on.
I'll be back. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Hang on.
Right. Get that letter
your reputation precedes you. Do you know what I mean? It's about the fact that you hold your reputation as something to behold. It's something that precedes you in the sense that people respect you, because I think, well, Dino's a respectful bloke and Mike's a respectful bloke and Dave's a respectful bloke and I'm a respectful bloke and everybody else wants to be respected. And the way you present yourself in a society is to present yourself in a respectful way. That I would respect Dean, I would respect Mike would respect me, Dave would respect Dino. Do you know what I mean? Or it's without going.
Yeah, but I think it's simpler than that, Fluke.
And
go back to fundamentals, right? Just 1 second. If we look back, right, through the thousands of years, right, there's been tyrannical regimes that have taken. Like, we look at the Roman Empire, the Greek Empire, then you look through Europe, the Germanic Empire, that all rose up. And I know what you're saying, Dino, when you say that, well, what's our plan? I don't think you need a plan. I think because collectively, when people say enough's enough, change is change. And the history repeats this all over.
I agree. To get to that point would be magnificent.
I think it'll come naturally, Dino. That's what I'm saying. I think it comes naturally. It's human nature is that, no, we're not here. We're human beings. We're here. This, whatever the resolution is, and it's happened over thousands of years, every tyrannical regime has ended up two ways. And it always ends up
failed or failed.
Yeah, exactly. And then it always ends up what we're witnessing now, where we're seeing with this rainbow fucking flagship, where now we've got drag queens teaching children about.
Don't even get me fucking started on that.
Yeah, but hold up, David,
David,
hold up a minute. But this is how it all ends. And it happened with the Greeks and it happened with the fucking Roman Empire. They all pushed it so far that they think, well, we can get away with anything with people now. We can do what we want. And this is at the point, this is the pinnacle that we're at this very moment. They actually think they can do what they want with us. They can do what they want with our children. And I'll tell you what we're witnessing now is very historical because it won't last long. There's one comfort I've got in this. Everyone's going, what we're going to do? Oh, this ain't right. Or if I say anything, I'm going to be put down. I'm going to be, no. I'll tell you something now. We're at a crossroads. This thing is being pushed too far. And every regime that has tried to push this throughout history, it's been its downfall. And it's a natural conclusion to what happens. There doesn't need to be me talking to you, Dino, or me talking to Fluke, or me talking to David going, well, what are we going to do? It will be natural instinct, natural human nature that will take over and go, this isn't right. This is not the right thing. And then people will snap. And that's what's happened in history. So these bastards at this very moment, your Christine Lagarde that are in Germany at the moment saying, if you put your heating above 19 degrees, you will take a €3,000 hit. In Switzerland, it's worse. They're saying if you put your heating above 19 degrees from where fucking in Austria, you're going to go 3 years in prison. Well, hold up a minute. It's not going to take much. And everything else that's going on around us at the moment, because all we're hearing at the moment is all these girls that are being raped and blah, 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 children being raped. I think we're going to hit a point where something's going to snap when people are being punished for corporations' mistakes and government mistakes, and we can't afford to heat our homes, we can't afford to eat, our children are going to suffer, not just sexually, and I mean mentally, and I mean, I think people are just going to get to the point.
Yeah, there is a breaking point, Mike. I totally agree with that. There will be a breaking point.
There's going to be a civil war, no matter what.
There will be. Believe you me. Okay. I never thought in my lifetime I'd see this happen. But I'll tell you something.
It's going to happen.
I was talking about this in 2014. And I'll tell you something. And I always said, it won't happen in my lifetime. You've got to educate your children. So it's going to happen in their lifetime. Well, I
ever thought that's what I've been saying, mate. I've been saying that for for quite a while.
I never thought it happened in my lifetime.
But Fluke wants to butt in for a minute.
Yeah, sorry, Fluke.
Yeah, no, sorry, I didn't want to cut across you, Mike. I appreciate what you're saying. And if we go back historically, the reason why the Roman system failed is because they had a fiat currency system, right?
Oh, we have. Yeah.
And exactly, and that's why and the same happened with the Greeks. That's why their currency failed. Do you know what I mean? That's why their system failed. So historically, we can look on it on a financial basis as to why those systems failed. You know,
we know why.
And the point is it's no different now than it was in the 1500s or the 1600s or the 1700s. But we've only had a police force since the 1900s in this country, right? Now, the whole point of the police force in the 1900s was the fact that what did the police do? They used to carry whistles with them. What did they do with those whistles? If Mike came round and burgled my house and run off with my bits and pieces, the police would run around the streets with a whistle, and other civilians would come out and help the police officer to track down Mike. That's the whole point of the police officer.
I'd be the victim now if I was being pursued. Yeah.
And sorry, Mike, I know you're not a burglar, but I'm just using you as a very slow example that
how do you know
to run past,
a bit of a dark horse, Fluke. You know, you never know.
And
that's brilliant. You wouldn't know.
And that's the point. The point is, it doesn't matter because in the 1700s there wasn't no police. What was there? There were armies that controlled the people on behalf of the government.
I think actually as well, Fluke, to be honest with you, and it's possibly, I'm not sure, but just thinking, just going off what you've said, actually, Robert Peel, who formed the Met Police and that, from Bury, someone asked that before, was Robert Peel from Bury? Yes, he was.
That's where the term Bobby's come from.
And it's still there at Scotland Yard, New Scotland Yard. It's in a window on a plaque with his busk, and it says, "The police are the public, and the public are the police."
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted his police force to be about. So we police.
He'd be shocked now. He'd be shocked if he was alive now.
He'd be turning in his fucking grave.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
he'll be thinking, "What a load of bollocks!"
And this is before the police, I reckon we was the police together.
Yeah.
And then
we'd all come as one
community, and the police were the public. So it
Can I
was the
just make a
click around
point?
the ear roll. It was the get yourself home. Does your mum and dad know you're out this late? And then it's sort of of gone the other way around now.
This is why I agree with neighbourhood night watch.
Sorry,
I've got to go away because I'm busting.
I think the points that people need to recognise is the fact that if the government just becomes what they're supposed to be, which is an administration, they're just there to administrate, making the roads are working, make sure the traffic lights are working, make sure the budget is fucking, all tallies up. Do you know what I mean? And do what they're called, which is an administration, right? And then the police need to become what they're supposed to be, which is keepers of the peace, right? Now, if people don't understand, a breach of the peace is not me standing at the end of the road screaming the word sausages at the top of my voice. That's not a breach of the peace. If you look into the law tells you that a breach of the peace is a threat to harm a person physically or otherwise and all their property, right? So if you rely on that and the police just become peace officers, which is what they're supposed to be, right? Then it doesn't matter what happens, because if I crash into Dino's car, I've caused harm to Dino's property, right?
Don't drive.
All right, we'll just pick another form of transport and we'll use that.
I can't. Feet.
Right, okay, let's pretend
So
Dino's got a car,
run
right?
over my
and
feet,
I crash into Dino's car, I've caused harm to his property. There, the police can get involved, right? Now, that's the whole point. If Dino comes to my house and smashes my window, then Dino's committed a breach of the peace, and the police can get involved. It's not down to the police to go, oh well, you said this on social media, and we're going to come and arrest you for it. I mean, that's bollocks. Do you know what I mean? Absolute bollocks.
Oh, you offended me.
So this is what we've got to do: is bring our country back to natural law, where everyone has to use their conscience about them to say,
and then
right,
it's teaching them that, Flute. So it's going to take
and then everybody thinks to say, well, I tell you what, if we all live by our representation or the way we perceive ourselves, do you know what I mean? If you live by how you conduct yourself on a daily basis, then your reputation will precede you. Do you know what I mean? Because you will govern that reputation. You would conserve it. You would think you would protect it because you want to be a responsible person. Do you know what I mean? And you want to be respected in your society. Do you know what I mean? I would do that. I know Dino would do that. I know Mike would do that. I'm sure Dave Scott would do that.
I would.
Do you know what I mean? And that's how you build a reputation-based society. And then the police don't have to do anything unless Dave Scott runs into Dino's car, and then Dave Scott can either say, right, well, I'm not repairing your vehicle, and is a wanker. Then the police get involved because it's a violation of the rights of freedom of a violation of the law of sorry, it would be a violation of the peace element of it. Do you know what I mean? Because you say if for argument's sake, if David Scott runs into Dino's car, and David Scott walks away and says, I'm not paying for the damage to your vehicle, that's a breach of the peace. All the police can get involved. And then David Scott's either going to have to pay for Dino's car to be repaired, right? Or David Scott gets his fucking reputation in his community wiped because nobody's going to want to deal with David Scott anymore because he's proved himself to be illegitimate. He's proved himself that he doesn't want a contract.
Yeah, but Flo, we're going back to times when there were communities then. But I think now you'd be lucky that most people know their neighbours, let alone have a sense of community spirit around. And I think that's where this country's been broken down, is that community spirit. What the government, sorry, when I say government, I really mean establishment, because I don't believe in government. I don't think we have a government. We have an establishment.
You've got to know your neighbours for 5 years before you can talk to them.
Exactly.
I agree with that word.
Yeah, and
you know
Mike, to be honest with you, what you said was a really good thing there, because it was belief. It was the belief that these people can control society, and they can't. If society controls itself, right, and we all act like, even if we're like acting on this live stream, you know, we're all respectful, and we all do, you know, we all say and what we want to say, and we all agree and disagree and blah blah blah. That's just normal society. We don't need a police officer in this StreamYards to dictate what we can and can't say. Do you know what I mean? We don't need that. We don't need a government official to come in and dictate what we can and can't say. But what I'm saying is if we do all of this amongst ourselves and the police do what they're supposed to do and the government does what they're supposed to do, then what's the fucking problem? And if we've done this fucking 700 years ago,
can I just say good night? Can I just say good? Sorry, Dennis Kerr, thanks so much for being on for so long. I'm glad you've enjoyed it.
Cheers, Dennis.
Night, Dennis.
Dankeschön, vielen Dank. Guten Nacht, schlaf gut, ne?
Kali Nikta, as they say in Greece. Good night.
Auf Wiedersehen.
I don't even know what word.
What's it in Italian, Flo? Come on.
What is it?
This is down the problem, Flo.
Good night. Buonanotte.
Buonanotte. Look, you can't accuse this channel of not being fucking international and you know, diverse.
It's the best.
We could say buonasera if it was just good evening. So
buonasera, yeah, it could be good evening in his part of the world.
Best live stream on YouTube. Anyone disagree?
No, I think it's fucking rubbish.
It's shite.
Yeah, well, you fucking would, wouldn't you? You're fucking lucky I brought you on.
I think the worst live stream on YouTube is me and Mike.
Apparently, I'm auditor of the month.
Bloody hell!
We're getting an award for that.
Fucking auditor, but hey, Michael, I know you're probably watching it back later on, but thanks very much for that. I feel very honoured for that. It weren't even. Thank you. Yeah, it was a great audit. But appreciate that. Bit of a shock, but yeah, cheers, Michael. A bit of all sorts
going on with this.
Right, Dino, I'm off to bed.
No, you're not. I just hang on, David.
Yeah, all right, David. We ain't finished with you yet.
Come on, David.
David Scott.
Here we go.
David Scott. There it is. David Scott.
Oh, you're in
Friday Night Live.
You're in your naughty book.
2:45 a.m. Sorry, that's what it says. You signed it.
Okay. Shots fired.
Is that your big black book you got there, Dino? Is that your naughty book? Is he in your naughty book?
It's been an ongoing joke and it's never been funny, but some people like it. It's just certain people are contracted to stay on. And so when they say I'm going now, it's like, no, you're not.
Well, that's right. You've contracted
Depends
me.
who they are anyway.
Actually, Mike, do you remember David Scott from
UK Column?
UK Column.
Yeah. After all, I thought it was when I first come in. I thought, oh, David Scott's in there as well, please. No.
He's the loveliest guy there is on YouTube. He really is the loveliest.
I'm just me, guys. I'm just me.
He's just superb.
Dino, do you still want me to stay on till 3? Was that the agreement? Was it?
You said 3. I said 2. Well, hang on a minute.
I think you said until you lose.
You're not even in here, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, but you've not even sent the check yet, Dino. So I don't know whether I should stay on.
That's a secret. You're not allowed to say that.
Oh no, I've just broke a couple
I'll tell you what,
now.
it's been a real nice surprise tonight because I had no idea, and flew.
Oldie farts coming in as well.
Pork chop audits as well. That was really nice. It's just been another great live, guys. Thanks for all your input.
It's
brilliant.
been a bit like This Is Your Life, isn't it, Dino? You've had the old farts.
Yeah, where's Terry Wogan?
No, it was Eamon Andrews.
Oh, was it Eamon Andrews?
Eamon Andrews, yeah, that's what.
What do you think this is? It's not your life. It's my life.
Was it Eamon Andrews? I always thought it was Terry Wogan.
This is your life.
And it was Eamon Andrews, not Terry Wogan. I thought
Eamon Andrews, and it changed to someone else.
I submit to my.
Who was it after? I think it was. Oh God, he used to do. Oh God, the interviews.
Somebody else boring.
Yeah, it was someone else. Yeah, and they were more boring than Eamon Andrews.
Fucking Freemason. Yeah.
Right now, I'm gonna have to Google it now because it's gonna annoy me all night. I won't get to sleep because it'll be right. This is your life. I'm not. Go on,
welcome to my world, Mike.
Yeah, you carry on. And I'll do something sad.
Do you know what? Google. Talking about that program, it was like, hang on a minute, you fucking knew this was going to happen. That's what I were getting when I was watching it. True.
Because there was another program, and what was it called? I can't remember. What
Very
it was
well
rehearsed. Like 70s, 80s, and it was like, what was it called? Sorry, I'm brain farting, but
Michael Aspel took over from
Michael Aspel. That's
right. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
And the other guy that no one's hardly heard of because he was so shit he didn't last long was Ralph Edwards, whoever he is.
Ralph Edwards, never even heard of the. Well,
Eamon Andrews was the original guy. Michael Aspel was the second. Ralph Edwards, and it was just one season with Ralph Edwards apparently.
Because I remember Aspel.
Fucking font of knowledge,
yeah. I'm not sure about knowledge, but just font. But Michael Aspel, I remember him doing the interview when Kate Bush came back on the scene after.
That was a bit controversial for him.
Yeah, that was a bit of a controversial interview, but well, it wasn't so much controversial. It was just that she went off the scene for like 2 years, and then she came back, and she
come back a lunatic.
Yeah. And she came back with Aspel's, and that was an interesting. And I watched that video the other night actually with her going on Aspel, which was still available on YouTube.
Is that program still alive on TV?
What? This is your not now. No, that was
not Aspel. No, it was like,
why have you not carried that on?
2003 it finished, Dina. It went on
it's
from
still if you put in Michael Aspel, Kate Bush.
Look, I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this at all. Right, this is in my head.
Right, David, you're in trouble.
1955 to 2003. That program lasted near enough as long as the Queen.
Yeah. Anyway, fucking boring shite.
Not until you're on it. That's the thing.
Right,
it's not boring until
listen,
you're on
what
it.
I'm going to do, guys, because I did do a long live on Wednesday, a day later than normal. And,
so we're throwing in the bin again.
So I'll do it another 15 minutes. I don't think anyone else is going to come on. So be back on Tuesday, if not before. But I'll do it till then, guys. So we've got 15 minutes. You can have a talk, talk it out comically, or we can, whatever you want to might finish off with.
I want to go serious.
Between yourselves, what won't take long to talk about.
Does the mad scientist still come on, Dino?
I'm
not going to mention the name. I'm not going to mention the name. You know
Shrinky. Little Shrinky. Yeah. I've been absolutely pummeled with porn bombing and things like that, and certain names there are big.
Pap.
Well, I know Fluke's familiar with that name. She's been at it as well.
Oh, is that what?
Yeah, the weirdo. Like, she reminds me of Jodie Arias. She can be as nice as anything.
Yeah. I know you
look
mean.
pretty on some nights, and end up stabbing you in the fucking neck 19 times.
That's his girlfriend, isn't it? Apparently.
Is it? Well, they were together
Yeah.
on YouTube anyway, but in real life, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I think
Who'd kill each other first?
The last thing I'd want to promote is Horace and Crinkle doing a live stream, but apparently they are. So it's probably the worst live stream you've ever seen in your life. So if you want to go and look at a shit live stream and you've got 2 hours to waste, then please go over there.
It's all right.
So
I'll pass on that one. I think.
Yeah, I think I'd rather throw up in the pan rather than watch that shit.
Cook it and eat it. Yeah, I know what you mean. But no, not my type of thing at all. That's
two of the most statist fucking idiots that I've ever met on the planet. And
do you know what? I never heard of that word until the year before last, and you mentioned it. And it's probably one of the most used words in my private life I use now to people that just believe anything they've said. I've never heard that term before, but statist, I would say, is my favourite word of 2021 and 2022 because I've never used it so much. I've never used it before then, but now I'm using it a lot. And
I mean, I learned it from somebody else. So and I understood the left versus right paradigm and the bullshit that it all entailed, but I couldn't get a term for it until somebody mentioned the word statist.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
It doesn't matter whether you're Labour or Liberal or Conservative or whatever. You're a statist. You believe in the state to look after you. Do you know what I mean? And that's not what they're there to do. If anything, the state is there to control you. Do you know what I mean? So when we got to that part, if you like, and I'm not grandiosing or anything like that and saying, oh, look,
someone on Twitter. Someone on Twitter.
And that's not the point. The whole point of the statist issue is to make people realise that it doesn't matter who you vote for because the policies stay the same.
They don't know what it means. I had someone on Twitter, and I'm going backwards just after Christmas this year, and I called them a statist because they were believe, it was the disease stuff that they were going on about, and I went, "Oh, typical statist reply," and they come back to me and they said, "How do you know what my state of my life's in?" Right? They literally thought that's what I meant. The statist.
Oh God, this is how deranged these people are.
You know nothing about my life. They said, "How do you know the state of my life?"
Yeah, they don't even know what the term statist is. It's like if you believe in the state, regardless of listen to that stupid woman that's just become prime minister, right? 10 years ago, she was what was it? 10 years ago or so?
Who's that?
She was a Liberal Democrat.
Oh, what?
So to get elected, she moved from Liberal Democrat to Conservative just to get elected.
Yeah.
Because she knew she'd get more votes if she was a Conservative party. What a fucking lying cheat.
Well, the biggest,
if you were so convinced that being a Liberal Democrat would get you elected, why didn't you stay a Liberal Democrat? You didn't stay a Liberal Democrat. You chipped to the Conservatives to go up
for what she is, because people are putting online now what she said a few years ago when she was younger, and she was going on about
bloodlines,
Republican, and she was going on about that, about we need to move beyond the monarchy, we need to move beyond all the royal family and stuff like that, and we should become a republic state. Now, this was 20 years ago when she was saying it, but the trouble is with video, you can't get away from it. That's the thing, once you've put it out there and you're in front of a television camera, you can't run about, royalists just as bad as 1984 TV says in there. Fair enough. Oh, look, I'm not a royalist at all. What I've been saying.
Do you know what the funny thing was? And this is the ironic thing, and this is the statist royalist mentality. I was watching the football the other night, and it was West Ham versus some Mickey Mouse bullshit outfit out of fucking whatever. And this was the night that that the royalist passed away. And what they did was they did a minute's applause. So sometimes they do a minute's silence when someone died.
Or West Ham are normally kicking shit out of someone, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, or they do a minute's applause when somebody dies. And they did a minute's applause and they sang the, what was it, God Save Our Gracious King. I think, why are you singing God Save the Gracious Queen when she's dead? If the God was going to save her, why did he let her die? Do you know what I mean? If that's how your God fucking Queen mentality works.
Well, it's got to save the Queen, King now.
Surely, if God wanted to save the Queen, he wouldn't let her die. But apparently not.
Everyone does. Yeah, we all do.
And people were singing this shit. Do you know what I mean? People were singing this shit.
Yeah, it's a bit outdated, but you know, at the end of the day,
it's just made up.
And it's funny how they come up with a song that all they have to do is change the word king and the word queen every time one of them dies and one of them takes over. And the song stays the same.
Let's squeeze it.
There's 75 pronouns now, so it could be anything from a queen, king, to a z, zen, zi, z, zog, sig, 76, whack-nicking of a bone. Yeah, it could be anything now. So, you know.
Unicorn king. Maybe a crown with a fucking horn on it. Maybe that's the new way to go, you know?
I think you've hit on something there, Dino. It's got to be.
Well, you know.
I've got my horn here. A bit of that. Yes.
Don't tell me you still got that horn.
Right, guys, 5 minutes. Okay, we've got 5 minutes. All right.
It's got to be done.
Oh,
yes.
God.
But there you go. Right. I'd like to speak about Prince Charles.
Well, I'm done unless everyone's got any questions. If they've got any questions in the chat, or Dino, or Mike, or everyone's, you know, I don't have the answer to everything because
the future of the monarchy. A quick roundup on the future. Your thoughts on the future of the monarchy, Prince Charles. What do you think?
They all fucking blow up and die. The lot of them.
Well, that was short and sweet. Dino.
Just to carry on from what was before, different person, same thing.
Can I just elaborate on one thing, right? About 6 weeks ago, Prince Harry did a speech at climate.
What? He said something about his wife's hand up his arse.
No. She was in California. Apparently, he was in London. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe she had some sort of conference call with him. But Prince Harry was talking about climate change and, you know, how we had to all reduce our carbon footprint. When it turned out that he'd taken over 125 private jet flights in the same 6 months before he made that speech, right? And on top of that, his wife, who was living in California, right, she took a private jet flight from California to New York to watch Serena Williams to play tennis.
Well, you know, there's not much you can add to that because they're all fucking at it. All those telling us to do this.
It's okay for them, but it's not okay for you.
Greta Thunberg, you know, with all that, with she went across the Atlantic, didn't she? You know, in a sailboat. But apparently, the crew that it took to film her and have all her bits was more of the carbon footprint that you'd have for like fucking 10 years worth of holidays flying to the Marbella or whatever, or Marbella or whatever it's fucking called.
Apparently, when she took that boat across the sea to New York, if I remember rightly. Because the crew was due to take another yacht back across to Europe, they had to hire another crew, which had to fly from Europe. 10 people had to fly from Europe to go and pick up the boat that fucking Greta Thunberg flew on.
So good. Yeah, but look, let's face it, you know, look, these people telling us to do this, they're more worthy of burning their carbon footprints than we are. Look, there's give and take, Fluke. If they're doing it for our own good.
Sorry, I completely forgot about that. It's for my own good that they can fly around in their jets and whatever. Oh, and here's another good one for you, right? The European Union are trying to introduce a carbon credit, right? Which means that every bus you take, every train journey you take,
I've not been a bus wanker since I was a teenager.
Every underground journey you take, every taxi you take, every time you jump in your car, all of those things, every time you jump on a plane, will all be exposed to carbon tax credits. Do you know what I mean? So you have to pay a carbon tax to do any of those things. Do you know the only two modes of transport that aren't exempt, that are exempt from a tax credit on carbon taxes?
Well, let's think. Private jets.
Correct.
And a Bentley.
Yachts.
New enough.
Private yachts.
Oh, yacht. Dino.
So as long as you're in your yacht on your private jet, right, you're exempt from carbon credit.
Sail away, yeah.
Dino's fucked them with his yacht, and that's it. He won't be taking that down the Thames.
I've got a yacht.
Oh no, it's not the Thames up where you are. What's the river down by?
I've got a yacht. No, I haven't really. I'm just joking.
No. I believe it. I believe it.
Well, yeah, you nearly did. I'm earning that much money off YouTube. It's unbelievable. I can afford anything.
Oh, yeah. If you're on YouTube, yeah.
Right, guys, I'm going to leave it there. I'll
tell you what. I just want to leave you with one thing, if that's okay.
Oh, blimey.
Right. Okay. So this goes back to. I'll do it as quickly as I can. I can't remember all the names, but I'll give you 4 or 5.
Mick Brown's got a sexual problem going on.
These people are talking about global warming. Yeah, the whole, ice caps are going to melt. The sea levels are going to rise, and low-lying, countries are going to get flooded, and we're all going to fucking die. Yeah,
we're drowning, look.
Right. So this is Al Gore, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, and what's his name? Well, I can give you 2 other names, but I can't think of them right now. Yeah. But the problem is with all these things, all these people are promoting this agenda of the ice caps are going to melt and the sea levels are going to rise. Do you know what all 5 of these people having contrast is? They all own beachfront properties.
Well, yeah. Well, that says it all, doesn't it?
That's a
now, if I was genuinely worried about, the sea levels rising, I think I might buy a house in the hills.
Move inland a little bit. Yeah. Well,
because they're a bunch of lying bullshitters.
Oh no, I believe them all.
Cheers for that, Fluke. All right. Okay, speak to you soon. I'll explain to you the reasons why there's been a break in things.
Yeah, that's no problem, mate. Don't worry about it.
You've been on tonight.
You don't have to explain anything.
I know I'm going to get flack for it, right? But
what for having?
I'm used to it. It's fine. I'm used to it. Mike, a big surprise actually. I didn't expect you to.
Yeah, I come out of the woodwork somewhere.
Been worth every second of
I've been eating insects for the last 3 months, Dino. So I might look a little bit. I might look a bit healthier actually. Yeah, insects is the way to go, people. If you want to survive the oncoming eat bugs, because the class swab has told me to, and you will own nothing, and you will be happy and eat bugs. That's what I say. Yes, and God bless you all.
God bless you and the bugs.
Thanks very much, mate. Cheers, Bastian.
Thanks, Dino, for having us on, mate.
No worries, mate. Great stuff.
Dino, thanks for having me on. You got my phone number. Give me a call, mate, anytime you want.
No worries. It's been a pleasure. Thanks very much for your respect tonight. And cheers. Good to see you again. All right, guys. Brilliant.
Marvellous. Guys in the chat, thank you very much. Good night.
Thanks to everyone in the chat as well. Yeah, really appreciate it.
Don't forget to eat your bugs.
They're brilliant, these guys in that chat. Yeah, no worries, Fluke. Cheers, mate.
All right. Thanks for having me on, Dean. I appreciate it.
No worries. All right. Take it easy. Take care.
Take care, mate.
No worries. Guys, honestly, you lot in that chat, I know he's been in the alligator. I keep saying, how do you do it? I don't know how you do it. Mick, you baffle me with your comments, but I know it's all well meant. 84, thanks so much for your contribution tonight. Absolutely brilliant. If I wanted to go back to everything, it would take me another hour or two. So I'll just look back for a little bit. John B, thanks very much indeed. Patsy as well. Thanks so much. Krista Brick, who was on the panel earlier as well. Brilliant guy. We can all tell that, can't we? And I reckon he'll be back on again. MP Gamer as well. You're another. Thanks very much. Dennis Carr. Dankeschön. Great stuff, I think, tonight. Honestly, non-stop. Non-stop, as usual. So much information and talk and knowledge that we can all pick up, you know, just through doing things like this. Okay. So, right, okay. Right, so I'm going to end it. It's been just over 6 hours, so which is just about normal for this channel. But I just want to thank you all. Thanks to you guys who watch my videos and that, and put your comments in. That really does mean a lot. And then I'm going to leave you with special thanks because I have to, because I do have a team behind me and they're absolutely brilliant. Which is Yvonne Driver, okay, Paul, Yvonne's partner, Paul Yeoman. I've got Plod as well, but you know, just thinking of, he's had a few verbal warnings actually, so I'm just thinking about that fella. Don't know. And the one and only Bikereddie, guys. So without him, this live would be well different, wouldn't it? So okay, until Tuesday, okay. Enjoy your weekend. I hope you have the best weekend you've had ever, and make the best of it you can. So I'll see you on Tuesday, guys. Massive respect, much love, and thanks for everything, all your support and everything. Cheers, guys. See you in a bit.